This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Hello and welcome to the Keir Oval. It's another one-day cup match, this time between Surrey and the Kent Spitfires. Kent Spitfires rather got the wood over Surrey over the many years of 50 over and 45 over list A cricket. And Surrey need a win after losing to Leicestershire here last week in a spectacular match, and then having a game rained off at Radlett. It's time to get some points on the board. We have got a star-studded cast for you today. Daniel Norcross alongside Jo Harman. We've got Yas Rana. We've got Yozza coming in. He has actually arrived. And we've got Cameron Ponsonby as well.
I think he's joining us later, yeah.
I think he is. But we've got a treat for you. Well, I say a treat. It wasn't a treat for Surrey fans if all you're interested in is Surrey winning. But last week, when Surrey played Leicestershire, we saw some really explosive hitting from the likes of Lewis Kimber. And we're going to show you highlights of that match right now. As the first boundary of the day, beautifully struck by Patel, a little bit of width.
To win their opening game like that.
That's a beautiful shot from Sibley. Too long, half volley from right.
With this Surrey setup.
Oh, what a catch that is! An absolute screamer at slip. That went really low to the left of first slip. That's a lovely shot from Burns. It is the short side again. Oh, that's an absolute beauty, and he's given him. Burns has got to go a little thin edge too. I'm not sure how happy he is about that. Oh, that's been flicked away nicely, and that is again down towards the groundsman's hut. It's so difficult to defend that area. Beautiful shot that from Foakes. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. 2 full from Mulder. Fancy came there next in. Now then, this might make it to the boundary, and it does. Not brilliant fielding.
Flick towards that short square leg boundary. Oh, Foakes inside edges it, narrowly beats his leg stump. He picks up 4. Sibley looks to dab that towards Deep's third. And he's gone. Sibley drives and there's a faint outside edge, and Hull picks up his first wicket. As Hull continues. Driven away for 4. Slightly over pitched, and Foakes leans into a drive. What a shot that is. Slightly leg side, and Jordan Clark has whipped that. Bowled him! Scriven gets Jordan Clark. Jordan Clark, who played one of the shots of the day, the shot of the day in the previous over off Scriven. Chops on.
All the 100.
What a shot, first ball. Slightly leg side. He's someone whose prospects at Surrey are tied quite closely to how Will Jacks gets on, as Foakes picks up one to reach 50 off 55 deliveries.
Oh, well, he's got hold of that. He's crunched it. Foakes, one bounce just inside the rope. Oh, that is so delicately played. He's going to pick up 4 for it as well. That's interesting. It's Ireland. Now then, has that gone all the way? It has. A flat 6 from Foakes. That's been lofted beautifully up and over, and then it'll trickle onto the rope for 4 more. Now Foakes goes for it, and he's just got it over. Deep square leg. He was in business there, was Kimber.
There where he made a quick 30 or 40.
Now he's got hard at this. Has he got enough of it? Well, he surely has. That's cleared the rope. Now he's got again. This is going to be a flat 6. That's a crowd killer, that one. We'll get to his 50 with that little nudge. And this very healthy crowd approves, I think it's fair to say, of what has been a really sparkling knock from Cameron Steele. Just a 39 balls. And and he's dropped it. Oh, hang on, is he going to claim that catch? Well, we'll need to see that again. Has that bounced out of his hands and back into his hand? Oh, that's a very fine edge. That's tickled away for 4.
And there it is, a first list day 100 for Ben Foakes. The Keir Oval stands up to applaud. Pulled into the leg side for 1 bounce 4.
Playing here at the Keir Oval.
Driven down the ground for 4. Gone high up into the air. Keep underneath it. Taken. And that ends a sensational innings from Ben Foakes. He departs for 106 off 107 deliveries. That's gone high. Patel underneath it, but he'll watch it sail over his head for 6. Hoyt into the leg side, and Patel takes an excellent catch. Running in and running around from long on. Leg side, flicked towards the deep fine leg boundary, and Geddes picks up 4 more. Geddes gives himself a strong base, and he picks up 4. Bowled him. Scriven picks up his 4th. Majid trying to up the ante, really. He's done a really good job of getting himself off strike previously. Mulder in. Plays it down the ground, straight into the hands of Colin Ackerman at long on. And that'll be 6. And that will also be 50 for Ben Geddes. So we're just talking about how much he likes playing that shot through or above the cover region. Short. And 6 more. And again, gives himself room. And that comfortably.
Fine leg.
Gives himself room again. But straight to the man at deep point. Geddes falls for an excellent 67 off 39 deliveries. And Tom Scriven, after being hit over the rope 3 times in the first 4 balls of the over.
Oh, now then, thick inside edge, fine leg. He's got 2 slips in place. His first ball's been beautifully worked by Budinger out through mid-wicket, that short side. And will it ever get going? No. Beautiful shot. Gloriously played that by Budinger. Oh, hello. He's gone big here. And he's going to pick up 4 more. You've got to come necessarily that bit wider. And another beautiful cover drive, screaming across the turf. Now then, this is a simple catch taken, and Surrey have got the breakthrough. Patel again, I think, looking to drive that through the offside. It came off a thick inside half of the bat. Oh, he's gone for this, and he's got hold of it. 1 bounce, 4. Something of a mullet, and he's picked up a wicket with just his first legitimate delivery, and it is Budinger. He's gone for the pull. He's not timed it at all, and spooned a simple catch to mid-on.
Got him! Steele strikes this time. Top edge, I think, from Lewis Hill. And Josh Blake, who shelled a very...
Because they've got a new ball, and if it's going to swing, it's going to swing for the first, well, 5 or 6 overs of its life.
If that, yeah.
Yes, if that. So Kent getting underway quite comfortably here. A single each for Compton and Bell Drummond. And we haven't given you the team news yet. We'll probably have to do that at the end of the over, because one of the other rather pleasing aspects of spin at the top of the innings is we're suddenly going to get through these overs a bit more quickly. But it gives us no time between balls. And what a curious spectacle this all is. There's no slips in place. You've just got a ring field. 2 fielders allowed out, of course, in the first 10 overs of power play. They're at deep square leg and deep cover. 3 in the ring on the onside, 4 on the leg side. A mirrored field for both right and left-hander. And a nice tidy first over for Yusuf Majid. So, Joe, talk us through the teams. Kent won the toss. They've elected to bat. How are they lining up?
Well, we'll start with Kent, the defending champions, coming in off the back of 2 heavy defeats themselves. We've got Daniel Bell-Drummond and Ben Compton opening the batting. Jack Leaning, who's skippering the side at 3. Alex Blake, Harry Finch will be keeping wicket. Jaden Denley, excitingly, that is Jaden. That is not Jaden, not Joe. This is Joe Denley's nephew.
J.K. Denley.
Who is making his professional debut today. James Bazley, their Australian overseas all-rounder. Grant Stewart, Hamadullah Quadri, Nathan Gilchrist and Matt Parkinson, who is, of course, on loan from Lancashire ahead of his permanent deal at the end of this year. So they've got some good spinners in their ranks too. And then quickly going through the Surrey side, unchanged from that defeat to Leicestershire. Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, Rory Burns, the captain, Ben Foakes keeping wicket, Cameron Steele, Ben Geddes, who of course batted so beautifully in that Leicestershire game.
3 6s in that last over.
Yeah, some real panache in those shots as well. Jordan Clark, Conor McCurr, Yusuf Majid, who we just saw opening the bowling there, Dan Moriarty and Matt Dunn.
So big game here for the likes of Matt Dunn and Conor McCurr. They sort of went the distance against Leicestershire, but that was a very different pitch, differently situated as well. It was really tough for the seamers because the pitch was very much over to one side, made a tiny boundary on the Harleford Road side. Here, we're very much central. This is an absolutely classic TV pitch, as we say, right in the middle of the square. So, where last week we were constantly looking at bowlers trying to hide the ball from that short boundary, it's a different kind of dynamic today.
Yeah, well, that has to be said. Surrey's bowlers couldn't hide the ball from any boundary towards the end of that Leicestershire innings because Matt Dunn was getting deposited into the other side, the long boundary, by Lewis Kimber, who was in fine form that day.
I was very impressed with him. In fact, Leicestershire, for me, looked like quite a decent outfit. And the only criticism I had of them was that truly sensationally abysmal kit.
Still not ready to let that go, Dan. They're not even playing today, but it's still, that's what's on your mind this morning.
Well, it is on my mind. It is on my mind. The other thing that's on my mind is the healthy size of the crowd. When I arrived at Oval Tube Station, albeit, not necessarily at the crack of dawn, not sort of time that Mark Church will be here, but it was teeming.
Yeah, I thought the same. Really healthy crowd for that game last week, and it looks like they're just still kind of making their way in here, but I think we can expect another good crowd today.
Now, I've been handed a note, and it is an intriguing note. Not all notes are intriguing. But it is headlined, Point of Interest. Daniel Bell-Drummond is registered to London Spirit, boo hiss, in the 100, but allowed to play under new rules. It's the second one-day cup game he's played this season, and he's not played in the 100 yet.
Well, I'm delighted by that. It was a real bugbear of mine that the 100 was sucking up talent that it wasn't even using last year. So
Tom Laws.
Yeah.
Being an example.
Yeah, so I'm glad that's been fixed.
Ooh, that was hit firmly back at Dunn. He's done very well to get a hand on that. Bell-Drummond timing that pretty sweetly.
From memory, Jack Leaning, who's captain in Kent today, I think he was on the books at a 100 outfit last year. I don't think he played.
Did not play a single game, no.
And I don't think he was allowed to come back either. He wouldn't have been because the new rules been introduced. So I think that exposed the folly, especially when we're trying to keep this competition as strong as we possibly can. And it's fighting an uphill battle on that front, given the number of players who do get taken by the 100.
Well, and also for the players themselves. If you think, someone like Tom Laws is in danger of playing no cricket all August. Now, Surrey, by the sounds of it, would be able to call him into their side. But of course, the Oval Invincibles may want him. They've got a game, is it tomorrow, the day after? Something of that sort.
Yeah, it's an odd thing that a lot of cricketers now don't necessarily have much cricket in August. Well, we were speaking to Ollie Robinson about this as well, who his season is perhaps almost done. Well, apart from coming back to play for Sussex in the Championship in September.
That'll be a wide down the leg side, just losing his line a little bit there. Matt Dunn. Interesting, it kept pretty low as it went through to Ben Foakes. So not a lot of carry. That's a curiosity, isn't it? And Ollie Robinson, of course, coming back from injury, had that back spasm at Headingley. Then didn't play in either of the last 2 Test matches.
And was absolutely flying at the start of the season, and by the end of it might not have played all that much cricket.
They're crazy. That's beautifully driven by Bell Drummond, right along the ground, through extra cover, a little too full, a little too wide. And Kent end with a boundary, 8 without loss.
Yeah, Matt Dunn just over pitching there, and Bell Drummond doesn't miss out. That's meat and drink to a player of that quality, really.
Plays it so beautifully though, doesn't he?
And he's in fine white ball form. In fact, he's in fine form in general. I think he was right up there in the leading run scoring charts in the Blast. Got a triple century in red ball cricket.
Did you watch that at all?
I didn't see any of that.
I did. I watched the end, and it was hilarious because they were about 6 wickets down and he was on about 291, and his partners insisted on getting out to the most rash and ridiculous shots, and it looked like he was going to be stranded on 298.
Add a little bit of drama to proceedings.
Yes, Arshdeep Singh came in at number 11, I think it was. As Majid continues. Just tapped away easily into the onside for a single. Yes, Arshdeep Singh came in at 11. And I think he was on about 297 at the time, perhaps. And proceeded to try and slog his first ball for 6. And Daniel Bell went down the pitch and sort of had a word, which I can only imagine was, mate. Oh, now that's turned. That's beaten the outside edge.
I don't imagine there'd have been harsh words from Bell Drummond. He's honestly one of the nicest cricketers you could speak to on the circuit. He's a lovely bloke. So I think it'd have been, come on,
well,
keep your head down.
It might have been a any chance? Don't get to 300 too often in one's career. Interesting here though, Majid getting a bit of spin. Dropped too short there. Bell Drummond will pick up another couple. One of the great things about this competition, though, is being able to watch players that you otherwise probably wouldn't. Yusuf Majid, left arm spinner. Surrey going in with 2 left arm spinners. Dan Moriarty as well. And there's turn again.
And Amir Verdi being overlooked at this stage, which says what they think of Majid in terms of his potential. Verdi, an extremely talented spinner in his own right.
Ooh, a little bit of bounce as well there. He's got a nice height, Majid. If he can get that drift and that dip, then he could be a real proposition.
I thought he bowled nicely against Leicestershire. His figures didn't really reflect that, but it was very much a batter's day.
Well, that completes a very tidy over from Majid. Just a 3 from it. 3 gone. 12 without loss. I mean, that was a horrible day for bowlers. And there's nothing that can be done about it. There's a lot of matches played at the Oval, so they have to use a lot of the square. But when you get that close to one side, for a young spinner, I don't quite know how you're supposed to defend it.
No, well, when the miss hits are going for 6, you're in trouble. But yeah, I think Surrey got 325, I think it was, and actually that was well under par. I think
about 40 or 50 short.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
I mean, Leicestershire chased it down with about 7 overs to spare, I think, in the end, and strolled it really.
We've seen some enormous scores, some over 400 scores in this year's competition.
Yeah, it's partly the nature of the one-day cup. You've got some sides which are considerably more experienced than others, depending on the number of players that are taken by the 100. So Leicestershire only have 2 players taken by the 100 and end up having almost a full-strength side. Surrey clearly much more depleted, but then, as you say, it does give us a chance to see some of the young and developing players who supporters might not usually get too much of a chance to look at.
And some players are familiar with as well, like Matt Dunn and Conor McCurr, Conor McCurr's been out on loan this year. But this is an altogether better start from Surrey's opening pairing.
It's the sort of start from Kent that suggests they don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game. It suggests they've looked at the pitch and thought, you know, we don't need 350 here.
Well, it was quite awkward. I saw the games here the other day. Yeah, it's not a bad pitch by any means, but there was a little bit in it. I I mean, it gets called a used pitch, Joe, but of course it's had fewer than 400 balls on it.
Yeah.
Which, I suppose, that almost amounts to a test match day these days. But in theory, that's sort of 5 o'clock on day one, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, there shouldn't be too many demons in it. It doesn't look to have the carry that we saw for the Leicestershire game, and there certainly was a little bit of turn for Majid there.
Well, it's pretty tough for ground staff this summer. They started off with no rain and the hottest June on record, and they then had to endure 6 weeks of continuous grey, plenty of rain, not being able to get at those pitches some days.
And then they tend to get it in the neck when it doesn't go perfectly to plan, which is quite unfair, I find.
It is. It is.
I'm sure there's a few groundsmen out there who'd agree with me on that.
At times like this, I feel like throwing my podcast chum Stephen Finn under the bus, because he said absolutely outrageously on an episode of Zero Ducks Given. This is the opinion of Stephen Finn, I should say, not of me. That ground staff have no idea what they're doing, and they tell him all the time it's going to do something, and it doesn't. You take it up with Stephen Finn.
Is that paraphrasing? Or
No, he pretty much said that.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, it is paraphrasing because it's not a direct quote, but
Sure.
I think the first part actually was a direct quote, which is outrageous. In fairness to him, there's just a couple of runs come off that last ball. 3 off the over. A nice tidy one again from Matt Dunn. 15 without loss after 4, but no alarms as yet for Kent. Majid has beaten the bat with a pretty sharply turning one past the outside edge of Bell Drummond's bat, but that's been about it. I think Stephen might have come off the back of having to bowl at Hove, and that pitch can be
unforgiving.
Yes, I don't think he's quite forgiven the ground staff there for his one experience of captaincy when he was captain. I think he took a wicket himself for the first over of an innings, and the opponent still racked up 720 odd, and there was a 4th wicket partnership of 480 unbeaten. I think not fun.
No.
Warm day at Hove on a flat deck. Oh, now Majid is continuing. I like this move.
The use of spinners is going to be fascinating today, because clearly there's plenty in it for the slow bowlers. So we've got Majid, Dan Moriarty, Cameron Steele bowled nicely against Leicestershire.
All taking it away from the right-hander, of course, predominantly. Oh, now then, there's an appeal, but
hopeful, I think, wasn't it?
Rather hopeful. It's going to trickle away for a leg by. But again, this time Compton not quite sure, a bit tentative.
And then you look down Kent's lineup. Matt Parkinson, obviously hugely experienced, very successful white ball leg spinner. Hamidullah Kadri, ex-England under-19 star.
Oh, another thick edge. There's genuine assistance out there for Yusuf Majid.
And we might also see a bit of left-arm spin from the debutant, Jayden Denley.
I was going to ask, is he... He's
a left-arm spinner, left-handed bat. I think he's a batting all-rounder at this stage, but I think he's in there to bowl a few overs as well. And I think on this pitch we might well see him.
I have to confess to being completely confused when I saw my sheet today, when it said Jay Denley making his List A debut. And it made me doubt so much. I thought, hang on a minute, has Joe Denley genuinely not played a List A game? How is that? How is that? Has he just played T20?
In his 15-year
exactly,
career.
His 15-year career. And then, of course, if you're me, that's a nice little shot from Compton, waiting for it, guiding it through short third for a couple. If you're me, you start thinking, I think I must have arrived in a parallel universe.
Well, I found it quite a confronting moment myself, in that I used to play Colts and club cricket against Joe Denley and his older brother Sam, who is Jaden's father.
Oh, no.
So yeah, his selection made me feel extremely old. I think he's only 17, Jaden, I think.
Okay, well, so I suppose he's a bit of a prodigy. Just 2 runs off the bat and that over. 3 runs off the bat, beg your pardon, and the leg by. So, steady start from Kent, but Surrey will be very happy with this at the moment. 19 without loss. Yeah, that's going to hurt you. You're suddenly going to... You've woken up today, haven't you, and realised...
There are more and more of these moments, though, Dan, unfortunately.
Where did you used to play your cricket?
I played for St Lawrence for a bit, and I played for Chesterfield.
Chesterfield?
Chesterfield.
Ah.
No, Chesterfield would have been quite the trip for me from Canterbury.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Denley family played for Whitstable. So we played Colts cricket against each other for...
they're coastal, are they, the Denleys?
So yeah, Sam, Joe's older brother, was a very, very fine cricketer as well. And their dad as well was a staple of the Kent Leagues for many years.
My wife had a spectacular case of food poisoning in Whitstable. Well, I say food poisoning. I think she discovered that she was allergic to oysters that day.
Okay.
It made
not the place for you then.
No, it made for one of the more challenging trips back on a train.
God, it must have done.
It was appalling, Joe. Carnage.
Well, that's a shame because there's some lovely food in Whitstable as well.
Oh, I had a great time until then. Yeah, absolutely delicious food in Whitstable. Now, done today, I'm not seeing too much in the way of variations. I think the wide down the leg side was an attempted slower ball. I'm not seeing the short one come in yet. That was where they rather fell down against Leicestershire. We saw a little bit too much of the short stuff with a short boundary on one side. One shot from Jordan Clark, I think it was, flew out of the ground and into the Harleyford Road.
Into the Archbishop Tennyson School over there.
Did he make it all the way to the school?
I'm not sure it meant that quite, but certainly
he probably
in that
needed
direction.
To, because otherwise there were buses and cars. When you walk around the outside of the Oval, obviously there are large parts of this where if you get it over the stands, it doesn't automatically mean that it's going to land in the road. But that area by the scoreboard is right next to the road. There is no leeway. If you get it over there, you're into the road.
When you put it that way, it's amazing there aren't more accidents, actually.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Busy road. Lots of buses going down there.
It's a very busy road. Have you hit a car ever at a cricket ground?
Oh, I wish, Dan.
I did it once.
I've had a few of my deliveries hit a car.
Yeah. I've only done it once. And it was incredibly satisfying.
It wasn't your own car?
It wasn't my own car, no. No, it was really quite a nice car, which made it even more satisfying. Now that he's done okay here, he's just had to abort that. Maybe he's just got his run up wrong.
I think the batter may have seen something that obstructed his view and he pulled out there. I think that was Compton calling, asking Dunn to stop in his run.
It's not pigeons. They've not arrived yet today. They were here the other day for the 100 match, and it put off poor old Eva Gray, who was fielding on the boundary, and the ball went straight through some very slow to react pigeons.
Oh no.
Yeah, a huge flock of them. Ah, just seen a pigeon.
Right on cue.
They've heard me. And I mentioned this the other day. We didn't see any pigeons at all throughout the test match. And the theory is that Spider Cam was putting them off.
Acting as a sort of scarecrow.
That's right, yeah. You know, like how people get fake hawks. And they were sort of doing that. But they were back for the 100 clash.
I can see some logic in that. We should ask, who do we ask? Chris Packham? He'd know.
Chris Packham, yes. Or Lev Parikian, who's I think a Surrey fan and a big cricket man, an ornithologist. His brother's a coach at Spencer Cricket Club, just up the road from me. in Wandsworth Common. Oh, that's a great piece of fielding. That might have saved 3 runs there. Really good work at backward point. That was travelling from Ben Compton. And again, another decent over from Matt Dunn. Just a 2 off the bat. And the wide. Boundary's hard to come by. 6 overs of power play gone. Just 22 on the board.
Excellent piece of work there from Ryan Patel to keep the scoreboard pressure. It's been a bit of a throwback, hasn't it, these first 6 overs? Aside, I suppose, from the fact that we've had 3 overs of spin, but in terms of the intent or lack of from the batters, it looks like they're building themselves up for a, for your 230, 240. And
look at this.
Spin replaces spin.
I do like this move. This is a completely different template from the way Surrey went the other day. And I suppose in part, Joe, would that be dictated by the fact that the pitch is in the middle? So we've got lovely big playing area today. You feel you can risk spinners in the power play. The problem the other day with that boundary so short is that you've only got to get it over the infield and you've got runs.
Yeah, I think that's played a big part in their decision. But also, I think the way that their 3 spinners are their most economical bowlers in their last game. Their seamers struggled. I think this is them playing to their strengths as well as playing to the situation and the conditions.
Yeah. And Dan Moriarty's. Oh, I say they're going to get the single here. They are just. That was a tight bit of running. Well done by Compton and Drummond in the end. Dan Moriarty is a man who he's sort of the lesser spotted Dan Moriarty if you come down here. He played 1 championship match last year, Surrey's last game of the season up at Old Trafford. But he doesn't let Surrey down. He's got some very impressive figures.
Got some good stats, hasn't he?
And I like him. He's got a bit of pace. I mean, I'm not going to be mad enough to suggest that he's going to be a bolter for the India series, but
anyone is at this stage, I think, Dan. I think
well,
you
any
couldn't
spinner,
name an English spinner, professional or non-professional, who isn't in with some kind of chance of getting on that tour.
You reckon? You're still holding out hope.
Moriarty had a very brief spell at Yorkshire, didn't he? I think in the Championship as well. He's one of those players that if he was at another county, he'd probably be an extremely valuable asset and play more games than he doesn't. But at Surrey, they are blessed with so much talent, such a deep squad.
Well, they really are. Albeit that they now lose Sean Abbott, for the rest of the season, so he won't be back for the Championship games. I wonder if Alex Stewart is eyeing up a replacement.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'd half hoped it might be Spencer Johnson, but I hear he's been drafted into the Australian T20 squad. Now he's got that away. This could be a boundary. Fielders in pursuit. They're not going to get there. Goes over the rope down at deep backward square. Just a little too short for Moriarty, and Compton just able to swivel and find the gap to the right of fine leg and to the left of deep square.
Yeah, nicely played from Compton. Just steered it round the corner. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Yeah, Spencer Johnson looked to, as our Ashes-centric minds drift towards the next one.
Do you have an Ashes-centric mind? Call 0800.
He looks a rather terrifying prospect. We actually, for the latest issue of Wisden Cricket Monthly, which we just sent to print yesterday, I had the task of picking the lineups for the Brisbane Test of 2025 for England and Australia. And after watching Spencer Johnson, I thought, I've immediately got this wrong. He should have been in there. But
well, do you know how many first-class matches he's played?
I know it's not many.
I think it's 4.
Right.
He's 27 years old. I think he made his debut this year, in this year's Sheffield Shield. Picked up a couple of fifers.
Well, they've got another one in Lance Morris as well, who is absolutely rapid, has played a bit more first-class cricket than that, but not a huge amount.
But how does a man turn up, bowl 91 miles an hour at the age of 27 and not have played first-class cricket until this year? Was he injured? Do you know his backstory at all?
I don't know it in detail, but I know he has had injury problems, and it's been a kind of a long wait. But there must have, he must have played a fair amount of grade cricket.
Yeah.
With some fairly terrifying batters at that level.
You wouldn't fancy it, would you?
And some probably fairly spicy pitches as well.
Yes.
But they keep them coming. You'd think Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazlewood, would they be around for the next ones? But there's the new generation of quicks coming through.
Now that's beautifully played. Just waited for it, just guided it down through deep backward point. Another boundary. Just starting to get a little bit of acceleration here, Kent, after a very slow start. You see, that this speaks to just how much more sensible Wisden is than BBC's Test Match Special, because I sat in the box 2 boxes along from here barely a week and a half ago during yet another rain delay when we were made to fill, and my producer, the excellent Adam Mountford, said, why don't you and Alistair Cook and Andy Zaltzman, and I think it might have been Stefan Schemmelt, yes it was, try and select the England team against Australia for the 2027 Ashes. Okay. Why did we do that? Why didn't we do the next Ashes?
Well, is the implication that we've got no hope in Australia, so we'll just skip that one?
I think that might have been. It was sort of sotto voce, but yeah. Can't beat the fielder this time. Patel moving well to his left to cut off what would otherwise have been another boundary.
He's a good fielder, isn't he, Patel? They get him in the positions where he's likely to see the most action. Absolute live wire there. More runs saved.
Donald's just going to be a little careful though here, because he's just dropped short a couple of times, and Compton likes the cut. So another fielder's going to come across from the leg side. Just strengthen that offside cordon. Coming to short extra, I like that, to stop the dab and run. Allows the 2 points to be right on the edge of the circle. Just offering up a bit of width there, Dunn.
Compton starting to tick over nicely. 19 now from 27 balls. Hasn't really played a shot in anger. Tends to use the pace of the ball rather than put a huge amount of weight behind his own shots.
Yeah, they've not come after the Surrey bowlers, have they? As you
not
say,
really.
they're very much waiting, and
I think that's no surprise from Compton, but Bell Drummond 12 off 20. It's not the characteristic start you would expect from him.
Well, they've only got another 13 balls of power play left. Oh, that's going to run away for 4. Just straying onto the pads from Dunn. Just a little bit wayward on that occasion. He's finished his 4th over. None for 21. 34 without, or 38 without loss, I should say.
We've seen that a few times from Dunn. Just slightly loses action, and the ball sprays down the leg side. And Bell Drummond just got enough bat on that to send it down to the fine leg boundary.
Well, I imagine we'll see a change. I think a change was probably coming from the Vauxhall end anyway. 2 more overs of power play left. Will it be McKerr? Will it be Jordan Clark, who has been very much, I suppose, preserved against Leicestershire when Surrey really could have done with a wicket? He was kept out of the attack, only bowled the 5 overs.
Yeah, it was expensive. I think he went for 10s in those 5 overs, 50 from his 5. But
it's a bit unlucky, to be fair.
Yeah,
you know, a few inside edges.
And this is a relatively inexperienced Surrey attack. He does need to be the leader of this attack, I would say. He's the player who plays most cricket. He's a fulcrum of their red ball side. Played a handful of their T20s as well.
So I'm a little surprised if we don't see him at some point in the power play. Might be the next over. One more, and only one more. Yeah, so we ended up trying to get this team together for 2027. I assumed shoehorned in mostly Surrey players, of course.
Of course. Well, most of them will be playing for Surrey by then anyway. So.
Yeah. Well, weirdly enough, I think I had left out Dan Lawrence. So Jamie Smith was a must. Ollie Pope was a must.
You say Jamie Smith's a must, though. There's quite a lot of competition for that keeping slot. The other Ollie Robinson's doing some pretty amazing things for Durham.
Oh, I didn't have him as keeper.
Oh, okay. And then the keeper's obviously James Rue at Somerset.
James Rue, well, he was in.
Who goes about his cricket not in the most Bazball way. He's probably a little bit more like Ben Foakes in the.
He got 190 balls the other day.
Oh, he can absolutely do it, but his strike rate in red ball cricket is, I think, in the late 40s.
Yes, but we sort of picked him on fantasy as much as anything else. You know, because he's 19 and he's hit 6 centuries this season, albeit one of them was in a declaration cause and one of them was in a 50-over game. But when you see numbers like that, you then project onto it, you sort of imagined qualities of Bradman or George Headley. Okay, that's a really good bit of fielding. I'm not sure whether or not Patel's saved any runs there, because I think mid-on may have got round to his left, but just as a general point of principle, he's done beautifully.
He's almost single-handedly putting the squeeze on Kent here. That's 4 or 5 stops in the first. How many overs have we had now? 9 overs. The ball just seems to be gravitating towards him.
And just 3 singles off that 9th over, and you've got 10 wickets in hand. And the batter's coming at you, you'd imagine. So it isn't going to be Jordan Clark. It looks like it's going to be Conor McKerr. He's going to bowl the last over of the power play. And this is quite a key over here, because they've got a nice platform, Kent. They've not got away from Surrey, only 41 runs from the first 9 overs, but they've got one last over before Surrey can put their field out.
I think if my memory is correct, Conor McKerr spent a bit of time on loan at Kent.
Yeah,
so
correct, yeah.
You should know these two fairly well. Of course, they'll know him fairly well too, and we'll know where they might want to target him. McKerr wasn't really finding his line and length against Leicestershire. Quite easily picked off by Kimber and Mulder on that day.
Well, again, I think he was a little bit of a victim of those short boundaries, because he likes to have the option to be able to go short. And the problem with that boundary was that you could miss hit, as you say, you could miss hit 6s quite easily. I mean, we saw a couple of shots hit to the fielder on the boundary, and they had to scamper the single.
Yeah,
because it went so fast.
Yeah, certainly an unforgiving day for the bowlers. This feels more like an even contest, I would say.
He's got that away. That's going to be 4. Fine legs up inside the circle. And that ball is perhaps more appropriate after 10 overs have been bowled. With fine leg up, all Compton had to do was avoid that fine leg, and it was going to run away for 4 in front of a pretty well populated Galladari stand. Looking around this ground here at the moment.
We've got a good crowd in, haven't we?
It's really good.
Weather set fair. Why wouldn't you come down?
It's August. It's a time for watching cricket. You wouldn't necessarily know that. And they could come back for 2 here. That's really good running, because that wasn't too far away. The fielder down on the boundary in front of the T20 dugouts, near the groundsman's hut.
Ben Compton's already got 100 in this year's competition. 103 off 137 balls in their 2-run win over Yorkshire in a rain-affected contest. I think that strike rate of 75 is probably about what you can expect from Compton. He plays the kind of old-school anchor role.
Well, he's another guy who's a very late developer. We're talking about Spencer Johnson. What was his breakthrough season? Was it 2 years ago?
Compton's big run scoring season was last year.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was last year when he nearly got to 1,000 runs in May. And
Yeah.
he was a recipient of a terrible LBW decision that, had it not happened, he would have carried his bat in both innings. Do you remember? And I don't think anybody has ever done that and scored over 100.
It does ring a bell, yeah. I mean, he's got a phenomenal first-class record, averaging 49 from 39 games.
The fact fact he's only played 39 games. It's quite something, because he's not a young man, isn't Ben Compton?
No, he was on the played 2's cricket for Kent, 2's cricket for Nottinghamshire. Made a huge amount of runs in league cricket. Couldn't quite get that contract, and then it all exploded last year off the back of a winter away in Zimbabwe, where he made huge amounts of runs.
He played in the first class setup there, yeah?
Yeah. I think if you were being critical, or you might point to the fact that first class average is perhaps boosted by playing in Zimbabwe, where the standard isn't quite as high. But he's turned himself into a very old school obdurate opener of the type that we don't see too many around, and we probably won't see too many doing this for England in the near future.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be for England, does it? You can make a perfectly good career in professional cricket. There's still a requirement for that kind of player. The power play, first power play, is done and dusted. Umpire signalling that we are in power play 2. Now what this means is that Surrey can put 4 players outside the circle, and then they get a 5th one in overs 41 to 50. So 47 without loss. Feels like a good platform, but at the same time, Surrey will be saying to themselves that Kent have not got away.
Yeah, I guess even Stevens, Surrey would have hoped for a breakthrough in the power play, but they've certainly kept Kent under wraps. It's just tricky to know what a good target is on this pitch, and Kent obviously opted to bat.
Well, there's definitely assistance for the spinners, isn't there? We've seen a few turn. They're not ragging, it's not dusty, it's not exploding, there aren't cracks in it, but there is assistance. And Moriarty's going to continue. Moriarty has a slightly deceptive approach to the crease, because he starts bowling like a man who's not actually going to continue bowling. He starts and then stops and then continues.
Well, we've seen 2 left-arm spinners bowling from that end, but they go about it in very different ways, don't they?
Yeah.
You'd say Majid is the more aesthetically pleasing of the 2, but Moriarty is certainly effective.
This is a confusing thing, though. I wonder if we could just take a look at this. See if our producer Jake can get onto this. You look at Moriarty as he approaches. Now he's going to come in like a bit of urgency, and then, oh, actually I can't be bothered. Oh, no, I can. That's another great stop at square leg. Rather got Moriarty out of trouble there. It was a bit too short.
That was his worst ball so far. Lucky to escape with a dot there.
Here we see him. So, oh, I should have a go. Oh no, I'm just thinking. It's a very intriguing idiosyncrasy. He's picked up the wicket. Compton's got to go. He's just chipping that to mid-wicket. Moriarty makes a breakthrough. Doesn't matter how you run it and bowl, does it? If batters are going to proffer little catches like that. And I think he's got Patel to thank for that, because the ball before was smashed by Compton, but he couldn't beat the fielder. And then he's tried to get on top of that one, and instead he's just planted a simple catch into the hands of mid-wicket.
You're absolutely right, Dan. That's a great example of what excellent fielding can do for a bowler. Compton will be really frustrated. He'd done the hard work, and that's a soft dismissal, really. He's come down the wicket and just chipped the ball straight to Rory Burns, who has a simple catch.
Do you know what that was? That was the exact mirror image of Steve Smith getting out to Moeen Ali at Headingley this year.
Absolutely, and yeah, and a similar reaction.
A very similar reaction, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, a few words for himself as he's walking off the pitch there, clearly frustrated.
Yeah, it's not the best ball he's bowled either, but you just got the feeling that Compton was frustrated from not having smashed the previous ball away. He's danced down the wicket, which perhaps isn't necessarily the core of his game.
That's it, and you know, we said he plays the anchor role, but 27 off 41, strike rate of 66, you're out of the power play. You do have to get a move on. I think that was an example of Compton trying to put his foot on the accelerator, but not necessarily that being his game.
Yep.
It's not an approach that comes naturally to him.
And getting rid of the left-hander, of course, now means that Surrey have got 2 right-handers to bowl at. New batter coming in. They're into the second power play, so they've got more protection on the boundaries. And suddenly 47 without loss after 10, which looks like a good platform, now looks like a little bit of a moribund start at 48 for 1. The leading's underway straight away. Finds that gap square of the wicket, which has been left there, I suppose, to encourage that shot and maybe bring slip into play for the ball that turns and gets the outside edge. Slip comes out though for Bell Drummond. So that completes a decent over from Dan Moriarty. Made the breakthrough, just 2 runs from the bat, 49 for 1, 11 overs gone.
Yeah, so Jack Leaning joining Daniel Bell Drummond at the crease now. Kent's captain today. Hasn't got a score so far in the tournament. Scores of 14, 25, 12, so a few starts, but nothing of note. One of the experienced players in this lineup who Kent will be looking to take them, well, what would you say? 270, 280?
Well,
It's kind of got that feel to it.
You feel it's got to be that. You know, Surrey have lost 13 players, as we know, to the 100, but they've got some very experienced batters. They've got an international top 3. Sibley and Burns there, Foakes.
Interesting. So Majid back into the attack.
Did McCurr just pull the 1 over there?
Just the 1 over. Majid, who's none for 9 of his 3 overs so far.
Can you smell some delicious food smells?
Toast? I'm getting toast rather than...
Oh, toast.
That's bad news,
That's,
isn't it?
yeah, that's a sign of an encroaching stroke. That.
Yeah.
I can smell casserole.
What's that a sign of?
I don't know. It's very concerning. Oh, it's our producer. He can't be making a casserole behind us, surely. What are you doing, Jake? Let's have a look. Is it a pot noodle? He's brought in, I think he's microwaved some extraordinary food concoction. Lasagna.
Okay,
quarter to
not
12.
a million miles away from casserole.
Now, what is the thinking here, Jake? Just a 1 over from Conor McCurr. Spin at the new batter. Is that the plan?
It looks a hard pitch to get going on, doesn't it? And I don't think they want any loose deliveries from the seamers who haven't quite found their line and length to get them going. Interesting, they spin from both ends. Spins, as we said, is going to play a huge part. They've already used up, this is the 7th over of spin that they'll have used.
In theory, they've got 30, haven't they?
With Cam Steele as well, yeah.
Now, Cam Steele's a perfectly splendid bowler, but whether they want to use him for all 10, I'm not sure. And we still haven't seen Jordan Clark yet.
They've decided this is a crucial passage of play. I'd say these are probably, in this 11, Kent's 2 leading batters. Certainly Bell Drummond is the prized wicket.
Well, this should just be 1 more. So, Yusuf Majid's doing really well here. 4 overs, none for 11. And Surrey spinners are tying down Kent somewhat after 12 overs, 51 for 1. Time for our first change in the commentary box. After some more thoughts from Jo Harman, it's going to be the analyst, Simon Hughes, for the first time today.
So yeah, a steady rather than explosive start from Kent here. Almost an old school approach to the 50 over format, which we don't see so much of these days. But I think the used pitch and some tight bowling from Surrey spinners kind of kept them under wraps so far.
Morning, yes, I think it has, and I can see why they're using spin actually, because it's turning as well, and keeping the scoring rate pretty much in check. I think maybe, just listening to your conversation there, Joe, about why they're bowling spin, I think perhaps they feel that it's not the quickest pitch, and maybe the quicker bowlers will be harder to score off when the ball's a bit softer. And the spinners, meanwhile, are getting some purchase, although that wasn't a very good ball from Moriarty. It was slightly short and beautifully put away by Bell Drummond there. He just rocked onto the back foot and swatted that away through mid-wicket. Brilliant shot.
Yeah, he's been tight so far, Moriarty, but he's just lost his length there.
Yeah, it's a slow pitch, isn't it? And the thing about the oval is that if you bowl short, it sits up and says hit me. It doesn't skid through like on some grounds. It really does bounce at a nice, consistent height when it's short. That's why a lot of batters like batting it, basically, because you can trust the bounce.
Matt Parkinson's going to be licking his lips at this surface, isn't he? He gets a chance to bowl later.
Yeah, although of course he's not someone who gets a lot of bounce, but definitely, obviously he's a good spinner, so you're right. I mean, it'll be a worn pitch by then as well, so yeah, I would have thought he just needs some runs to bowl with, doesn't he? That's well bowled. Just kept coming at him slightly there, varying his pace pretty well. So what's he gone for? 17 from 4 overs, Moriarty. And Majid the other end, 2 left-arm spinners. It's good to see 2 left-arm spinners, I think. I like it. Seeing spin open the bowling in 50-over cricket.
And do you think we're seeing 50-over cricket, to me, feels more and more like T20 cricket? There seems to be a narrowing of the gap, and maybe this is another example that we often see spinners open up in T20, and why not in 50-over cricket?
Yeah, quite. In fact, I was at the 1992 World Cup when we saw it for the first time. Deepak Patel, who used to play for Worcester, opening the bowling for New Zealand in that tournament. It was quite a successful experiment as well. Down the wicket, and that's a crisp shot from Jack Leaning there, just finding the gap. Over extra cover, deliberately hit, probably over Rory Burns there at short extra cover. Lovely shot, shortish boundary there.
Yeah, Leaning's first boundary, looks a nice touch there. Lovely footwork.
So that's 60 odd for 1 now in the 14th over. So run rate not rapid at the moment, 4.6. They want to try and get that up. This is the time to do it, really, with the field spread a bit more now. And the better batters in. Try and keep the score rotated, the strike rotated. Also left hand, no, I was going to say left hand, right hand, but of course Ben Compton's out, so it's 2 right-handers, which is another reason why they've got left arm spin at both ends, probably.
Majid's got a nice smooth action, hasn't he?
I like him, yeah. He's a nice bowler. He bowled that first couple of overs well, and he was pretty daunting, opening the bowling to 2 pretty high recognised players in this format, in front of quite a decent crowd at the Oval as well. Yeah, he's got some definite loop there. It's good to see. Giving it a bit of air.
And looks like he's got a nice quicker ball too, which is essential these days in any spin bowler's armour in short form cricket. But yeah, it's a really nice, encouraging crowd in. I think even my guess is more than we saw for Leicestershire last week, which was also a good crowd.
Actually, there was a lot of people outside this morning when I got here. The trains are a bit mucked up today with various strikes, so I got here about 10:30, and there was a lot of people outside, slowly processing in.
Yeah, it's really good to see. I mean, there's not a huge amount of cricket at the Oval over the next few weeks, so the precious few opportunities the crowd are going to turn up. The members is packed, as you'd usually expect here. But yeah, it's really good to see, and it's great for the competition as well, which doesn't always get the recognition, the coverage that it probably deserves, but it really still means a lot to county fans particularly those who aren't hugely enamoured by what else is going on at the moment.
Actually, I like this cup because you do see some new young players get a chance, and there were moments in the last couple of years where teams have got 4 or 5 debutants, and it's always good to see that opportunity. I just remember the chance that you often bring players in one-day cricket first to see how they handle the pressure, and it's not so it's not such a big commitment in a way playing a one-day game than a 4-day match. I made my debut for Middlesex in one-day cricket, and it's quite daunting, but it's exciting at the same time.
And there's a sprinkling of stardust around as well. We've got Prithvi Shaw doing some pretty incredible things for Northampton.
Definitely.
And it might not be as trendy anymore, but I still enjoy the 50 over format. There's a nice flow to the game that you don't get with T20 or the 100.
Well, and you mentioned it's almost like an extension of the T20 game, and I know Owen Morgan looks at it like that. It's almost like 2 20 over games with a 10 over bit added on at the end, really, and you can play like that throughout. You've got the power play similar idea, field settings are similar. The only difference is you only allowed 4 men, I think, back, aren't you, in this phase, whereas in T20 you've got 5 men on the boundary throughout the remainder of the innings.
We've got some white ball internationals to follow that this summer, of course. They've got New Zealand in T20s and ODIs. I wouldn't be surprised if they picked the same squad for both and just pick the World Cup squad essentially and say play some T20 cricket.
Yes, actually, we're going to show viewers in a minute the opportunity to get into the ballot for those internationals here next year. Defended off the last ball there, so 71 from 15 overs. Bell Drummond 28, leaning almost a run a ball.
So when do you think, your point, Simon, about waiting for the ball to soften a bit before they bring seamers back into the attack, when would you expect that to be the case?
Sort of 20-25 overs.
Yeah.
You might hope, although I know they get 2 new balls now, but you might hope to get a bit of reverse swing as well, because it's dry, and the ball might just get scuffed a little bit. It's very green outfield, but the pitch can scuff the ball a bit, and especially they're bowling spin as well, so the ball will get roughed up, and it's that's straight through Rory Burns. That might make it to the boundary. Yes, slightly fortuitous boundary there for Bell Drummond. I think probably Rory Burns wish he did a bit better there.
Yeah.
Not quite sure why he missed that.
Majid dropped a little bit short, but you'd expect more from your fielder there. We've seen some great fielding from Ryan Patel so far in this innings. Not so hot from Rory Burns on that occasion.
Like many spinners in the modern era, he's got Majid has got an action where the arm is just beyond the vertical. But that's true of so many spinners now. They're not as round arm as many used to be, and they don't get the drift quite as much as some would have done.
And that would potentially make him not quite as threatening in red ball cricket?
Potentially, but actually there's generally a feeling that spinners need to get as much bounce as they do turn, and you get that from coming over the top of the ball rather than round the side of the ball, releasing it from over the top, and that can sometimes cause your action to be over the top as well, beyond the vertical or beyond the perpendicular. I grew up watching the brilliant Derek Underwood for Kent, who was actually started as a faster bowler. He started as a seamer really, but over time obviously developed as a spinner. But he was quick. He bowled flat. He bowled 60 odd miles an hour as well. But he was quite round arm, so he got got that swing into the batter and then the spin away.
There are often those conversations about which older players would do well in the T20 game these days. If they were still around, Derek Underwood, it'd have been collecting some money on the franchise circuit, wouldn't he?
Would. Yeah. I mean, he would have been like Sunil Narine. He would have been universally successful wherever he went. I mean, he had absolute deadly quicker ball. Well, that's why he was known as deadly. He was known as deadly because his quicker ball was like about 70 miles an hour. It came straight through you. So this is Cameron Steele coming on to bowl now. Bowling, I assume, his leg breaks. It looks like he's...
yeah, he bowled nicely against Leicestershire last week. I think he picked up a couple of wickets from memory. A little bit expensive towards the end of his spell.
It's a fairly horrible start, but he's got away with it.
So yeah, intriguing. We've seen all three of Surrey's spinners inside the first 17 overs. I don't think we'd have expected that at the start of today's play.
No, you're right, and it's funny, but I've seen a lot of cricket here this summer, and whether it's test match or one-day match, all the pitches have looked dry. They're green on top. There's a good covering of grass, but they're very dry underneath and giving spinners a lot of opportunity if they get the chance to bowl. Because the Surrey seamers have done so well this year that they haven't needed spin too much.
And they've got such depth in their seam attack. They don't really need to rotate bring the spinner on to rotate the seamers because they've got so many of them, packed with all-rounders. Hugely difficult side to beat in red ball cricket. Bat deep as well.
Yeah, fantastic side. I mean, they're international quality. Oh dear, that's a bit of a pie, and actually a complete miscue as well by Jack Leaning. He probably wanted to put that in the stand, but it's just skewed off the bottom edge.
Yeah, he's a little lucky to conceded 4 from 4 balls, but could easily be 10, I would say, given the two half trackers really. And it's more like it from Steele there. Found a good length.
It's a nice classy steer into the offside. Makes a nice sound off his bat, leaning when he strokes the ball like that.
But it's good to see a game where spinners are really getting their opportunities. We've got a World Cup in India to come. Spin will play a huge part there, and England haven't got a huge amount of white ball spin options. Rian Ahmed pushing hard. Adil Rashid, we obviously hope is fit.
So here's the instructions for the ballot for 2024, the international matches here at the Kia Oval. The first game is the 30th of May, England men against Pakistan, T20. Then England women play New Zealand in international T20 on the 13th of July, and then it's the test match, back to traditional times for the Oval test match against Sri Lanka, and that's the 6th, the 10th of September. And if you want to register your interest, you can click on that QR code on the screen to register your interest for the ballot for those international matches. You can also go to the kiaoval.com website as well to register the same thing. So those are the 3 big matches here in 2024. The international T20 against Pakistan at the end of May, mid-July for the women against New Zealand. You can have a look at that again. Mid-July for the women against New Zealand, T20, and then the test match against Sri Lanka between the 6th and the 10th of September. So you can click on that QR code or go to the kiaoval.com website.
So the Oval test match at a more familiar time of year.
Yes. It seems so odd, doesn't it, to be here in early August and we've already had the Oval test match. I think, what a test match as well, but it seems weird that, I mean, that whole Ashes was over in a blur, and it actually left a lot of people, people I know who've been watching it and following it or been to it, they're almost sort of they feel a bit bereft now because it's kind of drawn them in and there was so much kind of interest, and now they're kind of feeling a bit lost.
Absolutely. I think it's messed with our body clock slightly. This week when I was in the office, there was lots of rain. It felt like the end of the cricket season.
I heard an interview with Zach Crawley the other day, actually, saying, people sort of expressing surprise that he had turned out for the London Spirit in the second of the 100 games, and he said, well, I am exhausted, and it was incredibly thrilling to be part of the Ashes, but I just want to play cricket, and that's good attitude. I think it's good to hear that he just wants to get out there and play, and I think that's important. And sometimes you can almost feel exhausted because everybody says you should be, and actually you can just get through and carry on playing.
Also, for someone like Zach, who has had his struggles for runs in recent times, and now he's in sublime form, you just want to keep playing, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
See, he's talking about hoping to get into England's white ball sides in the near future as well.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there's an opportunity there, isn't there? With Hales retired, Jason Roy, still pretty good, but not necessarily an automatic pick. There's some opportunity there, I reckon. Conor McKerr back into the attack after that couple of overs from Majid.
Yeah, you'd think Crawley's approach is, if we're talking about 50 over cricket, ideal for that. Power play plays in a similar vein to Roy and Bairstow, who have done such incredible things for Morgan's side, and will hope to do so again in India for Jos Buttler's team in the 50 over World Cup. But Crawley might have to bide his time. There's a lot of batting talent.
Yeah, there is a lot of batting talent, and I'm a big fan of Jason Roy. Short ball there from Conor McKerr, but just put away straight to deep square leg by leaning.
Kent have missed out on a few 4 balls in the last couple of overs. But Leaning's up and running, 20 off 22 balls. He's looking good so far. He's found it easier to score than Bell Drummond or Ben Compton, who was the first wicket to fall.
Yeah, Compton went for 27, caught by Rory Burns off Moriarty, the left-arm spinner. Bell Drummond has looked good so far as well. Comes from not far away from here, actually. Bell Drummond, he's a Beckenham boy, I think, isn't he? Steered into the offside that time. Conor McKerr, this is now
Cam Steele
bowling his leg spin. Yeah.
So we get to see Jordan Clark come into the attack. You'd think he's got a big role to play. Most experienced member of this attack. But so far, spin is doing a fine job. They could do with another spinner, I think.
Is there another one?
I don't think we have.
Anybody else who can? Rory Burns, does he bowl a bit of spin? No, he bowls little seamers, I think.
Yeah. Oh well, Sibley. Sibley's leggies.
I mean, it's not turning massively, so it's not like a raging bunter or anything.
No. We're looking forward to seeing Hamadullah Quadri later as well. He's highly thought of at Kent. Played a bit of under-19 cricket.
Oh, is it? Told it's raining apparently out there. There was a sort of shower or two forecast today. Doesn't seem to be. Well, that was an amazing piece of cricket. That totally deceived Ben Foakes. I'm afraid that's going to go down as byes. And, well, Foakes sort of holds up his hand in apology there to the bowler. But, well, the batsman totally deceived everybody, including the wicketkeeper, and he managed to pick up 4 extras for it.
looking at the replay now, it was almost like a dummy shot.
It was.
Yeah. Was going to hit it, thought better of it, then does he have a little dab at the end?
Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. That's a good reply after that slightly erroneous attempt at a sweep. He's absolutely flat batted that one through extra cover. Beautiful timing. In fact, leaning into it with all his force and timing. In fact, it was Bell Drummond. Good shot anyway. Hi. Cameron's here. Cam Ponsonby's here, replacing Jo Harman in the second commentator's chair, with Kent on 97 for 1. What have you made it so far?
Well, I've been a bit caught up in the atmosphere downstairs, actually. Outside, there's a very, very healthy crowd in, and there's a kind of the general cricketing kind of hum going around the ground. It's been lovely.
That's the 50 partnership between Bell Drummond and Jack Leaning. Drummond on 41. Leaning's made 23 of those. Drummond is looking ready to fire here. He had that absolute bullet-like drive in the last over, and he's playing deft shots as well. Yeah, it's a good crowd, isn't it? I mean, it's good for a Friday afternoon with all the cricket we've had so far. You'd say it's third full, would you? Even maybe getting on for not a half full, but
I think the word on the street was sorry, our producer director John ran past earlier, and he said at that point around 45 minutes ago there was just over 5,000 in the ground. That's expected to kind of grow further throughout the day, but it's especially looking from our position in the kind of commentary box, the pavilion's full, the Galadari stand to the left filling up also. I've greatly enjoyed. Daniel Bell Drummond's one of those players who, for me, I kind of have almost a false impression of him, because whenever I've seen him, he's always scored loads of runs. So I kind of check his stats. And go, he must be averaging about 50, 60. He's just turned 30, and he's had a very productive, if not domestic career at least, averaging low 30s. Never quite managed to put together red and white ball form at the same time.
Yeah, and I thought you know, when he first came on and played well, I thought he had a real chance of England representation, but he's one of those openers that I think came through that period the last 10 years or so. That's 100 for Kent, by the way, in the 20th over. It came through that period, the sort of last 10 years or so, where opening the batting in county cricket was tough, wasn't it? You had to bat in the early season and the ball was zipping around, and it was much better to bat sort of 4 or 5. Shot, that's 4. Not actually completely timed, it's sort of plugged a bit, but it'll make it. Yeah, it's far too short. That's generally been McKerr's problem in his short spell today. Just a few too many banged in halfway down, and it's sitting up here at the Oval. It's pulled in the cut shot, probably the easiest ones to play.
He scored a century against kind of the touring Australians, I believe, either in 2013 or 2015. There was he had the big ups of potentially the next kind of England opener.
Yeah. And I think it was an interesting story as well, because the last player of Caribbean origin, black player to play for England was, I think, Michael Carberry, of course. I was going to say Alex Tudor. Michael Carberry was the last, so there's a sort of dwindling line, isn't there, which he would have continued.
I know I believe he's got strong links to Catford Cricket Club, I believe, Catford Cyphers.
And Beckenham is quite involved down there, I think, as well.
No, he's been, it's quite interesting. You see statistics, yearly statistics, kind of there's a very fruitful first-class year, and then given how the rotation of England openers we've had over the past decade, you kind of would always need to string together a season and a half, and that would kind of get you there. But he's batting fantastically well here.
I like that shot. I think that's really good cricket from Jack Leaning. He just steered it into the gap. No fuss, because Drummond at the moment is on a bit of a roll. He's hitting some strong shots on both sides of the wicket. So Leaning just feeding him the strike.
A very quick wide given by the umpire there, so putting an end to any appeals down the leg side.
I don't think I've ever seen Ben Foakes deceived like he was in that last over before, going down the leg side for an expected sweep and then being deceived by the ball just going straight through to third man for 4.
Well, he was almost too quick in his kind of predictive
anticipation.
And anticipation's the best word, yes. And he was going there to cut off that paddle sweep.
Attempted sweep.
Only for Bell Drummond to be deceived, and the ball wasn't quite where he wanted it.
No. So he just gave up, didn't he? The batsman just stopped playing the shot. It was extraordinary. Just almost like it was a sort of last second leave, and it earned his team 4 runs. There he is again, just threading the ball into that gap, leaning on the offside. Three men out on the leg side for Bell Drummond. Sort of quite an inviting gap over Rory Burns' head at mid-wicket. Cam Steele 0 for 17 from his 3 overs.
I was discussing with a colleague downstairs, or he would just see the replay of Daniel Drummond's.
That's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, that's just comedy. It's brilliant. It's in a way the batsman earned his. He earned the team some runs there by conning the keeper totally. And
it's quite a clever way. I doubt Daniel Drummond has ever thought of doing that before.
No.
But I wonder if he'll ever try it again now. If he sees the leg, he chuck one up outside off stump and go, if I show for the paddle sweep here, all I need to do is leave the ball.
I wonder what all those Ben Foakes supporters would think of it. They'll be disappointed, won't they? All those campaigners who've been saying all along, Ben Foakes is the best keeper in England and should be in the Test side. And I'm not disputing that, by the way. I mean, he is probably the best keeper in the country.
You're a brave man to be saying this on the Surrey live stream.
I know he's a very, very good keeper, exceptional keeper, but everybody's fallible. And Bairstow, I think, his keeping has been better than this series, and I have a lot of sympathy for him because he was a decent keeper. He wasn't quite in Foakes' league before, but he was a decent keeper, and because of his horrific injury, that's a quick ball from McCurr there, as Leaning tried to uppercut it. Following his very severe injury, Bairstow's certainly not as mobile and dexterous as he was, but I think he could get back there to how he was 2 years ago. Which is still maybe not as good as Foakes overall, but everybody's, as we saw with that incident there, everybody's fallible. And I think what they really did, the England selectors, is they picked Bairstow for his attitude and impact as a player, even actually as a keeper. He's someone who's sort of he makes comments at batsmen. He's sort of a slightly annoying character to play against in a good way. You know, he's kind of someone who's a bit prickly and can sort of slightly upset some batsmen, and that all kind of adds together to create this very impactful cricketer. Obviously, he's a brilliant batsman. You see, I think I'm still of the opinion that's a good shot on the up. He's probably not going to make it all the way, actually, because it's quite slow, isn't it, the outfield? But it's a nice bit of timing, anyway. If it had been somebody else who'd strayed out of his crease at the end of the over, I'm not sure Alex Carey would have rolled this ball at the stumps. But because Bairstow's the kind of character who tries that kind of thing to other players and can sometimes get not up people's noses, but he's someone who can be quite irritating to the opposition. And there are cricketers like that, and they're just naturally belligerent and a bit pugnacious and can sometimes annoy opponents. And I think sort of just spontaneously Carey did that roll at the stumps because of who it was batting. If it had been Joe Root or Ben Stokes or somebody, I don't think he would have in the same way somehow.
But I do agree to an extent in that kind of Bairstow's very quick walk out of the crease. It was a kind of statement of character. You're kind of owning your area and saying, this is where I'm batting, this is kind of all my area to control. And the only way to kind of, from an Australian point of view, to stop that and say kind of wind your neck in was to roll the ball at the stumps.
It's 50 for Daniel Drummond, and well played. A lovely little deft glide to the third man area, and a really lovely innings as well, actually. Fluent, some good shots on either side of the wicket. That extra cover drive a couple of overs ago, probably the pick, and it's a 50 from 57 balls as well, with more to come, I reckon.
He's been having a fantastic season this year, Drummond. He injured himself very recently, and kind of he's only had 2 innings since that 100 he had in the county championship. But he's in a remarkable run of form when you think he scored a T20 100 on the 23rd of June, and then 3 days later he scored a triple century in Red Bull cricket. And that's always what all these players talk about, is the hardest skill is transferring from one format to the other. It's been quite surprised he's not been making it into the London Spirit side. I think it's only a kind of...
Is it because Zach Crawley's come back?
It is. I think two of your nailed on domestic players are Zach Crawley and Dan Lawrence as skipper. And when that's 2 of the top 3, you need to fit in your bowlers and your wicket keepers, then Daniel Drummond is the one to miss out. And he's kind of proving his quality of why he was in that selection, why he was selected in that squad in the first place here, because he has been batting beautifully well.
Well, this is Jordan Clark, I think, isn't it? Shot. Square cut onto the offside. Yeah, that's Drummond's 23rd List A 50. And I'm just looking, you said, Cam, there about his recent scores. I mean, looking down his recent scores, his last 6 scores, 50 not out now, 38, 12 not out in T20, 300 not out, 111 and 69 not out. So, I mean, he's been undefeated 3 times out of his last 6, 4 times now out of his last 6 innings, and made a stack of runs. He's in the form of his life.
He's one of those players, I bracket him with Saud Shakil from Pakistan players I've only ever seen score runs. So in my head, in the World 11, you have Daniel Drummond at 1, Saud Shakil coming in at 5. Forget all these kind of Kohlis and Davidias and Steve Smiths of the world.
It's a really good start, this by Kent. 115 for 1. Really good platform, not even halfway through the innings, so on target for 300 plus. But I mean, mind you, been some high scores in this competition, haven't there, in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, it has. I was talking to a colleague about this downstairs, because obviously Surrey have bowled a lot of spin, and they've had 400 matches go through this. So if you think that's kind of around about 130 overs, give or take, if every match plays to completion, and that's a day and a half into a test match. So on the one hand, you're saying, right, this is a bit of an older wicket, we're going to bowl a lot of spin. Whereas if we're halfway through day 2 of the test here, there we go, it's the best time to bat. And kind of that kind of difference and that kind of contradiction we were down here last week for the opening game against Leicestershire. Surrey put on 320. We were way over, kind of to the right, to the left of the pavilion. Really one side really short. 320 seemed a lot, but it also seemed like the type of score that could disappear very quickly if players kind of targeted that short side. And Leicester did that kind of in brutal manner at the end of Louis Kimber. As you said, Kent have found it very difficult to control the opposition so far in their tournament, so I imagine they'll need north of 300 to be competitive.
Yeah, well, I reckon 350 or so, really, probably. Especially with the Surrey knowing their own ground, got some high-class players, fairly inexperienced Kent bowling attack. Although it's an interesting bowling attack, the Kent attack. It's kind of drawn from all sorts of different places, isn't it? Well, we'll see later them in action, but they've got a Zimbabwean, an Afghanistani, a Lancastrian, an Australian, quite a mixture. Shot. Oh, well stopped. It's like a pinball machine.
He's timing the ball fantastically well, and Ryan Patel there had no option but to field it properly. Otherwise it would have struck him square in the chest.
You're too young to know what pinball is, are you? Have you ever seen a pinball machine?
Well, I've seen the electronic ones on Mum and Dad's desktop when I was growing up. It was a fantastic game. You play that for hours. And also Ted was the other game online on the desktop. You had to wait for obviously the dial-up to start working. You couldn't be on the phone at the same time. I'm not that young. I'm wise and old.
I don't think so. Well, you might be wise, but you're certainly not old. Pinball was good fun, actually. Sort of let go of the ball and you fired it out of its sort of holder thing, the trigger, pulled the trigger, and it pinged out and bounced all around the table and bounced off various sort of rubber barriers, sort of Springer things, and finished up ringing a few sounds as it bounced around. Silly game.
My grandparents had the homemade one where you fired it up and they had all, it wasn't a pinball, but you had like nails into the board.
That's called bagatelle, I think.
Whatever it was called, I enjoyed it greatly.
Yeah, we played that as well, you're right. You fired a little silver ball out, and it ended up in a hole. That's a powerful shot, my goodness me. It's a pretty bad ball, actually, to be honest, but wow, it wasn't half deposited through mid-wicket at warp 9 by Jack Leaning.
Goodness me. I think I can't quite make out the fielder at mid-wicket, but I think it's a good thing that he didn't get in the way, truth be told, because that was fired with such power.
Yeah, it was that luck out of a shot out of a gun, that wasn't it?
Luke Griffiths actually on as a substitute. I'll have to confirm that.
He's just generally hasn't been able to find the right length, actually, Conor McCurr. He's either been very short or fractionally over pitched. I think there's something there. If you can just hit that. Jordan Clark, actually, in that last over, got a couple to bounce a bit. Often it's from the pavilion end, there's a bit more. I think that was the end, the end that Chris Woakes bowled very well from in the Test match. And actually so did Pat Cummins, though he didn't get any reward for it. You see again, he's just, that could be out. He definitely got a hand on that. I think maybe Bell Drummond was back, and he was obviously quick to respond there. We can see from the replay here, I reckon, does he leave his crease as the bowler bowls? Yeah, he does. He looks to back up, but he's quick to get back. Ooh, I think that was tight, you know. They haven't, let's just see from the other end then. Do you think he got his bat in before the ball hit the stumps?
Goodness me, from the other angle it looked like he could have just been out.
No one really appealed though, apart from the bowler. Too short again, helped on its way, that's another boundary. That's beautifully flicked away off his hip by Leaning. 38 now off 41 balls.
It's 2 short balls put away in both in very effective but very different manners, and it all depends on the line there. The short ball previously was a bit wider of off stump and Leaning was so quick on it that he was able to power it away in front of square. And then McKerr got a bit straighter, so Leaning was able to wait and just kind of roll it around the corner. It's very much punishing any differences in length.
Oh, that's the length. That's the length and line. And of course it's picked up 2 runs, but if you bowled that a bit more, they'd have to take some other options.
That run-out appeal from McKerr, I think it could be a case of Bell-Drummond may well have been out, but also I think it was still the correct decision. The umpire said not out, because I don't think he was necessarily in a position to be able to know for sure that Bell-Drummond hadn't quite made it back. Third umpire would have been interesting.
He was so early on that, he couldn't do anything with it. I mean, maybe that was a slower bouncer.
I think it was.
But it wasn't, in the end, very pretty cricket, that's for sure. I think it hit him somewhere in the groin area in the end, off the bottom edge. Anyway, it doesn't seem any harm done. 126 for 1 then after 24 overs. Bell-Drummond 51. Jack Leaning on 40. This has been a very productive second wicket stand between these two. 48 for 1 is the loss of Ben Compton, and these two since have been pretty undeterred in the way they've played. Some variable bowling generally, and after this ball I'm going to hand back to Dan Norcross for the next couple of overs. Oh, I'll do one more over, he says. Okay, so 126 for 1, and then it'll be the halfway stage after this over. So what can Kent nudge it up to? Jordan Clark. Well, I wonder if they don't look as if they're going to post a slip here, but the bounce that Clark was getting the last over and the way the batters were playing, I suspect they're looking to try and run him to down to third, and I just wonder if it's worth. I need a wicket here, Surrey. Just wonder if it's worth having a slip in there, or even or even just moving Patel to gully, just to try and put the batsman off, if nothing else, and make him try and hit it somewhere else. He's getting a good line and a good bit of extra bounce from just short of a length. Nicely fielded.
We have a very conventional kind of middle overs one-day field at the moment. A 5-4 field, 3 in the ring on the offside, and a third cover point out on the fence, then mid-wicket mid on the leg side, deep square leg and a fine leg.
You wouldn't have Stokes or McCullum doing this, would you?
Absolutely not. They wouldn't dream of it.
They'd have a short leg in or something, or some mad fielding position. Leg slip.
I think the idea is just Jordan Clark to hold his length and bowl quite straight.
So he's trying to get away, isn't he? And just that's his good bowling actually. He's trying to just make a bit of room and steer it either side of that backward point fielder. And he needs one ball just to bounce a bit more. He'll get an edge.
I think the only kind of alternative you could move your deep square leg round, kind of being in between him and fine leg, and then use that extra man to have a slip and kind of hold your line just outside off stump a bit more if you were attacking that outside edge.
That's too short. That's a wide or no ball, in fact. And actually, I mean, he's got a mid-wicket there. Could we even move mid-wicket to slip just for a couple of balls? Now they're changing the field round.
I assume this is a field for a short ball. It's a overhead height no ball, so they can change the field. It's not a free hit.
Yeah.
So fine leg has come up into the ring. Now we have 2 men posted on that leg side boundary.
Shot. Only one. But good shot for one, that. This is a good over, though. You need a couple of these overs just to stem the flow and make the batsman take a risk or two, just to try and break this partnership. Because they're looking, at the moment, unflustered and scoring at ease.
guess Surrey can argue the flip side of, yes, they're at ease, but can they kind of maintain this holding pattern and let Kent kind of tick along, not worry too much about the wickets, and then starve them till the back end when they want to go a bit nuts. Dan Norcross is sat down next to me. What a treat! What a joy!
That's a technical term, is it? Go a bit nuts.
I think that if you look at the level 2 coaching manual, they actually progress from level 3, but at the level 2 level.
Right. So they don't go through the gears anymore. You go moderately skittish, then you go mildly balmy.
Yeah.
Then you go
berserk, and then you go a bit nuts. No, not
you go berserk,
nuts,
then nuts. Bit nuts, and then berserk. Yep.
Correct.
I like that. Well, halfway stage, 131 for 1. I heard you talking about how Surrey might try and prize a wicket open, break this partnership. And they've certainly decided that today they're going to base their attack a lot around spin. We've seen quite a few overs of spin. Cameron Steele's continuing. Chipped in the air, but it's not going to reach the fielder. Oh, this could be tight, that second run, but no, he's home safely.
I don't think Cameron Steele will be best pleased about 2 runs being managed to be found in that little gap.
Yoz has walked away with my water.
Goodness me.
That was a bit cheeky. Thank you.
Theft in the commentary box. Could you believe it?
Oh, well, I'll tell you that we're still on the hunt at TMS for whoever it was who nabbed Jonathan Agnew's Manuka honey.
What a disgrace. Was it Moeen Ali?
Oh, I don't think it was, although signs point towards him, don't they? If you're wondering what on earth Cam and I are talking about, it's that Moeen Ali was, I believe it was an NHS worker, wasn't it? Who
was indeed.
Saw that Moeen was in distress after the first Test match at Edgbaston with that blood blister. That's been swung away nicely through the pigeons, but it won't reach the boundary. Another couple of runs for Bell Drummond, who's starting to look fluent here and dangerous. And anyway, the NHS worker in question suggested Manuka honey, and hey presto, Moeen Ali was able to finish the series with a bang.
So
nice try that, by the way, by Steele. There was absolutely no way that hit anything at all, but he showed some commitment to the futile appeal there. It's impressive. So yes, we had Manuka honey went missing. We had some goat meat that was purloined by one of the writers.
That's a hell of a sentence.
Yeah, exactly, isn't it? I tell you, there's been a lot going on at TMS. That people don't know about.
So does Jonathan Agnew pack his kind of toothpaste, toothbrush, pants, socks, Manuka honey? Is that the kind of the essentials?
Correct. Absolutely
and
correct.
What purpose is the Manuka honey?
Well, it goes with him wherever he goes.
But does he put it in his hot drinks? Does he have it on toast?
I've not noticed actually where he uses it.
And aren't we all lucky for it?
He might daub it on a sore throat or something. I don't know. I mean, he swears by it.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to keep saying other honeys are available, but
yeah, what is the kind of Manuka's
well, I don't
selling
know.
point? It's differential.
It's got mysterious properties. That's its selling point.
No wonder it's
Check it out. Check it out. Manuka honey. It's particularly antibiotic. It's particularly good at solving infections, and
it's not
apparently.
cheap.
It's not cheap. It's as honeys go.
£75 from Holland and Barrett.
Is it? No wonder he was cheesed off. Although I think he probably does get a steady supply of Manuka honey from manufacturers of Manuka honey, who were delighted to receive the endorsement of the great man.
I hope a large cut of this goes to the bees.
The bees?
Yeah.
The bees? Bees are not materialistic. They're communal animals.
Well, they don't know that their Egmont Manuka honey 1200 plus MGO 250 grams is being sold for £250.
250?
Yeah.
Got away with that
150, I beg your pardon.
Well, nonetheless. Now then, this could be tight, but again, good running from Bell Drummond.
You can buy cheaper options,
Okay.
just so you're aware. I don't want to make a false impression.
I hope so.
Of the going rates of the Manuka.
I mean, maybe I need to get some. If I'd realised it was that expensive, I might have purloined it myself. Now, I've been rather impressed by Jordan Clark in this short spell. He's been held back for reasons I'm not 100% sure about. I think they might be trying to preserve him because Surrey have got 3 very important 4-day county championship matches coming up in September. The first one, I believe, is the 3rd of September against Warwickshire.
Indeed it is. Big
game. And of course they don't have Sean Abbott. Another wide. They're starting to concede a few too many extras here, Surrey. A few wides in the last few overs. There's also, it's highly unlikely, I think, that Kimal Roach is going to come back for family reasons. We wish him the very best, of course. Great servant of this club. So, for unavoidable reasons, Surrey are down 2 of their more potent quick bowlers. It's a nice little dab into the onside. He won't get 2 for it, though, as Jordan Clark is very quick to the ball.
You know, on that, Jordan Clark, of all the seamers on show today, has kind of been able to maintain the most consistent length.
Yeah,
kind of
doesn't drop too short, does he?
Exactly, and he's managed to contain in a way that no one else has. And on that flip side, when you mentioned this kind of idea that they're preserving him for the 4-day games, we got told that last week, and then he opened the bowling, and then
didn't come back, did he? Didn't come back at the back end. He bowled 5 overs, but when Surrey really needed a wicket, and we were wondering, where's Jordan Clark? He didn't come back into the attack, I don't think.
A fine point. And then again today, he's been held back a little bit. But for someone who's been preserved, he's also seeming to be doing a lot of bowling.
Doing some bowling. Maybe he's got some Manuka honey up his sleeve.
Exactly. You can do anything on that.
You really can.
It's going to be on Wilder's banned substances soon.
What's the cheapest Manuka honey you can get?
Well, I think the entry-level Manuka honey, Daniel, is the £12 option, but it is on sale at the moment, down from 25.
Right.
So I think that's probably your best option.
What is Manuka honey, and why does it cost so much more in some places than others?
Oh goodness me, I've got a homework assignment on during. Right.
Yeah.
It has a strong flavour.
All right.
It's characterised as earthy, oily, herbaceous, and florid, rich and complex. That's telling me what it tastes like. It's not telling me what it does.
No. And is it all the same?
So the Manuka tree is indigenous to New Zealand.
Oh my word! So it's got to come a long way.
Australia.
So it's not the most sustainable product.
But today it's produced globally.
Ah. So it's all about the tree, is it?
I believe so. And also they have lots of abbreviations. They've got MGO. They've got UMF.
Oh dear.
So what these words mean, I don't know.
Of course not. Well, they're designed to baffle.
But they're also designed. That's the whole point. The mystery. You get lost in the acronyms.
Well, if any marketing managers of Manuka honey are listening, I'm a pretty desiccated, wretched individual. Steele continues. And therefore, I think I'll be rather a good case study to establish whether or not Manuka honey can do the biz.
I can see a before and an after.
Exactly.
Start of the TMS summer, after the TMS summer.
Yes.
Snapshot of you.
Yes, exactly. I don't understand why more health products don't target the desiccated. Now, lovely use of the feet, and that's gone all the way into the bleachers. That's a fine, fine shot. Driving inside out over extra cover. The 100 partnership comes up, the 150 comes up as well, and that is a really lovely use of the feet, opening up the offside, getting it up and over extra cover. Not taken in the crowd. We've got a very sizable crowd in today. Beaten on the outside edge. Well, that's a great response from Steele. Take another little look at this. If it's been a turn there, there is just a touch, yeah.
That delivery makes the previous shot all the more impressive. There is spin on offer, leading so well to get to the pitch of the ball.
Oh, and then the one that goes the other way. So Cameron Steele showing his bag of tricks here. From the very outset, it was clear that spin was going to be important for Surrey. Oh, now that looks close. Going down. Yes. Umpire not interested. Have a look at that again. If anything, I think that's pitched outside leg. It might have turned back and clipped leg stump. But then another googly. So an impressive over that from Cameron Steele. Apart from that 6 that was hit over deep extra cover, that single brings up Jack Leading's half century from just 56 balls. This has been a good, steady partnership between he and Bell Drummond. But Surrey will be thinking, yes, they've only taken the 1 wicket, but Kent haven't got away yet, and the pitch is playing pretty well.
I've learnt what UMF stands for.
Okay.
Unique Manuka Factor. And it's a quality trademark given to registered licensed beekeepers, who I'm sure you know very well.
Oh, I know a lot of apiarists, yes.
And producers and exporters of genuine Manuka honey.
Genuine Manuka honey. Is there fake Manuka honey out there?
Like you wouldn't believe. It's a scourge.
Well, I can imagine.
All beekeepers.
Well, if you have the elixir of life like that, then there'll be snake oil salesmen, or as I prefer to call them, fake Manuka honey salesmen, and women.
And so, this will be the last Manuka fact of today, I reckon.
Probably. I'm not so sure.
For the benefit of everyone involved.
Well, you can get in touch with us if you know more about Manuka honey. You're at Cam.
I'm at Cameron Ponsonby.
Yes, at Cameron Ponsonby. I'm at Norcross Cricket. On, I still call it Twitter. Because I wanted to ask you this as a young man.
Hello. Yes.
You're a young man.
That is me.
Now, I've established that because I like Twitter more than I like its rebranded name.
Yeah.
If I just update all my other apps except Twitter, I've still got Twitter.
Oh, so yours used to have the old thumbnail, as it were.
Yeah.
So mine updated automatically.
Yeah, well,
they're just holding you back. They don't want to get you on the wrong side. You won't let them.
I won't let them update. No.
Wow.
Oh, that's a bit of a horrid hoik from Bell Drummond, rather losing his shape there. It certainly signals an intent.
I think that makes you an unusually powerful man, because I don't think many people have a say in that. I think they kind of just, it just happens.
That's it. Proof if proof be need be.
Norcross versus Musk, the battle we all knew was going to come.
Yeah, I mean, I play it rather slyly. I'm more like guerrilla warfare when it comes to dealing with tech billionaires. It's been carved away, but it's not going to reach the boundary. There's protection down there at deep third. The former Moriarty. I'm just getting a little sense here, Cameron, that Bell Drummond is ticking. He wants to have a go now. He sees that platform is set. There's 20 odd overs left. He's starting to think, what can we get if we were playing T20 here? Well, 180.
I think he really found a beautiful rhythm about 6 or 7 overs ago now, and kind of the brakes on his innings has been put on slightly. So no necessary change in intent, as it were. And so I think that can lead to a bit of frustration. Like, well, I was going perfectly well 7 overs ago. What's changed? And I agree with you. They have a platform.
I feel Leaning's going to play the way he plays, which is just to tick it over. But you just get the feeling with Bell Drummond that he's now looking for boundaries. They're always looking for boundaries, but might want to try and manufacture some.
I think you do. You don't have against Leicestershire. There was the easy out of one very short side with bang in the middle today, and also the outfield's playing a little bit slower than usual. So it's not the same case that you can just touch the ball and it'll fly away to the fence. I think we might see Kent really try and target these 10 overs up until the 40 over mark.
Oh, that's gone straight through him. Another good over from Clark, just the 5 from it. 158 for 1. And that's an important point you make there, Cam, because we've got to get ourselves back into the rhythm of 50-over cricket, that you have 4 fielders out for these 30 overs and then 5 out for the last 10. When you think about what a terrible sanction it feels in a T20 game to have to bring in a fielder if you don't bowl your overs in time, well, in effect, you've got 30 overs of that sanction.
Absolutely.
So really, it's this period that sides would be wise to attack, because it gets that little bit more difficult to flay the boundaries in the last 10, in theory. And we see again there, leaning this time, using his feet.
I think it was a very premeditated run down the wicket from leaning there, because I don't know if Cameron still will be able to claim that he dragged down the ball purposefully just to make it pitch away from him, or he may have just bowled a drag down.
May have done.
One of 2 options.
Oh, I think that's a fairly futile appeal down the leg side. Umpire agrees.
I think that's evidence that he did bowl a drag down last ball. He's overcorrected and chucked it a bit fuller.
I think Surrey will be happy with this, though. They're using 6 bowlers here, and Steele's going to have bowled 6 overs after this, which gives Rory Burns plenty of options. Protection at long off and long on, deep mid-wicket and deep cover. What we haven't seen, rather to my surprise with these 2 right-handers, is the reverse thwack. There's no one down at deep backward point or deep third. There's a short third and a backward point inside the ring. And you just feel that if this was a T20 now and you've got a leg spinner bowling, that would be the shot you'd be eyeing up, wouldn't you, Cam?
I think I agree. I've been trying to work out if I'm surprised that I haven't seen a reverse sweep from either of these players yet.
Oh, that's done everything. But, actually, it's not just done everything. It's taken a bit of the off stump, I think. And Drummond's got to go. That is an absolutely beautiful delivery. Initially, I don't think Cam Steele realised what he'd done, and I certainly didn't. We'll need to see that in the replay. But that is a wonderful bit of bowling. Classic leg spinner. Well, that is ball of the century stuff. That has pitched on Midland leg, and it has clipped the top of the off stump. That is sumptuous from Cam Steele. And this partnership has been broken in quite spectacular fashion. I mean, I'm not quite sure what you do with that ball.
Well, Cameron still didn't realise he'd bowled it. He turned to the umpire, put his hands on his head, so he'd been incredibly unlucky to bowl such a brilliant delivery without reward. And Ben Stokes wandered up to his mate and said, no, you've bowled it, don't worry about it, mate.
Let's take a look at this again. This is a side-on view, and you'll see how Drummond gets completely turned round here.
It was the pace of the delivery in particular, that made it so effective.
Could he have come forward? I mean, that has clipped the top of off stump. If he looks at that again, Drummond might think to himself, could I have come forward to that? He's played a bit of an indeterminate prod, but take nothing away from Cam Steele there. That is a textbook leg spinner's dismissal.
I think given the line that the ball's started on, Drummond's probably gone back thinking, well, unless that turns incredibly sharply, it's going to kind of carry on down the leg side and I can tuck the ball away.
Yep.
And much to everyone's surprise, it's really gripped and still got one of those to go to leaning. That's the kind of the textbook leg spinner's 3-card trick, is to go short ball, full ball, beautiful ball. So
beautiful ball.
I don't think necessarily Drummond was expecting to receive a delivery of such quality.
Well, he won't be able to go a little bit berserk now, will he?
He won't. That's a real shame for everyone involved. He was just going to he was just at the mildly nuts setting.
He was at the mildly nuts, yeah. Now here we go. Let's see this again. This is an absolute crackerjack ball. Where is that pitched? That might even have pitched outside leg, you know. If that had hit his pads, might have been given not out. And Steele nearly cleans up Alex Blake with his first ball.
So I think
so suddenly it is all doing stuff out there.
Absolutely. And I think to your initial point of why we haven't seen that kind of reverse premeditation from the batters against Steele is I think Steele's kind of bowling such a variety of delivery to there is a large element of premeditation that goes into kind of whether it's the reverse sweep or the reverse hit, whatever you want to call it. And if you have someone bowling and you don't necessarily know where that ball is going to go, it makes that shot much more difficult.
Yeah, reverse sweeping, that would have been quite tough. I mean, I suppose unless you get
the right option in hindsight.
Yeah, if you get right to the pitch of it. Yeah.
It was
a sharp turn.
You hear Joe Root talking about how when he plays his kind of reverse lap, and it's very much kind of field dependent, that he knows they're going to be bowling in the channel and roughly where the ball's going to go. I think there'll be an element with facing Cameron Steele there. It's rather than trying to manufacture runs, he's going to drop short, he's going to go too full. Let's just capitalise on the bad balls we get. But then the downside of that plan is he bowls a wonderful delivery. Bell Drummond, out of nowhere, is back in the pavilion, back in the changing rooms.
Now Dan Moriarty back in the attack, and we've seen this pitch is assisting the spinners. You can see Surrey now probably targeting 30 overs. They might want to get a full 10 out of Steele, Moriarty and Yusuf Majid, who opened the bowling. Alex Blake, big hitting left-hander. If he gets going, the ball will go miles. I remember I've suddenly had a flashback to the game. I think it was in 2015 when Matt Coles almost won Kent the game. 68-run partnership, the 10th wicket here at the Oval. Scored 100.
Oh, was that game?
It was an absolute corker, wasn't it? Day-nighter.
I was sat in the pavilion with a pal.
You must have been a right nipper then.
2015, I've been 19, 20. Depends what time of the year it was.
Of course it does. Oh, now then, that was a sharply taken run, but also Blake wasn't entirely in control of that shot. We're seeing a bit of pop, a bit of turn.
There we go. 27th of August 2015, so I was 20, just to put you at ease.
When's your birthday? Have you had it already?
I have indeed, 4th of August.
4th? Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Me and Daniel Bell Drummond sharing the same day.
Is that right?
Not the same birthday party though. I didn't get the invite.
I'm so sorry to hear that. He's usually very generous in... Oh, now then, if that had been a direct hit, I think Blake would have been in trouble there. They're going for sharp singles here. The fielder's going to need to be on their toes. That really was not a long way away from square leg's right hand.
So Matt Coles coming in at number 9 at 101 for 7.
Yes. Now just talk us through the first part of it. End of the over, by the way, 165 for 2. 31 gone. So Surrey scored quite an imposing total from memory.
So Surrey got 273, and through lost overs that was revised down to 250 needed to win from 40 overs.
There's a bit of rain in the air, wasn't there? Yep.
And so Kent sunk to 101 for 7 after 20 overs. So in fact they needed 150 of the last 20 to win. And Matt Coles proceeded to get a 70-ball century and drag them. I think drag's the wrong word.
Hurtle.
Powered.
When did the 8th wicket fall?
The 8th wicket fell at 140 for 8, so still 110 short. The 9th wicket fell at 169 for 9, so
that's right,
80 short. And then for the 10th wicket, with Matt Hunn contributing just 1 run, Coles added a further 74.
And then was he not caught by the keeper? He went for a big slog. It went high in the air.
He was indeed caught by Ben Foakes, bowled by Tom Curran, having just brought up his 100. So he'd lost his concentration, Daniel.
That's right.
Reward for a personal milestone. And I must admit, your memory of this is better than mine.
Well, I was commentating that day. Steele is going to continue after that rather spectacular 6th over that he bowled, because I was commentating with Simon Mann. And Simon was quite keen on an early finish for various reasons. I think he had things he needed to get on with. And it looked like Surrey were going to gift him that early finish. And then Matt Cole started going, he was getting increasingly frustrated by this. He said, it's utterly pointless. They're going to lose anyway. Just get out, he said. And then, as Cole's embarked on what might have been one of the great match-winning hundreds in List A cricket history from number 9, he was willing them to victory because, of course, he's a man of the Shire. He's a Gloucestershire man.
Naturally.
And like anybody who's not from Surrey, he wills Surrey to lose. And so he then became very, very engaged in the match. Didn't want it to end. And then it did. How far short were they of their target in the end?
They were 17 runs short. And
with how many balls left?
They had 2.2 overs remaining.
That's right, they had 14 balls left to get 17. So it looked like it was the miracle was going to happen. And then, of course, it didn't. Oh, now that's going to be close. Likes that, the steal. We'll have another look at that in a moment. Here we go. That's not a million miles away.
I think it's probably turning too sharply, but all the shapes look right. I've seen them given.
I've seen them given. That's exactly the right phrase, Cam. Oh, and then the one that goes the other way. This has been a masterclass of bowling the last couple of overs from Cameron Steele. He's getting the ball to talk. I don't quite know what it's saying, and neither does the batter, and that's the point. Just 2 off that over, 167 for 2.
It was a fantastically anomalous innings from Matt Coles, who in his List A career averaged 15 with 1 century and 150.
I mean, he could hit the ball a very long way, could Matt Coles?
Well, clearly, but he also, in T20 cricket, he averaged 9.
Well, he's probably batting quite far down the order. You don't get so many opportunities there, do you?
Dan, stop with the facts and the detail. Just top line.
Sorry. Now then, has anybody been in touch about Manuka Honey? Let's have a look.
Oh my goodness, I have 9 notifications, which is very intimidating.
Oh, I've only got 4, so they're coming at you. That's good to know.
And somehow, none of them are about Manuka Honey.
Oh dear.
What's happened?
Moriarty's continuing. He's just sending his mid-off all the way back to the boundary. Well, I'll tell you, one of the lovely things about seeing so much spin is the over rate. We've not yet had 2 hours play here, so we've got through 32.5 overs pretty much. Proving what is possible.
I've never been quite sure where I sit on the over rate saga.
I know what you mean. Yes, I vacillate between the two.
Because I don't particularly feel I've been shortchanged if I see 84 out of 90 overs.
At last, the reverse sweep. It's taken the left-handed Blake to come and play it. He's got it away really well.
And that's an excellent example of what we were talking about there in terms of Moriarty, more reliable in his line and length, bowling kind of left arm spin to left-hander.
The width there's helped as well, hasn't it?
It has
just
indeed.
Wide enough.
And that's also a kind of, he's missed his line there in terms of he's bowling to a 4-5 field, so you'd expect him to be much straighter. It's actually made the shot much easier for Blake. That Moriarty's just drifted wider of the off stump.
And then he comes much straighter again to compensate. Blake's just playing himself in here because he knows what he can achieve. He knows what he can do if he gets going. So does Surrey, for that matter. So 17 overs remain, 173 for 2. 8 and over from this point. And will that get us just over 300 or so? Which I kind of feel is going to be what Kent are going to be targeting here, at least 300.
I think 300 is... I think Surrey would be very happy with 300 in that Yes, 300 is always a lot of runs. You still know, regardless of how good the pitch is, how quick the outfit is, you need to bat well to score 300. But in the context of this innings, with where Kents have been and are, a run a ball to the end of the innings is a pretty happy place for Surrey to be.
Well, it's a big open space today, so there's plenty of 2s on offer.
And
we've seen a 3, I'm not sure we've seen a 3 yet.
I have not seen a 3 yet today. But I hope we do.
I love a good 3.
Don't we all?
Old Trafford, you get a lot of 3s. A lot of 3s in a test match at Old Trafford. Now he's gone big on this. It's going to bounce just inside the boundary at deep mid-wicket. This is what Blake can do when he gets going.
I think he was listed to bat 4 anyway, but had he not been listed to bat 4, you're seeing the benefits of a left-hander coming in this situation where the spinners are a left-arm orthodox spinner and a leg spinner. And he's just able to throw steel off his length a bit more, having settled into a really nice rhythm.
There he goes again. And gets pretty much exactly the same result. Bouncing around 2 metres inside the deep mid-wicket boundary. Just dragged that down a touch. Not a lot. It wasn't too short from Steele, but picked the length really quickly, did Blake.
He's forced the change in field immediately, where they're going to bring up long off into the ring, and they're going to stick mid-wicket out onto the fence. So there's 3 fielders out on the boundary now on the leg side. And now I'd love it if Alex Blake went over mid-off here, because that would be very good batting.
Yeah, well, I mean, Steele's less likely to use the googly, you would have thought. But that is also splendid batting. 2 4s, single down the ground. Thank you very much.
Blake has an opportunity here, is if he really disturbs the spinner's rhythms and force Surrey to go back to the seamers, which I think Kent will be happier with.
Again, too short, and the same result this time. The right-hander leaning, getting that along the ground out through deep mid-wicket. And Steele maybe just tiring a little bit. It's been a long old spell. He's coming towards the end of his 8th over. That arm's just dragging down a little lower. So 14 off the over. Cameron Steele's brought up his half-century. 34 gone, 187 for 2.
Yeah, I think that'll be a very disappointing over for Steele. And he just kind of found his rhythm and the respect of the batters, and he was able to just kind of bowl with a bit of worry-free bowling that he didn't think, I might drop short, I might be punished here. And then Alex Blake, to not a terrible delivery first up, has just been quite disrespectful and kind of mooed it over cow corner.
Mooed it.
I said it and I didn't like it, but it's too late.
No, I don't mind it.
And then from that moment, he lost his length. I didn't hear the last bit you said, and I'm going to pretend I don't know what you said.
No, I quite liked it. Yeah, mooed it. Why not? I mean, it is over cow corner.
I think that's obviously why it came. There must be a word to describe when you've kind of double cliche.
Well, moosed. You can have a moose.
Yeah.
I mean, you just sort of really pulled out of the moose early, so to speak.
Yeah. Big animals, those.
They are huge. Yeah. Yes, I had the great good fortune of seeing a couple in Northern America once while sitting in a hot tub.
Did you invite it to join?
No, I'm not really an animal fan.
No?
No, I'm born and brought up in London, and you know, animals to us are pests. They're either mice or flies or spiders, aren't they?
I have a deep...
Other people's cats.
I have a deep and passionate dislike of foxes.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why?
Killed my guinea pigs when I was 8. I've never forgiven them.
Oh.
Get them gone. Found Coco on the lawn. What are you meant to do as an 8-year-old then?
Don't have guinea pigs.
No, great. For the small time they existed.
Never really understood the caging of small fluffy things that smell. It's gone again, but this time picks out deep backwards. Well, I say deep backward square. It's obviously deep backward point, but by the time he's played the shot, it looks like deep backward square.
So are you against all animals and kind of pets
I'm not against
in general?
them. I'm not against them. I mean, you know, I think they're probably necessary, ecosystems and all that.
Yeah,
it's just that they and I don't really see eye to eye. It's been a good comeback, this, from Moriarty.
I think they've got away with 2 there. Both times he snuck down the leg side, and that sweep has just found that fielder in the ring. On another day, those 2 dot balls have both gone for 4. He'll be happy with 2 off the over so far.
Oh, he beats the bat this time. Not sharp turn, but just holding its line, just straightening a fraction. And this has been a really good over from Moriarty. He's just conceded the 2 runs. I'll tell you a story about a gerbil shortly. Finished with a single. So, after that rather expensive steal over of 14, Surrey back on track, having conceded just 3 in that. 190 for 2. Yes, I was at a colleague's birthday party, colleague's wife's birthday party, and I'm not going to tell you who it was that told me this story, but he's a person who has a certain prominence as Matt Dunn comes back into the attack. It's a very, very posh voice. He said, "Hey, Kelly, what?" He says, "Well, I'm rather in the doghouse at the moment." I said, "Oh, what's happened?" He said, "Well, my daughter's accused me of killing her pet gerbil." I said, "Oh dear, that doesn't sound great. What happened?" He said, "Well, do you remember when we had the snow a couple of months ago?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, she came in and said, Daddy, I think," I can't remember what it's called, Tiddles or Bellamy. I'm worried about him. It's very, very cold. In fact, they both are. I was like, bloody hell. So I went and had a look at these wretched gerbils. And she was right, actually. They were frozen stiff, really. Modicum of life still left in them. I was like, "Oh, don't worry, darling, leave it with me." So I popped them in the Arga to warm up. Completely forgot about them. with disastrous consequences for the gerbil. Anyway.
That was never a good idea from at any point.
No, it's never a good idea. Well, this gentleman, he's a very lovable fellow, but he's actually prone to making some rather disastrous life choices.
I can't believe Blowers would do such a thing.
It genuinely wasn't Blowers.
Oh, goodness me.
Yes, I'll tell you who it was later.
I look forward to it. Well, in his daughter's defence, she was right to blame him.
Yes, I think so. I mean, apparently one of them did sort of survive, but the collateral damage of being lifted off the rack was...
on the rack?
Yeah, well, it was on the... You know, in the Arga, you've got to kind of like, sort of perch them. It's a terrible idea in every way. And...
so
the feet on the one feet are the one that survived. No,
they just put this
yes, I know. I mean, just an appalling idea in every way.
They're cooking no time.
Well, the feet got sort of.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There's a cricket match going on.
There is, yeah.
Oh goodness, I was meant to stop for Yas.
So kids, do not put gerbils in the Arga, even if you think they're looking rather cold.
Fine.
And that it would help them
fine
warm
piece
up.
of wisdom.
Yeah. It's clipped away fine, but just be another single. Dunn back in the attack. It's a crucial moment here. There's Cameron Ponsonby. Are you leaving us?
I am going to leave you, Daniel.
Yes.
I've stayed on for 4 balls past my welcome just to hear about roast gerbils, and I'm glad I did.
Yes, don't do it at home, kids. I mean, most of us don't have Argas, so the temptation, mercifully, is not there, if you can call it a temptation. So Matt Dunn back in the attack, and with Surrey predominantly going towards spin, it's going to be key how their seamers hold up, because obviously they need their seamers here. They can only get a maximum of 30 overs of spin. You'd think that with Steele having bowled those 8, it's unlikely that he'll come back. I'm imagining that Rory Burns is going to try to get some more overs out of Yusuf Majid and Dan Moriarty, the left arm spinners, and then maybe rotate seamers from the Vauxhall end, perhaps. So how Dunn and McKerr hold up is going to be key to keeping Kent to a manageable score, and that's a great start from Dunn. Back in the attack, just 2 singles from that over. As Yas Rana rejoins. Hello, Yas.
Dan, that gerbil story, though very funny, robbed me of 4 balls in the hot seat.
I'm so sorry.
I'll get over it, I'm sure.
Fill your boots. Have you got a hamster story to counter it with?
Yeah,
did you have idiotic rodents for pets?
So my much younger sister, so she's 5 years younger than me, when she was about 8 or 9, I think we had a rabbit for a bit.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
They're hard to miss.
Then the rabbit, I think, died.
Ah.
And she wanted a new pet.
Yes.
And my parents put the foot down.
Yes.
And said, we're not having another rabbit. Because
right.
my sister didn't look after the pet, even though she was the only one who wanted one.
Are you trying to... I don't need family rivalries on this show, right?
You're getting...
I mean, I'm sure she's got... she doesn't have the right to reply here.
Yeah. She was only 8 or 9 in her defence.
Yeah.
So I think a middle ground was reached where she was...
Given a pet spider.
Given a pet hamster.
Oh, hamsters are the worst.
That didn't last very long.
They don't.
Really didn't last very long,
No.
which I think was quite upsetting for my 9-year-old sister.
Well, that's the thing with these rodents. They don't. They're not. You know, they're not like Methuselah. And they don't really, you know, do much apart from fret, in my experience. And then you've got to clean the cage.
No,
Moriarty there just not delivering his first ball.
I'm enjoying the spinners getting to bowl on a ground with good dimensions all the way around. There's no really short boundary.
No, it's a risk, isn't it, to take them on?
And it also means that Surrey captain Rory Burns doesn't have to be so particular when choosing ends as well. I feel like in previous games, not just in the One Day Cup but in the Championship as well,
yep,
the captains are almost forced to bowl spinners from a particular end given the dimensions. But here today,
well, we're sort of slap bang in the middle, aren't we?
Yeah.
Really, pretty much.
with maybe 2 strips off what was used for the Test match.
Yep. I just sense here that Kent are missing a bit of a trick. They've had plenty of wickets in hand. They've had a really nice platform. And we were talking earlier about what a great opportunity this second power play is for the batting side when you only have 4 players allowed out. Surrey will be allowed an extra boundary rider shortly. There's a bit of bounce there from Moriarty. And so you would imagine Kent batters here are going to try to make the most of these next 20 balls before Surrey get to send out another sentinel. Isn't the over 8 lovely as well?
I was thinking just that earlier. Yeah, I think it's a slightly odd match situation here where I don't think Surrey will be that unhappy with how it's gone despite having only taken 2 wickets. The run rate's never really got out of their control. Kent going at 5.32 at the moment.
Well, if they want to get up to 300, which I think is the sort of par score here, they're going to need to go at 8s. And they'd like a little more than that. Of course, they do have plenty of wickets in hand, so they can afford to have a thrash, but it's not been the easiest to start on this pitch. There's a little bit in there for spinners. 5 singles off that over. Just 3 more overs in this power play to go. Moriarty's got 1 over left. Majid has got 4 up his sleeve. Not sure we're going to see Steele again. So it is going to be a matter of Dunn, McCurr and maybe a little bit more of Jordan Clark. They've been careful not to over bowl him in the One Day Cup because they know how important he's going to be for their championship push with 3 more 4-day matches in September still to come. Dunn's going to start up again. Now then, he's got away with that. Was it a little bit of a brush of thigh or something on that?
There's a brief quizzical look towards the umpire from Alex Blake.
Take a look at this again. He's advanced down the wicket.
I don't think he's got anything on that.
No. The umpire decided that if he'd stayed exactly where he was, and that might have clattered into his front thigh, perhaps. Now Dunn just conceded the 2 runs off the bat the previous over, and he's going nicely here.
So much about of setting a total in 50 over cricket is, I guess, establishing what you think par is. And I wonder if Kent think that par might be slightly lower than what we saw in the
270,
Leicester
280,
game.
you think?
Maybe not as low as that, but that pitch for the Leicester game was much faster, I think.
Well, and also had that
and had
absurdly
the really short boundary.
Yep. Oh, now a bit of fortune there for Leaning. Picks up 4 for it. That was certainly not where he intended. Top edge flies over Foakes' head down to the pavilion. I was just about to say Surrey have bowled fewer short balls as well today, but that one was a little short, and Leaning gets a fortuitous boundary.
So there's a moment in that Leicester game where so much of the focus was on that short boundary, and I think it was Kimber who started hitting the ball towards the long boundary, and actually just showed it was a really good pitch.
Fuller this time from Dunn. Won't make it to the boundary, they'll get back for a couple.
And just watching the speed that the ball is reaching Foakes at from Dunn and McCurr, I don't think this is as fast a pitch as we saw.
Dying a touch, isn't it? Yeah, we haven't seen balls fly through.
Not just in that game, but also in the 100 the other day, seeing Gus Atkinson and Spencer Johnson hammer it down and really fly through.
There's a perfect example, ball just sticking slightly in the pitch. And Leaning's been there for 83 balls, but still not quite finding the perfect timing. Just 2 more overs, and then Surrey can put out a 5th boundary rider, and it does make a huge difference. At the moment, there's always an area untenanted deep mid-wicket at the moment, has no one at it. Nicely fielded in the ring, so just 7 off that over from Dunn. 12 overs remain, 204 for 2, more from Yas, then to take you through to the end of the innings, it'll be Simon Hughes.
To just follow on that point from Dan, Dunn operated with a pretty standard ring field in front of square, and I think the Kent batters have found it quite difficult to hit the ball over the infield off the Surrey quick so far. I think as we've all said really, that it's not quite as fast a pitch as we've seen here recently, as Dan is replaced in the hot seat by Simon Hughes.
Hello.
Hello Simon,
Hello
how are you
again.
doing?
Oh yeah, good. Enjoying it actually. I think Kent need to get a bit of a gas on here though. I think 300 is not going to be enough. You're right, it's a slowish pitch, but yeah, it's played all right. Bounce has been fairly trustworthy. It's bowled well actually. I like the way they've rotated the spinners. Moriarty's been steady. He likes that shot, Alex Blake, doesn't he? The big wristy reverse sweep.
How much do you think Kent's recent form as a team might play into their overall mindset? Bowled out for 100 odd not that long ago.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Fair point. But Leaning's experienced player, isn't he? And I think it's time he got going here now. He's played really well so far, but he needs to kick on now, or someone needs to. As Dan said, it's only an over or 2 until they can put another fielder back on the boundary, and at the moment there are boundary options. And Leaning's good at hitting that one over extra cover, isn't he? But Moriarty just dragged it down a fraction. There's the ball. Actually, that turn, that was the one he was looking for there, wasn't it? But it did turn a bit, that.
It's amazing how much what we perceive to be a good score has changed in 50 over cricket in a really quite short space of time.
Yeah.
10 years ago, 206 for 2 after 39 overs. No one was complaining that they're going too slowly.
Well, just looking at the scores around the country, you know, teams getting over 400 and high 300s. You know, you sort of think 300 in 50 overs is just a sort of basic score, really, unless the pitch is seriously difficult. It's a very wide stance he's got, hasn't he, Blake? I think he's trying to deny him that reverse sweep and overdid it a bit there. Rory at his last ball, tickled away for an easy single. So he's completed his 10, 45, 1 for 45. It's nice to get your 10 out of the way before the last 10, isn't it?
Moriarty was a big favourite of Rob Key's when Key was in the Sky commentary box. He couldn't go a T20 Blast game at one point without mentioning Moriarty.
Well, there are not many left-arm spinners around, are there, that get a regular game? Interesting that Surrey have picked 2 today.
Yeah, all 3 spinners today from Surrey predominantly spinning the ball away from the right-hander.
Yeah, no sign of Amar Verdi. So this is Matt Dunn now, and 1 more over to go until the field restrictions are lifted a bit more. He's gone for the big hoik over deep square leg there, but I think probably it was a slightly slower short ball from Dunn.
As Dunn continues, we've got a question for you, Simon, on fast bowling.
Oh, right, okay. Dear, oh dear.
And another Surrey man, Gus Atkinson, is the talk of the town at the moment. He bowled a ball that was 95 miles per hour the other day, 94 mph in his following set.
Yeah.
Alistair Cook was talking about him on TMS early in the summer, and was talking about how when he faced Atkinson, he thought there was an extra yard in there.
Yes.
How can someone put on that much pace in such a short space of time?
Well, it depends how much pace, but there are lots of ways, actually. And I don't want to plug my own video, but I actually did a video with Stephen Jones, who used to play for Somerset, who's now a bowling coach, and also I should mention in regard to this Ian Pont as well, who's head of the National Fast Bowling Academy, who's a really good source of information on these kind of things. And oh, that's a big hit. That is a big hit. That's up here. They could almost reach out and catch that in the commentary box. He stepped back, pinned his ears back and smote it back over the bowler's head. Powerful shot from Alex Blake. That's what Kent need more of.
Yeah, just back of a length, and Blake not only gave himself room but gave himself time to get under the ball. He was really nailed that one as done.
And he reckons it's off the bottom of the bat, does he, as well? God knows how far it's going to go if he middles it. So a little discussion going on between fast bowlers. So you're talking about fast bowling there. Actually, there's the video on my YouTube site, which is the Analyst YouTube, and it's a video that I took my kids, actually, my 2 boys. I've got 3 kids, one girl and 2 boys, and the boys are both of them keen bowlers. But whether that is going to be a chance, no. Good effort by Rory Burns in the end. Total miscue that time from Alex Blake. You can see his intentions are pretty clear. He knows it's the last over before the fielding restrictions are lifted. And he does a series of drills, Stephen Jones, to enhance your speed as a fast bowler. Lots of little things like using a medicine ball and throwing it against a wall from over your head, almost as if you're doing a throw-in as a footballer. Lots of pogo jumps where you hop along on your back leg with your front leg, your left leg, your knee bent in a sort of position as if you were about to bowl. There's another blow. That's well timed that time. Another 6 over long on. I'm quite surprised actually that they didn't put the long on fielder back there. It's very clear what he's trying to do, and he's got both men in the ring straight, long on, mid on and mid off, so he's going to change that I think now and put the long on out. But it's a good striking from Alex Blake, who'd be a fast bowler, eh? He needs a bit more pace, or I think a slower ball here could come in handy. He's got the long on back now. Off break, little off break, but in fact it's a quicker ball which is smeared back with a point for 4. So this is proving to be a really good over for Kent. The Spitfires racing along, 16. Well, no more than the 16 actually.
20 off the over.
20 off the over in the end. Superb. This is the last one of those shots. Backward a point, slice. So that's one thing. You know, looking at there are lots of muscular things you can do, little drills that you can do to enhance your speed. It's all about using your legs. Actually, one of the things that Stephen Jones talks about is using your legs better, more effectively. And of course, one thing is making sure your front leg is braced as you let go of the ball, so that you're not bent. You don't have a bent knee, because you're losing a lot of momentum through that. Run up. You can improve your run. Look at Mark Wood, who's got more momentum out of his run up now, instead of that sort of short burst to the crease. So that's another thing. One of the things Stephen Jones does, interestingly, is he fits a bungee around your waist and attaches it to a machine, and then you run as fast as you can. Well, no, sorry, you do your run up, your normal run up, and he sees if there's a gradual build up. And there's some data that is fed out of this machine to show that there is a gradual build-up in your run or not, as the case may be. And you do want that gradual build-up momentum move in your run-up, rather than starting fast and then slowing down towards the end, for instance, which you see some bowlers do. We'll just watch this ball now from Majid, I think. Is it back into the attack?
Yeah.
With leaning on strike, 77 to him. And this is the last 10 overs now, so 5 men out on the boundary, and leaning craftily, giving the strike to Alex Blake, who's hitting the ball powerfully at the moment. And then the other thing is just using your body more effectively. So I did a piece for the Sunday Times actually, probably 2 weeks ago, during the Test series, or just after the Headingley Test. It might even have been during the Headingley Test. So he goes for the reverse slap, and that's a good shot. That was a reverse slog sweep, really, and profiting from nobody back at deep cover, soaring run rate suddenly.
Yeah, just about to say, that's a shot that's chosen based on the field, premeditated. Yes. No man in front of square between deep point and long off, and Blake targeting that gap almost before the ball was bowled.
He's played well actually so far, hasn't he?
Suddenly 48 off 36.
Yeah, big surge here. Oh, shot. That really is classy. Owen Morgan would have been proud of that. That's his. That would have been his favourite shot. Lovely shot. Goes to 50. Alex Blake from just 37 balls. This is the impetus that the Spitfires have needed. Well played.
Yeah, a real obvious gear change in the last 5 minutes or so. 20 runs off the previous over off the bowling of Matt Dunn, and 9 off 3 as Majid comes into the attack. Again, quite interesting that no field change on the offside, at least, for Majid.
Yeah, that's right, because they've still kept the men out on the leg side, 3 on the leg side, and now 3 on the leg side for the right-handed leaning as well. I'll finish the fast bowling bit in a moment when we get to the end of this over, because there's not much time between balls with the Majid bowling. Short of a length, nicely driven actually, slightly quicker and a little bit wide. They've made 2 out of that, so good running by the Spitfire pair here. This stand already worth 80. It's 261 for 2 was for the second wicket, so 80 for this third wicket pair already, and making pitch look pretty flat, aren't they?
Yeah, and this might sound ridiculous, but actually when the field restrictions change, there are more gaps in the field.
Yeah, it's true.
And it suddenly looks much harder for Surrey to contain the Kent batters. The good balls are going for 1s and 2s, and suddenly, if you've got a boundary in there as well, big overs can happen with minimal risk, as we saw there. And Kent can afford to take risk. They've got 8 wickets in hand with only 9 overs to go.
Absolutely, yeah. So just going back on that, the fast bowling thing. So the piece I did about Mark Wood, I compared his action to Scott Boland, and I got a little bit of input here from Ian Pont, who I said was head of the Fast Bowling Academy in England. And basically there's a few things he does, Wood, which say gives him an extra 10 miles an hour over Boland. One of them is the stretch of his right arm before he bowls. So he manages to extend his right arm towards the sight screen behind him, stretch right out. He also has a hyperextension of his elbow, which is a thing that's caused him some problems, and he's had injury rehab on. But because of the hyperextension of his arm and the fact that it goes right back towards the sight screen, rather than towards the umpire, which in the case of Boland, his right arm is pushed back towards the umpire, Woods is stretched right back towards the sight screen. So he's really stretching the whole of his body, his upper body, with his left arm, his front arm, bolt upright towards the sky, and his back arm, his right arm, pointed right towards the sight screen. There is this massive stretch, almost like a javelin throw. And that's where he gets, that's called the shoulder separation, and that's where he gets a lot of his pace from. But what you also need is a really solid base, and he's got this braced front knee, obviously the ankle taking a lot of the impact, but the braced front leg and the back leg also in contact with the ground as he arrives at the crease. And it's all that, it's that stability of his lower body and the stretch of his upper body, and all those things you can work on and just get an extra 1-2%. And talking to Wood actually about his overall preparation, I mean, I come here day before test matches, like at the Oval, this test match that was happened recently, and he's doing high knee sprints the day before to get his muscles ready for fast twitch fibre action. He's getting his muscles prepared, and he also attends to things like insoles and footwear, and he gets his ankle really tightly strapped before play. His diet is much better now. So just as an example, Mark Wood has managed to, we all knew he had the pace, but he's managed to sustain that pace for longer periods because of all those things. Partly the work on the biomechanics and the run up and things like that, partly on diet, partly on footwear, etc. All those little things together. So I hope that answers a long-winded way of answering your question. It is possible to get faster, and you can use the drills that Stephen Jones advises. That straight back past the bowler for 4. Jordan Clark probably wished he'd tried to get, in fact it's Conor McCurr, isn't it? Wished he'd got his foot in the way of that, or maybe not. It might have broken his ankle.
It's quite a similar pattern to how the latter stages of the Leicester game felt from a Surrey perspective. It really felt that once Kimber, Hanscom, Mulder got going, that Surrey didn't really have an answer of how to actually stem the flow of runs once Leicester went up again. A similar thing is happening right now. Last 3 overs, Kent are going comfortably at 10, if not more. That run rate almost a run a ball now. I guess a couple of observations on Atkinson in terms of how he's been managed in his career arc. When he was bowling with Spencer Johnson, who was another guy in his mid-20s, slightly older than Atkinson, neither of these guys have played much cricket at all because they've had so many injuries. Johnson was basically out of the game for 6 years. And Atkinson, I think one of the benefits of playing for a club like Surrey is that he only really plays when he's at 100%. Because they've got so many seam bowling options, I think he's only played 5 out of 11 county championship games this season. If he played for a team with fewer resources, he might not have that luxury of being able to have a break. He doesn't play every week, and I think he's topping their averages at the moment. So when you see him, he's at 100%, which is not something that many fast bowlers get around the country.
No, that's a really interesting point, and it's a problem. Obviously 20-30 years ago when I was playing, you just had to play every game, And it wasn't obviously if you had a serious injury you didn't play, but you tended to play through injuries, and I think as a result a lot of bowlers got seriously injured, but also they didn't always bowl at their fastest, and you weren't able to bowl at your fastest because you just couldn't, because you played all the time. So the fact that they're staggering their appearances is a good thing. I suppose the one sort of counter to that is that there has been a lot of protection of young bowlers, and I think they've been overprotected, so that you're only allowed to bowl 5 overs when you're 13, and you're only allowed to bowl 6 overs when you're 15, and all that, and restricting the amount of and the only way of getting your body actually ready for bowling is by bowling. There is no other exercise you can do that is anything remotely like actually bowling, and that's the only way of getting your body tough enough to be able to continue your career, I suppose, and not continue to break down. Straight up in the air, Foakes is calling for it, and the short fine leg fielder is wisely getting out of the way, and that was a comfortable catch in the end to Ben Foakes. That's a wicket that the Surrey team badly needed. Leaning was looking, well, just very fluent actually, not destructive like Blake, but he's just played a really crisp, very runner ball style of innings that's been the anchor for this Kent performance, and it just in the end was brought about, the down ball was brought about by just a bit of extra bounce, I think, from George Luck. In fact, he tried to fetch it from outside off stump in the end, didn't he?
No, really, really good innings from Leaning, very much in the mould that Joe Root might play for England at number 3. Allow the batters below you in the order to cause a destruction once you've laid the foundation, and the foundation has very much been set. 249 for 3 in the 43rd over, and Kent have a lot of batting left. I think Hamadullah Kadri, who's got runs in red ball cricket recently, he's carded to come in at 9. And it's Grant Stewart, who's just been promoted up the order. He's a big hitter. So I think we're in for a very exciting last 7.5 overs.
I mean, obviously it'd be really interesting to see how Atkinson progresses. I've seen him from side on. I was watching him actually at Lord's last week in that 100 game, and I mean he was flying through it. He's certainly got something, and he's got a good change of pace as well, which I think is really important. And Mark Wood, it's the one thing I think he lacks, is a good slower ball, and he admits that himself. His slower ball is something he's been working on, but still hasn't really perfected. When you're bowling at that pace, it's fantastic. But why Archer was so dangerous was because he could produce that knuckleball, back of the hand delivery from nowhere, and bowl 92 miles an hour from nowhere with no apparent change of action or anything.
I think Atkinson's got quite a similar. It reminds me a lot of Archer in that it's very, very smooth. Look, there's no loss of momentum at any point.
Oh, that's a chance for a run out. No, he doesn't pick it up. He's been in the walls a bit actually. I noticed he did a diving attempted run out earlier, slid on his knee and hurt himself a bit, and there he tripped over himself as well. But he's all action, Jordan Clark.
And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say with Atkinson that when the numbers 9 and 5 popped up on the big screen, that's a life-changing moment. There are very, very few bowlers in the world who can bowl 95 miles per hour. That doesn't. As we have a look at Clark picking up the ball there, instantly feels is he feeling his hamstring?
Well, he was, but we'll see if he can run in and bowl now. I think we'll soon know if he can run in and bowl this ball. He doesn't look too worried. He's setting the field.
Dan was mentioning earlier how important Clark will be in the county championship title race. He's been arguably Surrey's player of the season this year. Been brilliant.
Slow ball, good one. He does look a natural athlete, Atkinson, doesn't he? It does sort of all seem to happen very smoothly, and yes, I mean, obviously 95, wow. There is a big difference between 95 and even 87, really. It's too quick for a lot of people, even if it's not every ball. well, it's pretty hard to sustain that every ball, isn't it? In a way, I suppose, going back to your original question, how do you get quicker? I mean, it shows in a way that it's possible, because a bowler bowls a whole over and there'll be a 91, a 92, a 94 and a 95, which what Wood did actually at Headingley. So there must be things that happen within that over where some balls come out quicker than others, and it must be just little tiny bits of timing. It's like timing, it's like hitting the ball with the bat. Sometimes when you hit a ball, it comes beautifully off the middle. He's come a long way here. Clark's had time to aim and throw, but misses. When you time a ball beautifully, you don't feel the ball on the bat at all, and it whistles away to the boundary. And there must be something there, that it's the transfer of weight and the fact the ball just arrives at the time the middle of the bat hits it, and so many other little things that create that beautiful timing in the same way for bowling.
And it's not just in pace, right? When something very small goes wrong, that can affect maybe even the movement. So like with Anderson's Ashes series, everyone was pointing at his age and he must have lost it, he must have gone over the hill, but his pace was broadly the same as it's always been.
I think, funnily enough, it was his pace that was one of the problems, because I think he has felt, even subconsciously, that he needs to maintain this pace of sort of 82, 83, and that bit of extra effort can make you lose your perfect wrist position. And I mean, I didn't detect any particular change in his wrist position during the series, but it's tight. Swing is a very fickle art, and you need that precise release with the backspin on the ball and fingertip control and all that. And if you're just forcing it down a bit more than you would normally, or than you used to, you can lose that precise release. And I think that's possibly where I felt he just didn't swing the ball, and maybe he wasn't trying to. He was bowling a lot of those wobble seam deliveries, but he wasn't swinging it, and the swing, that late swing he gets, is his calling card, really. Okay, so we've got 7 overs to go here. 252 for 3 is the Spitfires score. Kent Spitfires, I find it very hard calling them that, actually, given I was grown up watching Kent in the 1970s and 80s. Good slower ball there from Conor McCurr. So Blake on 55 has been slightly starved of the strike, I suppose, in the last over or two, or at least he's managed to get any decent blows away.
Grant Stewart, who's on strike, has had a busy summer. Just a couple of weeks ago, he was up in Edinburgh playing for Italy in the T20 World Cup qualifier.
Were you covering that? Did I see your name?
I was not. No. But I was following it from afar.
Right.
It's quite an interesting Italy team, actually. They've also got Wayne Manson from Derbyshire.
Have they? Oh, shot. In fact, I don't think has he got enough? He has. He's raced away in the end. Nice shot from Stewart, using the pace and bounce there with the man in the circle, short third man. And what were Italy like?
Well, I think on paper they had a side that had the potential. At least they've got players who are there who easily rank among the best in that tournament, but probably didn't have the depth to challenge Scotland and Ireland. I mean, the interesting one is actually Spencer Johnson was supposed to be there for Italy.
Was he?
So yeah, Johnson.
So he's got Italian parents, has he, or something?
Or grandparents. So
right.
he basically played. Cam Ponsonby's a Spencer Johnson expert. He interviewed him out in Australia over the winter. But I believe that Johnson just basically hadn't played any professional cricket for 6 years.
Because of injury?
Because of his injury. And,
yeah.
And he comes back, has an instantly brilliant big bash.
Yeah.
And at that point he was like, I'm going to play whatever cricket that comes my way. So
yeah.
Continues to Stewart.
Shot.
And basically I think because he'd done so well, Australia wanted him. So I think he's only played 4 first-class games.
He took a 6 for him, one of those, didn't he?
And he's already played for Australia A in first-class cricket.
Yeah.
And he's now part of the Australia T20 squad to play South Africa, I think.
Yeah.
So I think when he did that well, I think Australia were probably like, you're playing for us.
Actually, I think presumably one of the reasons he wasn't able to play for Italy in that qualifier was he was out in Canada playing in the global T20 there, wasn't he? And he was a standout player in that, actually, the global T20 in Canada, which has just finished, and the likes of Chris Gale and Shahid Afridi and people like that playing in it, as well as some current players. That's not going to get an overthrow there in the end. Funny, Spencer Johnson, Kent fans who may be watching this game today will remember, well, the older ones remember somebody called Duncan Spencer, who was, for a time, the fastest bowler in England. And he was only short, he was only about 5'10". He came from Australia, I think he came from Perth, and he played for Kent, and he was rapid. And his career just disappeared. I think he got injured in the end. Maybe anybody who remembers him, who's watching this, send us a message on what we now call X instead of Twitter, at the Analyst if you want. That's a big hit. Has it got the distance though? Oh, well, what is that? That's going to be 4, I think.
Yeah, I think that's 4. I think Sibley's dropped that.
Sibley's dropped it and it fell over the line. Bit like I saw Daryl Mitchell do that at Lord's the other day as well. It was a sort of winning moment or a losing moment.
It's a big hit to that boundary, and Sibley never quite looked comfortable with his positioning.
He didn't, did he? I suppose the worst thing of all would be if he'd palmed it over for 6. He did at least save 2 runs, because would that have gone for 6, do you think? Probably would. Just shows, though, when we see all these brilliant relay catches, it shows how hard it is to do, doesn't it?
100%.
Because he's a good fielder, Dominic Sibley, and he made a meal of that. So, a lucky escape there for Grant Stewart. Gets him to 13. 6 overs to go. What a shot that is.
Brilliant.
I don't know what you call that. Sort of a reverse help.
Reverse, yeah. Blake's been brilliant.
He has.
We were talking not that long ago about how Surrey might not actually be that displeased with how they were going, despite having only taken 2 wickets in the first 35, 40 overs. But Blake has really put his foot on the gas. He's now 60 off 45 deliveries, I think.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? I mean, it makes me think, when you bowl these overs at the end here, which I did a lot of, I just don't know where you put the fielders anymore. It doesn't seem to matter where you put, because the bats have got so many different options. It almost doesn't make any difference where you put the fielders, because they're going to find a way of doing something to virtually every ball. The wide Yorker is about the one ball that if it's perfectly pitched, it's about the one ball they don't have too many options against.
But like with a normal Yorker, you get that slightly wrong, especially with this field. That's just a wide half volley with vacant deep extra cover region.
Yeah.
So talk us through what Jordan Clark's planning to do here. You got no one in front of the square in the ring on the leg side, 3 men out on the leg side boundary.
He's trying to. I mean, what you need to do is mix it up a bit. And so he's bowled a wide Yorker there, ball before. That one was a leg stump Yorker. He saw the batter backing away, and he's got the what has he got out straight? He's got a deep mid wicket, and
Long
trying to
on,
see a long
off.
long on, long off. Yeah, both of them actually over the line at the moment, out of the ground. They're keeping it, making sure they're standing right on the rope as the ball is bowled, or pretty close to it. And he's trying to probably try and narrow down the batter's options, trying to get into his pads for the last couple of balls, stop him from swinging his arms. Obviously nobody back behind the wicket, so he's looking to go full most of the time, but he might sprinkle in the odd slower bouncer or something perhaps.
It's so hard for the bowler. With the field as it is, Blake can miss-hit a ball like that, and given where the fielders are on the leg side, he can quite comfortably scramble too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely looking to pin him on the toes, isn't he? If he can. That's good bowling.
Not giving him any width.
.271 for 3, 5 overs to go after this ball. So Kent have really put a spurt on in the last 10, really. Well, I suppose the addition of the arrival of Alex Blake really has changed it all.
So why have 50 over scores increased so much in the last decade? Is it just that batters have more shots, or is it you don't have the soft old ball
Yeah, I think it's obviously a combination, isn't it? The batters have so many more shots. I think that restriction of only 4 men out for the first 40 overs minus the power play, so between 10 and 39 overs you've got only 4 boundary fielders out. I think that's a key thing because it gives a batter 2 boundary options every ball. I think the 2 new balls come onto the bat beautifully. I just think the intent of batters generally is so much greater, isn't it? Starting really, when did it start? I mean, England, when they came back from that 2015 World Cup and they had a disaster and they sort of said, right, we're just going to, I think Owen Morgan talks about put the lights out, we're going to put the lights out, which meant just go for it. And that first match, that 2015 summer, they got 406 against New Zealand, and they just kept getting. Jason Roy was out at the first ball of the innings as well. 200
for 6 in that game as well, and Butler and Rashid.
Rashid got a load of runs, didn't he? Yeah. So I suppose it probably started before then. I mean, there was that great match in South Africa, wasn't there, where Australia and South Africa both scored 430. I can't remember which team won now, but there were a huge amount of runs. Yes. 860 runs scored in the game, 870 runs, and that was a bit before the 2015 England.
That was 2006.
Yeah, that was a while before.
Quite a long time ago now, nearly 20 years.
So it's probably, I mean, it's the advent of T20, isn't it? T20 has enabled. I mean, when T20 started, scores of 120 were sort of seen as decent. That's going to be out. Unless he falls over the rope, but he's done it brilliantly. Excellent piece of cricket, that. And that is the 4th Kent wicket to fall, and it's the wicket of Blake as well. Alex Blake, who's given such a tremendous impetus to this Kent innings.
And as we saw a few moments ago from Dom Sibley, those catches are much more difficult than the pros make them look, and Ryan Patel's done really well there. Big moment in this Kent innings. Alex Blake, brilliant for the last 6 or 7 overs. He departs 62 off 50 deliveries. You have a look at that catch again.
Yeah, such a good catch. It was so well judged, because you've got to think about where the rope is, where you are, how high the ball is going. You've got to take the catch as well, haven't you? And that's the hard part, is actually taking the catch in the first place and then not stepping on the rope until you've got rid of the ball, and then being able to throw the ball back to yourself not too far away so that you can actually catch the rebound. I thought Stokes in that last test took a catch down here which sort of summed up how brilliant the fielding is these days. He took it as he was going over the rope, Pat Cummins, and then just threw the catch back to himself nonchalantly as if he was playing in the park. It was an amazing performance. And they do practice it a huge amount, don't they? And they probably love practicing it, actually. And I know coaches love hitting practice as well, to try and get the ball as near to the rope as they can. So, yeah, practice makes perfect, of course. But still, it's a very difficult skill.
I find it amazing because your body momentum is going the opposite way you want the ball to go, and to be able to sink the throwing back of the ball towards the field, and making sure that your feet don't step over the rope as you're falling that way. I think, as I said earlier, I think the pros make it look so much easier than it actually is. That's one for any club cricketers playing for tomorrow. Have a go at practicing those before you start playing, and you'll see just how difficult it is.
Yeah, that's true. Right, so who have we got now? We've got Harry Finch in at number 6 for Kent, and he's on strike. He's got off strike straight away, or in fact, well, at least he's picked up his first runs. Came to Kent from Sussex. I think he'll be keeping for Kent later.
A lot of different men have had the gloves at Kent over the last year or two.
Yeah. Billings doesn't always keep, does he?
Well, Jordan Cox has kept for a little bit in the Championship. He obviously won't be at Canterbury next summer. He's joining Essex. Good signing, that.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? He's in the Spirit side in the 100, I think, isn't he? I'm sure I saw him play.
I think he's part of the Oval team.
He's part of the Oval team, yes, that's right.
Yeah, he's interesting times at Kent. There are probably 4 standout young keeper batters around the country at the moment. Jamie Smith at Surrey, James Rew at Somerset, Ollie Robinson at Durham, but once of Kent, and Jordan Cox now at Kent but will be at Essex. So 2 of Kent's standout academy products of recent years will find themselves away from Canterbury next year.
It's always been a place where, well, Kent has always been a place where keepers thrive. It seems there's quite a long lineage, isn't there, of Kent keepers, really, going back to, well, you can go way back, can't you, to Les Ames in the 1940s. Well bowled. Matt Dunn changing his pace there, slower bouncer.
I feel like cricket does lineages better than any other sport. I don't think any game is as aware of its history as cricket is. I was just thinking during the Ashes that every player and so many of the fans who are at the games will be aware of what happened at Bodyline, which is nearly 100 years ago now. No other sport probably has that in the same way.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. I mean, obviously there's greater history in cricket than in other sports. No, in fact, it's quite amazing to realise this. That I was looking up something the other day that the first ever village match that is recorded was played in 1624. So it's 400 years next year to the first ever recorded village match. There were cricket matches played before that, but this one actually has been recorded. And one of the reasons it was recorded was because somebody died as a result of the game. It was a catch went up in the air, and it shows how the game's changed, because a catch went up in the air and the fielder went to take it. This is somewhere called West Hoathly in Sussex, and the fielder went to catch it, and the batsman tried to hit the ball out of his way and hit the fielder, and the fielder got hit on the head. Wow. And a week or 2 later he died from his head injuries.
No, I remember growing up, I could reel off cricketers who played in the 80s and 90s, and I was really into my football at the time as well, but I couldn't do that. No.
Shot. So Joss Butler-esque clip through offside, and actually in the end he's got 4 out of it. It's quite a valiant effort on the boundary, but it was hit too well, wasn't it? Did really well, because that was a slower Yorker. It's a pretty good ball actually by Jordan Clark, but an equally good shot by Grant Stewart. Oh, that's hit very powerfully. He can just look and crane his neck over that and watch it cannon into the dressing room area. What a shot that was. Short arm jab, all the wrists in executing that shot again. Very Butler-esque, clearing his front leg and just using the power of his wrists there to hit through the ball. Fantastic shot.
We were just talking earlier about the risk of getting the Yorker slightly wrong, and Clark had a fair bit of success with his Yorker in his previous over, but not quite getting that in the block hole, and Stewart just about gets underneath it.
Now that's he's going to perish this time unless the fielders get in each other's way, but luckily they don't. Matt Dunn nearly got in the road of that catch, but it was safely pouched in the end. That's a good little cameo though by Grant Stewart, just 12 balls for his 26, and it's got Kent up close to 300 with the best part of 4 overs remaining. It's always a bit alarming when you get those sort of balls like that, and there's quite a bit of noise in the crowd, and you're both looking at the ball and who's going to actually go for it in the end.
Yeah, maybe this replay will show it, but I really did think we were on course for a collision right until the last moment there. Matt Dunn did very well to just abort his run.
He looks like Nathan Ellis, Matt Dunn, doesn't he? He looks the spitting of Nathan Ellis, the Australian quick bowler. OK, well, that's the 5th wicket down for the Spitfires, but they were particularly mind that, with a couple of strikers still to come, and good momentum in this innings. Run rate of over 6 now. I guess what with 3 overs and 3 balls to go, 21 balls to go, they'll be looking at another 40 or 50. 40 runs maybe from now. Try to get up to 320.
James Bazley, the Australian overseas, is the next man in for Kent, coming in at number 7. Talking of things that professionals make look much easier than it actually is, I think starting as a batter in this position, I think, is much more difficult than the pros make it look, because you've got no time to get yourself in.
And again, that's T20 for you, isn't it? Because you know that you've got to get going straight away in T20, and you also know that the coach and the captain expect you to get going, and if you get out, as long as you've practiced the types of shots you're going to play, as long as you get out, if you get out first ball, trying to keep the scoreboard moving, there's nobody coming in when you come into the dressing room saying, what were you doing, or looking askance at you. You're encouraged to play that way, and that's the whole intent of T20, which has been translated into 50 over cricket. Shot. He's found the gap there quite effectively, but only 2 that time. So 2 new batters at the crease. Just not that easy to immediately hit at 10 and over, but that's going to be the expectation. And I suppose batters at 6 and 7 and 8, and they know what their best shots are, their default shots. They know the role they're expected to play here.
And also what is interesting about this phase in the 50 over game, and particularly in this competition compared to death bowling in a T20, is that given the lack of experience in some cases of some players, there just won't be that much data on them. In T20 leagues in the 100, you can be sure that the bowlers bowling at death are aware of the relative strengths and weaknesses of every batter they're bowling to, and they'll almost have set plans for them.
Yeah.
Whereas here, someone like James Bazley, he's an overseas player, but he's probably a bowling all-rounder. I'd be surprised if there's that much data on his strength as a death hitter. So they're more thinking on the spot, which is probably how it was for the majority of the history of the limited over game.
That's a good point. So this is the Australian Bazley on strike, and it's McCurr to bowl. A mixture of short balls, Yorkers and slower balls here, I should think. That actually was just a regulation ball, unless he put a little bit of cut on that perhaps. So 3 overs to go. 293 for 5 is the Kent score. Deciding to bat first on a pitch which has been used recently, so there has been a bit of spin in it today, but it's played pretty well actually, if a little bit slow. McCurr's been fairly expensive, bowled quite a lot short. Actually, the length ball seems to be the one that isn't that easy to. Tried a few times to punch that length ball over the ropes and not quite got onto it.
Well, we saw with the drop catch from Sibley that it's a really big hit to that corner of the ground. I can't remember if it was Stewart on strike or not, but he really did get hold of it, and it didn't clear the rope.
Yes, maybe he's going to bowl some sort of length into the pitch here to make him hit to that. Well, no, having said that,
gets it all wrong there.
It does, yeah.
But also, a couple of overs ago when we were talking about where the fielders were back for Jordan Clark, Simon, you made the point that long on and long off were behind the rope. The man at deep mid wicket now is actually standing a good 10 yards in, maybe cutting off the 2.
Yeah, indicative of a long boundary, isn't it? There we are, there's a back of a length delivery, and he's got hold of it, but he's only going to get a single out of it.
I think that's a decent option with that big leg side boundary.
Yeah, it is. Often you find actually that that players in these formats, they look at not only the who's they're facing bowling wise, but also things like sizes of boundary and also the wind, what direction the wind is going in, and if it's easier hitting with the wind on a short boundary. So here, for instance, definitely harder hitting it to the leg side because it is slightly into the wind as well as to a long boundary. Bold.
Yeah, it's a really good point in the wind actually. So I'm sure viewers watching this will remember Stokes' 155 at Lords. He talked about so much of that innings actually was the management and targeting of the short boundary.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just a short boundary; it was also the direction in which the wind was going.
Yeah.
So hitting the ball for 6 on the other side, the grandstand side of the ground, was a much bigger hit. And Australia really got the game under their control when they basically cut off the 6 options for Stokes to the shorter side of the background with the wind.
In fact, he was out trying to hit down to trying to hit a 6 to the grandstand side from bowling from the pavilion end, and the ball was outside off stump. So in fact, he would have been better off hitting that ball he was out to over extra to the short boundary with the wind, but he went leg side. Funnily enough, at Lords, because of the slope, it almost feels easier to hit the ball to the tavern and the mound stand because it's sort of downhill as well, and the ball tends to off the pitch, the ball tends to go in that direction, so it seems easier to hit 6s to the leg side when it's on the mound stand side.
One off the last ball there. That's a pretty good over from McCurr, with the exception of that wide down the leg side. Just 8 off it, 2 overs to go, and that's the 300 up for Kent. 300 for 5 off 48.
Yeah, the crowd were responsive to that as well, weren't they? They realised there was a lot of flailing of bats and hurling of the ball, but only 8 runs resulted, and that's a good result for the Surrey team.
There are plenty of mini advantages and disadvantages of batting or bowling first in the limited overs game, and I think one of the advantage almost of the side that bats first is that you get to see the bowling side work out what works on that pitch, and I think we've seen in the last few minutes that Surrey might have worked at least from the Vauxhall end, that the short stuff from the seamers into the pitch to the long leg side boundary is maybe the way to go.
See, when it's full, it seems very easy to hit, doesn't it? Actually, that's a point you make about the short ball to the long leg side boundary. Early on, McCurr bowled some short balls from this Vauxhall end, but there was no protection on that leg side, and Jack Leaning in particular just tucked into them. But now there is protection, the ball's coming off a bit slower. Those shorter balls are quite effective. Right, what can Harry Finch do here? He's on 10 from 8 balls. Hits it, but not very powerfully. So this is working out pretty well for Surrey at the moment. Kent desperately need, I think, 325-ish. And it look like they're going to get that now.
I hope Usman Kawad is watching this. It's brilliant over rate from Surrey.
Yes, isn't it?
48.2 overs in just over 3 hours. Obviously they bowled a lot of spin, but still, Kent have scored 300 runs.
But it does show that you can do it, doesn't it? I mean, it obviously does help if you bowl most. How many overs of spin have they bowled? Was it 30 overs of spin? It's probably close to it. So we've had 7. We've had 7 from Majid, 10 from Moriarty, and 8 from Steele. So we've actually had 25 overs of spin for half the innings, anyway. Oh, that nearly took his head off. What a shot. Pocket power there from Harry Finch. It's only quite a small guy, but he packs a big punch.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how the Kent spinners go as well, in Hamadullah Qadri and Matt Pogson. They've got two of the more exciting young spinners in the country. Pogson just a year ago was still part of England's white ball setup, playing in that T20I series against India.
You don't want to be a bowler really at this stage, do you? Look, I mean, that could have taken his head off. Mark Wood says when he bowls to Ben Stokes in the nets, he never pitches it up, because he's going to come back at him if he pitches it up harder than he bowled it. So at least when you bowl short, you can be fairly certain it's not going to come back your way in the nets.
Talking of net safety, I read yesterday that the Oval Invincibles batters have decided not to face Atkinson in the nets after he hit Jacks on the elbow, and Jack turned out to be okay, but
Not very wise.
After they saw that, they thought it was a risk not worth taking.
They're playing here tomorrow, is it? No, Tuesday. They're playing London Spirit, aren't they?
Yeah, I think 15th.
And is there a match here tomorrow as well? No, that'd be the next. That must be the next Oval game. The Oval home game. Because they're playing. I think the Invincibles are playing tonight, aren't they? Pretty sure.
Yeah, Northern Superchargers, Headingley.
Right, so we get to the last over. 310 for 5 is the Kent Spitfires score, having decided to bat first. The innings, 3 sort of star performers in this innings: Bell Drummond, Jack Leaning and Alex Blake. So here comes the last over. Nicely flicked over the head of the keeper. That might make it for 4. It does. So that's a good start for Kent.
It's a great shot from Finch. You'll see it on the replay, but he moves into position really, really early. Look where he is by the time the ball's released. Feet apart, waiting, almost regardless of where that ball was going to be pitched, he was always going to play that shot once he got into that position.
And you know, I think that's the original pancake shot, because it's just like tossing a pancake, isn't it? Flicking that one over the keeper's head.
And even with the man at deep fine leg, he still finds the boundary. Great shot.
He's got low grip. A lot of bottom hand is going to come out here, and he smited that one over cover for 6. What a shot. Short boundary. The bowler hangs his head. That was a brilliant bit of manipulation actually by the batter. Did very well to get that for 6, because it was pretty much outside leg stump, I'd say. Or over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, great batting from Finch. Two very different shots off fairly similar deliveries. First 2 balls in the over, and he's picked up 10. Prompted a field change. I think Sibley was at mid-off. He was initially sent back, but he's been brought back into the ring.
So we've got how many? 4 on the leg side boundary now, including a fine leg now, and only 1 back on the offside. He's probably going to get 2 for that. Is he going to risk coming back? Yeah, he's made it easily. So 12 of the first 3 balls, and Kent heading towards that 325 target, which I suggested was what they were looking for. Might even get more now. This is a very bright little innings by Harry Finch, 30 from 15 balls. So another field change. All the men behind the wicket come up now into the ring. Long on, long off back. Slower ball, hit over cover for 4. So he doesn't know where to bowl. Conor McCurr, he's tried everything. He's tried the short ball, he's tried the slower ball, he's tried the full Yorker. They're all disappearing.
Yeah, I think once those fielders behind square came into the ring, that's really saying that we don't think that Basie's got that ramp or scoop shot in him, or that's a risky shot for him. And the one real big gap on the boundary is in front of square on the offside, and Basie, I think it was almost before the ball was bowled was targeting that, and he gave himself room, and when it was slow ball into the pitch, it's almost exactly what he was looking for.
He goes with the reverse ramp, that might be out. And in fact, he's given it. Yeah, I think fair enough. Nigel Long saw that one as hitting leg stump. And he tried another option there. He would have been probably better off just trying to drive that one again. Yeah, it was right on middle and leg, wasn't it? That was pretty plumb. Simple decision for the umpire. Just maybe trying to be a bit too cute there, Harry Finch. And getting the treatment on the boot and the umpire's finger. But a good little innings, that. Really good innings. Perky. Spirited.
Yeah, they're not the headline performances, but these little cameos from first Grant Stewart and then Harry Finch have done wonders for Kent, as I think we see a first sighting of young Jayden Denley in the professional game.
So this is his debut, I believe, is it?
Yep, 17 years old, born in January 2006.
He's got one ball to face. Well, if I were him, I would just get a bat on it and just run. Don't try anything too glamorous here. Just literally, you've got one ball of the innings left. And you can say you've hit your first ball in county cricket. So it's Conor McCurr to bowl, Jayden Denley on strike, playing his first game for the Kent senior team, and he's got a bat on. He's got four. Brilliant start. How lovely. And his uncle, is it Joe's uncle? His uncle will be very pleased to see that. Just a calm little steer for a boundary that'll make him feel $1 million. Well played, and it's capped off a top innings by Kent. 330 for 6 is the final score, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that, actually, against a pretty decent Surrey attack. A lovely finish there, the little cultured steer to the third man boundary, and Kent depart with 330 for 6 on the board. Excellent.
Welcome to professional cricket. Jayden Denley, what a shot that was, first ball. Obviously that's a very recognisable surname, nephew of Joe, but a brilliant cricketer in his own right. I was talking to someone from Kent early this morning, and he was saying that they're very excited by young Jayden. 17 years old, all-rounder, very strong with both disciplines. But Simon, as you say, brilliant innings from Kent here. 330. We don't think it's as fast a pitch as we saw in the previous game here at the Keir Oval between Surrey and Leicestershire, when a similar score wasn't enough for Surrey, but I think that was a faster pitch that day and had a really short boundary that the Leicestershire batters could target on one side of the ground. I think Kent will walk off pretty happy with that effort. That'll take some chasing for Surrey.
Yeah, I agree. And look at the score there. Everybody's got into double figures. That was dismissed anyway. Really good stuff. Compton started circumspectly but played okay. Drummond excellent, leaning very fluent. Blake really powerful, got an injection of pace there, and then Stewart and Finch also really calm and clever in the way they got their runs at more than a run a ball, and just a lovely finish there, a lovely little finesse from Jayden Denley to finish the innings off with 4 off 1 ball. So 330 is the score for Surrey, for Kent, sorry. And the bowling figures, nobody completed their 10 apart from Dan Moriarty, who was very steady with his left arm spin. McCurr there, very expensive, gone for 9 and over. And not too much in the wickets column as you'd expect. Jordan Clark did well. He had to bowl a lot of those overs towards the end. Surrey bowling a lot of spin in the first 25 overs. And you can see the effect that had, particularly with Moriarty and also Majid going for only 6 and over. So it is a wicket that probably will favour the spinners when Surrey come out to bat. Kent, I'm sure, are going to employ their spinners. So the Surrey target is 331. We'll be back to show the return innings, the second innings of this game at 3 o'clock. But in the meantime, there is an interview that was recorded earlier this summer by 2 fine wicket keepers, one of this parish and one from Gloucestershire, who were great mates in their lives and had a lot of influence on each other. I'm talking about Alex Stewart, of course, and Jack Russell, and they were interviewed earlier in the summer by Simon Mann and this is what they talked about.
Well, it's great to get you together. Am I allowed to call you two old wicket keepers?
Yeah.
Two old wicket keeper batters?
Old. Yeah.
Well, you are both very similar age. We're all the same age, aren't we? The same vintage, and I saw a lot of your careers, and you saw a lot of each other's careers.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Jack, you probably wanted to play a bit more than Alec let you.
On and off the field, we saw. Yeah, I would like to, but I'm not blaming Alec. No, it would have been good, but we still played a lot. We still, people said, "Oh, you should have played more tests." And this. I said, "Well, I played 2 more than Bradman, so it's like I'm not going to complain." So, it was a great journey, and if I wasn't playing, I was normally carrying Alex's drinks, so it was all good fun. It was great fun. Wouldn't have missed it for a minute.
It was all the talk about. I kept Jack out. I didn't keep Jack out the side. Jack was. I was already in the team, wasn't I? I used to opener batting or bat 3, and Jack was keeping, and then the selectors decided to then leave poor Jack out and bring someone else in, and then I'd have to keep wickets. So it was. Well,
it was Angus.
The best keeper going.
It started at Adelaide with Angus because he had a bad hit from Melbourne.
Angus
Fraser. He bowled all those overs, and at Melbourne, that flat wicket, he got 6 for or something, and he was still struggling when we went to Adelaide, and then I think they brought Staffy De Freitas in, and it was the first time I'd ever been dropped from a cricket team in my life. So it was a bit of a downer, but the silver lining for me was that I was obviously doing 12th man and carrying drinks, etc. But Don Bradman was coming to the ground, and I knew he was coming, and he would come quietly and sit somewhere. And I knew the guy at South Australia Cricket Association, and I said to him, "Look, Bradman signed a load of prints from here a few years ago. So we posted a load of prints at him. He signed 250, and he posted them back. I mean, what sort of, that is a legend, isn't it?"
He paid for a postage because you wouldn't have done, would you?
No, we sorted the postage out, and got it sponsored, and. So I thought I've got to speak to him just to say hello. I've got to thank him. So, but then the lads found out that I was going to meet Bradman one lunchtime, and of course they said, "Well, get him to sign this. Can you take that?" And so I went in with this trolley load of stuff. So I'd already got 250 signatures, and at first I said, "Look, I apologise. I really apologise. This is for the lads in the chain." He said, "Yeah, no problem. Sign it." I had 15 minutes with him in a dark room in Adelaide. Windows were in an office somewhere, curtains were up, and we just talked cricket for about 15 minutes. And it was the most amazing 15 minutes of my life because he didn't talk about the old days. He was right clued up to date, and the batters are doing this and back this for this, and they're doing unbelievable. So that was a silver lining to that cloud. But I don't hold it against Alex one little bit. But people used to think we used to fight and argue. But when we played Gloucester and Surrey a few times, we would deliberately have a bit of a shouting match, wouldn't we? We'd barrack each other and swear, and everyone thought we were having a big fight. We was just
best of roommates as well.
Roommates, yeah, that was that was a bit difficult. Rooming was a bit for me because Alec is so tidy and you know what he's like, and the room has to be precise and all tidy and all squared up and everything laid out properly. My side, bomb site. Building site, just chuck all the kit in.
You'd have to have the bed nearest the window away from the door, or so I couldn't get to my bed.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Alec he said, look, he put, there was one rule, right? He said, he put this long piece of white physio strip of tape down the middle of the room and says, anything comes my side of the room, right, at any stage, it's out the window, right? So as long as I kept everything my side of the room, it didn't matter what it looked like.
You put
yeah.
We had ground rules.
Yeah, ground rules. Yeah, yeah.
So he could do whatever he wanted his side.
It's called living together, basically.
And he also, hope there's no one offended, but he'd also wash certain garments of his, which he wouldn't send to hotel laundry.
Too risky I couldn't afford
undergarments.
Yeah,
he'd wash them themselves and then he'd dry them by putting them on your bedside light. So a few times I did wake up in the morning, turn the lights on, look up, and see some underpants.
I did rent your lamp from your side of the room, didn't I, at various times to drop me kit.
Price.
Yeah, we did.
So when you met Don Bradman, you didn't tell him I'm playing 2 more Test matches. You probably hadn't played them all. No,
I hadn't. But I never. I played 54. I mean, that's from a little kid from a council house. How can I complain? It's like it was a magic journey. Even the bits where you're not playing, it's all part of the process.
And about your 50th, the one you should have played in Jamaica.
Oh, what about And
you had to keep them.
Tell the story, Jack.
I wasn't very well. And I'd never been ill. I don't get ill. And on tour, I don't get ill because I normally have my own. We normally used to have our own food, shipped in, and. But in the West Indies, it's normally fine. We were in Jamaica, wasn't it? Pegasus Hotel. And day before, I'd do an Alex Stewart. I'll have chicken and chips. It's not a problem. should be absolutely fine. And in the middle of the night, I was so ill, and I had to get Wayne Morton, the physio, up about 3 o'clock in the morning. I could not get off the bathroom floor. It was coming out everywhere, and I tried my best to be fit and I actually went out to try to warm up, but I actually couldn't stand up, and I was on my knees, and others were saying, Mike Atherton was saying, "Are you fit, Jack, or not? Are you fit or not?" And I couldn't answer him, and he just cleared off. He said, "No, you're not playing. That's no good." So I went back to the change room and then went back to the hotel, and then I go to sleep because I'm absolutely exhausted, and I put the radio on after an hour or two, a couple of hours. There's no cricket. Oh, what's going on here? There's no cricket going on. I thought, I reckon
you'd seen the picture.
Thought,
that was the abandoned test.
Yeah, that was the abandoned game. So I
did minutes.
So I didn't miss out in the end after all. But we got to 50 in the end. But I mean, playing with this guy is just he was so encouraging. You know, he understands the job obviously, and in the West Indies, it's not the easiest place to keep wicket. And
because
the wickets are a bit up and down. You've got to stand a lot closer. The surface between the stumps and it can often be a bit rough as well. And we played at Montego Bay. I had a long stop.
Was it
long stop?
And you had a helmet on.
And I stood back with a helmet on. And I never wore a helmet. It's the only time I ever wore a helmet because I didn't want it. It was a game before the test, and I didn't want to get hit in the face because I got a long barrier and the bleeding thing would go over my head. And so they actually they had to put a long stop in. Can you believe that?
I can't.
It's a true story,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a football
outfield.
Yeah, Montego Bay. We'll never forget it. But but this guy he's been. I mean, people used to think we argue a lot, but we never. I don't ever remember arguing with you at all about anything. Maybe football a little bit, but apart from that, because you're Chelsea, I'm Spurs. But the support, and also on tour, you've only got yourself to. There were no wicket keeping coaches then. Particularly, Nottie used to ring up occasionally. Alan Knott might help out in England a little bit, but basically we helped each other.
But that's where, from my point of view, Jack was so good. So by choice, you've heard me say, I'd rather just open a batting for England, but I had to keep because of they tried to almost strengthen a weakness but actually weakened a strength with me not opening with Athers or Graham Gooch. But he was brilliant for me because obviously he wanted to play, and quite rightly so. But when he wasn't playing, the support he gave me was second to none. He'd hit balls at me, talk technically about because I learned on the job. I didn't really keep as a kid. I think I kept more for England than any other side I played for. So I was learning on the job, which isn't ideal. How did that
come about then, Alan? How did you go from being a batter to a wicketkeeper?
So I couldn't really bowl. I got 3 first-class wickets, but I couldn't bowl really. So my first winter away, and I'd signed here as a batsman who could possibly keep. I'd kept a little bit in my last year at school and a little bit at the club side, Malden Wanderers. And then I went to play grey cricket at Midland Guildford, and they needed a keeper. So I said, well, that's a club to go
in Australia.
In Australia, in Perth. And that's where I started to keep. And then Jack Richards was the keeper here, so I was always second to him, not because I was still a top order batter, batting at 3. And then I went on my first tour, which was the West Indies in 89-90 when Jack was the number 1 keeper as a reserve keeper. But I don't reckon I'd have kept in, I'm guessing, 20 first-class games at that stage. So I was learning on the job, and therefore to have Jack alongside me to help and coach was fantastic.
The rivalry goes back to when we were about 14 or 15 because we used to have trials like south of England, west of England, and there were other National Cricket Association, AYC and all those. So we would come up against each other at trial matches. So Alec was keeping a little bit then. So the rivalry goes all the way back for, 40 odd years.
I don't call it rivalry, I call it friendship.
Yeah, it was a friendship.
He's more aggressive.
But no. But it'd be like the same for me because, I mean, I remember sometimes in the West Indies we couldn't get net bowlers and things. Alec would stay and Alec would bowl to me. We'd be the last at practice, and it'd be Alec bowling at me for an hour at the end of practice just to get my batting up to scratch, and he used to help me with my batting. So it was a two-way. It's not a rivalry. You're right. It was a journey together. It was great fun though. It didn't always work out how we wanted for each other, but in terms of the results and things. But I mean, I wouldn't have missed any of it for the world.
Yeah. What you said you helped him, and Alec, you said that Jack helped you. What was the biggest tip that you gave him, do you think, or that you can remember that Jack passed on to you as a wicketkeeper?
Take the tension out your body. Really, he always spoke about if you're
from here
with
down.
The gloves.
Yeah.
When you have the gloves on, if you're tense, everything is rock hard and the ball can bounce out. So just drop your arms, relax your shoulders, forearms down, as though the gloves are almost falling off your hands, so that you're very cushioned, very soft, very relaxed.
And you have to be aggressive because you need the speed. So there's got to be determination in there. But I always used to say, if you keep your thumbs loose and keep these lower part of your arms loose, then you take the tension out, and that helps a lot. Because especially in England, when the ball used to wobble around quite a lot, we used to do a lot of work with the wobbling ball. And if you get tense, suddenly it just bounces out. So you have to go with it. You almost have to be a bit jelly-like and go with it. So, yeah. And Alec used to help me with my batting. You know, him and Alan Knott used to help me quite a lot. And
what was your best tip to Jack about batting then?
Well, he should have batted right-handed to begin with. No, I was big on always making the ball is there to be hit first. If you go the other way of, am I going to defend the ball or let the ball go? By the time you realise the ball is there to actually score off, the ball has gone past you. So it was always have that intent, score first, then work out if you can't, you're going to defend or let go.
Also, I was a great player off the back foot in Test cricket. You do a lot of that, especially in the West Indies. You know, that's basically what you're doing for 2 or 3 months. So I used to watch him play and look at his trigger movements and think, right, certain positions you need to get into to play that type of bowling. So I used
You're doing that right-handed, Jack, aren't you?
Well, there you go.
So you did listen, he just didn't.
There you go. So eventually, I used to just watch Alec play. You know, I mean that game in Barbados where you got 200s was just unbelievable, just brilliant. So I used to I used to just watch him closely and in the nets, just watch him. Yeah, stood from behind and. Yeah,
but it's also sounds silly we're talking about, but that's what you want nowadays. You know, we've all done a bit of coaching, but you actually want players to self-coach and coach each other. So you'll see that in training session that the coaches are side-arming and throwing all the time to a player, which is fine. But if other players are watching as well, so when you're in a partnership, batting out in the middle, you can actually talk about things that are going well. If you're slightly off sync, Athers was brilliant for me. He knew my game inside out. And if he says, oh, your head's just falling across to the offside a little bit, or this is happening or that, you can self-correct. But if you're only ever reliant on the coach and not thinking of yourself or your teammate isn't helping you, it's a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, and good teams do that. If you've got a good coach that encourages that and is not
so it's like player ownership.
Yeah, that's quite important. Yeah, we used to do it because there were no coaches on tour, were there? There were no other.
No, you used to have.
We had a manager and an administrative manager, and that was it.
And the scorer.
And that was it. Basically, we coached ourselves. Even when we started playing county cricket, I mean, I didn't see myself on TV till about 1986. On John Player League on a Sunday afternoon on BBC, watching it on the telly, videotape it and go and have a look. Because we didn't have computers or anything, so you couldn't analyse.
And what did you think when you saw yourself for the first time on TV?
Oh dear, no. I wasn't. I thought I was. There were one or two things I think that I didn't think I was doing that like that.
Yeah.
So that was good. But these days with the computers and everything, you can overanalyze a little bit too much. Got to be really careful, don't get bogged down with it. But I remember in earlier than that. Cut a long story short, I was HTV West sports personality of the West, right? In
Of course you were, Jack.
1903.
Did
right?
you vote for him?
Almost certainly.
You know HTV West very well.
Sure.
Anyway, cut a long story short, the winning prize was a cruise, you see, to some, I don't know, America or New York or something. I said to my wife, I said, we're not going on that. She said, why not? I said, because the second prize is a camera with VHS tapes, and you put in it. It was like this biggest thing you've
all
ever
the
seen.
years you're away from home,
yeah,
Jack.
I know, this biggest thing. And I used to set that up at the county ground at Bristol on the top there, and get one of the 12th man or somebody to. I'm a 12th man's nightmare, as you know, but get him to, when I'm batting, between. Switch it on, switch it off, because the tape would only run for batteries only run. That's the only thing we had, to actually self-analyse. Or in those early days, people like Andy Brassington or the senior keepers at the club that were with you, they're the only keeping coaches you had. So we learned. It was great, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Did your wife not speak to you for a couple of weeks after you went for the second prize rather than the first prize?
No. Look, I don't know. I got like a million other things. I don't know. I got away with that either. It's a long list of things I've got away with over 40 years.
Well, you certainly sound you got away with that. Who had the best chat behind the stumps then? Wicket keepers are always talking, aren't they? You've got to keep the team going. You've got to get in the batter's head.
Gloucester, sort of. You were the central focal point, weren't you? In that good one-day Gloucester side, you were. He'd get in the way of the batsman and that type of thing, and they'd throw the ball.
We'd take the ball in front of the face.
Until they came up against us in the final at Lords when we'd had So they did. They used to ping the ball to try and intimidate.
I used to catch it, so
and then follow
there'd be
through.
a big clap, and I used to like smack the ball into it because I used to be soft hands. I used to smack it to make a loud noise in the batsman's ear. I'd be going like growling or doing something. And then in the final, you're going to tell the story with Wardy.
So we'd had a team talk that we know what they're going to do. They're going to throw the ball at us basically, but Jack would just get in front. So he said we're just going to stand there. But if the ball hits us and deflects off, we're going to run because they've thrown it to upset their mindset. So was it first? I think it's first over of the game.
It was early.
Ian Ward's opening the batting, and whoever it was, I don't know if it was
Chris
Mark
Taylor
Delane or Chris Taylor, who's now our academy director, hurled the ball in, and Wardy has just gone. He thought he was going to get a glancing blow on the helmet and then run, but he didn't. It made him straight on the ball, straight dented the helmet.
The biggest dent you've ever seen in the helmet.
And the ball just dropped down.
Yeah.
But they didn't know what to do.
Well, it was annoying.
And we just
messing our rhythm.
It messed up their rhythm. So we just kept getting in the way, and
Yeah.
just getting out of the way at the last minute, so he could still catch it. But it affected
you,
him. And we went on to win.
Yeah,
as well.
I was going to say you're the only team that beat us.
I
in the
was
final.
there weren't many, were there, Jack?
That was the only
in
final
that
we
sequence.
lost. Yeah, it's
we got in their face.
You did, but to answer your question about the chat, I only used to chat a lot later in my career. People didn't used to do it from the start, and they're trying to get kids and youngsters to be vocal and do. It wasn't until later I got the confidence to actually do it, and I didn't. I mean, obviously, if in Test matches you do a little bit, you pick your person. You didn't say anything to Lara, and those talks, or Viv, or any of those guys. You didn't do that. And people at Surrey, I wouldn't say anything to Thorpe. You see, wouldn't say a thing to Thorpe because you knew he would benefit from it. And batsmen used to come.
But you become more determined.
Yeah, you wake people up.
Yeah.
You could wake people up as
and
such and get them in the fight. Steve Waugh was the same. He wanted to engage in a battle.
Yeah.
So we just said, say absolutely nothing.
And our keepers say to me, "Come on, Jack, have a go." And I go, "No,
not here."
People like Lehman and those guys and Stewie Law and those types because they wanted the.
But you don't have to be verbal either. Talk about, and I say go back to James Foster, even Chris Reed, two wonderful wicket keepers, and it was said, Chris Reed perhaps doesn't dominate, isn't noisy enough. You don't have to be. If you're catching every ball and missing nothing, that is high value.
Yeah.
But you can still create energy and buzz just through your own actions. So it doesn't have to be verbal and noisy all the time. You're still going to do what is natural to you.
You've just got to transmit to the opposition that actually that you're in charge. We used to try and strangle the batsman. We used to try to separate.
You try and suffocate them.
You try and separate the batsman mentally by lots of things happening. But a lot of that is to do with body language and the fielders and everything. It's not just the keeper. The fielders in the ring in particular. If the keeper can't do it on his own, you've got to have those ring fielders actually with people like Chris Taylor, great fielders, with the energy and so you squeeze that we used to call it that way. That's how we used to do it.
And
so
pinging the ball around,
pinging the ball,
always getting
sharp.
it back into the keeper, just looking busy. Somerset do it brilliantly now and have done in all formats. They're probably the best of the current counties. But in T20, something here at Surrey we try to do and aim to do. But Gloucester set the
we did, but
back
we
then.
even got Mike Smith saving a single mid off. Now that might sound a bit, but Smudge was just wandering, in the end. Because if you gave away 2 at third man of final, you got the biggest rocket. You have, the coach he'd rocket me because I was head of department fielding, so I'd get it in the neck. So I made sure they did the job. And we even got Smithy saying he wasn't doing it any quicker. It was just body language. It was just a bit.
And it can save you 5 or 6 runs as well, which in a one-day game is massive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was all good fun.
I've got lots of questions, but one I want to ask you, and I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in, just bringing, in a way, the subject that we talked about at the start, up to date, really. Ben Foakes, Johnny Bairstow. Thoughts really. It's so difficult for Ben. It must be difficult for Ben Foakes not to be in that England side because he's worth his place in the side. Everyone knows that. Even the selectors. I'm sure even Brendan McCullum knows that Ben Foakes is worth his place in the side. But it's a question. It's the whole thing, is it? How do you fit together the jigsaw?
And that is so. Johnny Bairstow, the batsman, walks into any Test match side, and what he did last year and previously to that, world class, absolutely high class. Then sadly had that broken leg, so he went out to set up. But Ben Foakes came in and has shown why I said, 5-6 years ago, he's the best in the world. And he's proven that. But then to fit everyone in, I get the problem. I'm sat here with my Surrey shirt on. I'd pick Ben Foakes. But then you say, how do you get him in? You're going to have to change something up top. That was the problem. And if they weren't going to change anything up top at the top of the order, you couldn't get both Bairstow and Foakes in, so they had to go one way or the other. And they've chosen to go with a more attacking, aggressive batsman and a proven Test match batsman because he is a wonderful player, and a lesser quality keeper. And it's trying to get that balance right. Now he's had a tough game, in that first one at Edgbaston, a really tough game.
Did you have games like that as well? Do you know what he's gone through?
You're always going to make errors.
Yeah, we've all had games like that. Yeah. It goes with the territory. It's like the goalkeeper always lets a few in every so often, and you make mistakes because it's easy. It's such a fine line. But I feel for Ben because I was in that same position, and I'm not blaming anybody or having a go at Stokes or McCullum or anything. It's a conundrum that's had to be, and they decided to go that route. And I'm not going to sit here and have a go at those two guys because they've decided to go that route, and I'll back them on it because I don't want to give the Aussies anything to be shouting about. So we're going to get behind it. But I always think you pick your best keeper because it's the Ashes. It's the Ashes, and you've got to understand that there's Test cricket, and then there's Ashes above that because the.
And don't forget Ben Foakes can bat.
Yes, exactly.
He's got Test
so
match hundreds.
It's not. It's such a difficult situation, and I do feel for him because as we said earlier, I've been through that, and he's been playing so well, so it makes it even more difficult. And when he did play, he played well, so he's done nothing wrong. It's just they've gone that route, and it's what the thing that I hope we've not lost sight of is that the Ashes is a different level, and I mean Johnny could catch everything. Johnny more often. Johnny's a good keeper. He's a brilliant cricketer. So I'm not having to go at him, but the Ashes is something.
It's another level up.
It's a different level because of the weight that's on you, and you can say whatever you like. I'm just catching another ball, and that's what you try and do. And we've all tried to do that. There is still that tension that comes in, and that expectancy, and you've only got to hear the crowd at Edgbaston to know what it means to people. And so it's been difficult all round.
And when you miss a chance. Again, going back to what we were speaking about, taking the tension out your body, it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
But that's gone, you can't change it, so it is the next ball that counts. And if I've got any sympathies for Johnny, one is obviously he hasn't kept a lot since his broken leg. I think he only kept once, did he? Possibly twice for Yorkshire. But I don't think, and apologies if I've got this wrong, I don't think England have a wicket-keeping coach at the games now, leading into it. Now, you can say Brendan McCullum has kept wicket, but he's not a specialist wicket-keeping coach, whereas we were lucky enough to have had Alan Knott, and then in more recent times Bruce French has been brilliant for Ben Foakes, Matt Pryor and whoever else. I don't think they have the wicket-keeping coach there now. Certainly didn't in the winter, because I know Ben Foakes struggled to have someone who could work with him all the time. So when you have, and it's not just the work you do on the training ground, it's when you come in at a break, you just need to, if you've done something slightly wrong, you just want to keep or your coach or your trust, it's just to say, your alignment might have been a little bit wrong, or do you realise you're just coming a little bit early, or a little tip that just clears your mind. You're probably just reconfirming what you're thinking, but when it comes from a coach who you've worked with and alongside, it gives you that little bit more confidence.
But also, Alec will know, you can see things happening. He's going to miss one here in a minute because the wicket's doing this, or this bowler's doing that, or he's got slightly wrong-footed occasionally, and something's going to happen over here, or like the wicket's doing this now, so you chat about that. Well, the wicket's doing a bit more of that now, and then it just
it's where you stand,
and you refocus that person to think, oh, okay, I'll just be aware of that after tea or something because it's going to go through the gate and that sort of thing.
So even your alignment, the simple thing is where you're lined up. Certain keepers will stand very tight to the stumps.
What do you mean by that?
So if your left foot, if you're keeping to a right-hander, your left foot a lot of the time will be somewhere around middle stump, so that you're really tight. So you'll see a lot of keepers. If they stand a little bit too wide, as in close to the first slip, the angle of the ball that is bowled at the bowler's end forces you to the leg side, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So straight away you'll put your weight on your left foot and take a step towards the leg side. And then if there's an outside edge, because all your weight is on your left foot and left leg, to then push back to dive to your right is really difficult. And it's just little things like that. So that catch he caught one-handed, yes, it was a good catch, but I would still say if his alignment had been better, it was a comfortable catch.
And it's all about timing as well, because sometimes you think, and the other thing is sometimes you think you're concentrating and you're not enough. And that's what the Ashes does to you.
Oh, explain that, Jack. That's an interesting idea.
Because it's the intensity of it.
It's like batting.
It's the intensity of it. You think, I'm watching the ball, but am I really watching the ball? right? Am I just watching a space? Am I watching a round thing? Or am I actually looking for a mark on the ball or the seam or something? Which side, little things like that would intensify it. And I used to find later in the day I got more angrier and more because I'd had a good day and I didn't want to mess it up at 6:15. With 15 minutes to go, because I wanted to have a good day all round. So the intensity of it, the focus, it's hard to explain it. And Luke Sutton actually I did a piece with Luke, who wrote a really good book on keeping. We had a long chat about it. It's a really good book. I recommend it to anyone. I tried to explain it a little bit there, but it's just a focus. I'm right, Simon. I'm looking at you, right. So I'm concentrating on you. No, I'm concentrating on you, right?
Yeah.
See what I mean? Like
Greater intensity.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so there's that edge to it, and so you're forgetting everything, but actually even more now. I'm really. So there's that, and you have to learn
switching on and switching.
But you have to learn to do that to go
out
to in, out back in again.
So when you're batting, same when you're keeping, especially say reverse swing or even spin, when you're out of form, you're looking at an area. When the bowler lets go, you're not looking at the ball. You're looking at an area. When you're playing reasonably well, you're probably looking at the hand. When you're playing nicely, you're looking at the ball. But when you're really on top of your game, you're seeing the seam and the rough side and the shiny
and
side.
Bits on it, marks on the ball.
So just those things that when you're really in tune, it's the same when you keep. And when you keep, you have that little bit longer to react. So really focus and it becomes a lot easier.
And the other thing I found coaching keepers is a lot of, between the batsmen, if they're stood up, between the batsman and them, their eyes don't work hard enough. They might lose the ball, so you've got to search hard. And you think, again, you're getting lazy. You think you're watching it, and it's a bit peripheral. Instead of really expecting it through the gate or leg side or what it is.
So a lot of the time, they always say every ball is coming to you as a keeper. And then if you look, whether it's on a TV screen or a photo, is as the player has played the shot, say as a cover drive, is the keeper's head looking at where he thinks the ball is going, i.e. extra cover, or is he still picturing him missing the ball and the ball is going into his hands? And that's the difference.
And Alan Knott used to say to me, they hit the ball over there, just stay here, you're in the right position. So it made you, I learned
focus.
that in the early, and really, because the rest is irrelevant, it's because it's you and the ball. And I used to have I never painted the picture, but I should have done it. My visual was a ball on a black canvas, and the ball, and as soon as the bowler came round and started coming into bowling, that was my world. And on top of that, it was me against the ball. The determination to get, because that ball's trying to mess my day up, right, and make me unhappy. So I'm going to catch wherever it goes, I am getting that ball.
And there are times, aren't there, when you don't see the ball. They'll play over the top of one.
Yeah.
And you lose it, and then you've got to refocus and see it. Whereas if you're guessing or not concentrating, the ball's hit you.
If you're not expecting it.
Yeah.
Welcome back, and if you want to hear the rest of that interview, splendid one it was too, between Simon Mann, Jack Russell and Alex Stewart, you can head to our YouTube channel, Surrey Cricket. Go to the YouTube channel, it's all there. But we are back live with 331 set for Surrey to win. First ball from Jack Leaning. It's a very concerted appeal. I think if anything he's got that to do a little bit too much. Leg by a signal, so no bat involved there. And Surrey are underway straight away. It's a challenging target, 331, on a pitch which has taken quite a bit of spin. Alongside me, Yas Rana, I'm delighted to say. And, Kent is copying Surrey's playbook here, aren't they? Starting with spin.
They are, and I was actually surprised that Surrey didn't bowl more spin, because I think we saw that the spinners they were able to exert a reasonable amount of control, which they weren't always able to do with the seamers. And in the end, they actually only bowled 25 of a possible 30 out of the three spinners they had.
Well, we saw the ball of the century today.
Yes.
From Cam Steele. It was a very similar ball to the ball of the century as well, actually. The ball of the 20th century.
I wonder if Steele's one of those players that because he bats, you almost don't take his leg spin as seriously as you should. I think he is someone that regards himself more as a batter than a bowler, but I think his leg spin is really coming on nicely.
Now there's going to be a bit of a challenge here for Ryan Patel, with Leaning in theory taking the ball away from the left-hander. There's a slip in place.
It's interesting that they started with Leaning. They have 4 spin options in the Kent lineup.
He's a slightly flatter spinner, isn't he, I think? And I suppose He's able to bowl the ball a little bit into the pitch. Might be happier bowling with a new ball than some of the other spinners. Very much looking forward to seeing more of young Denley. Jaden.
It's a very tidy start from Leaning. Concedes just 2 runs off the bat from his opening overs. And I was just having a look at Leaning's career numbers, and his T20 record with the ball is much better than I thought it would have been. So he's taken 21 wickets at 23, but his economy rate is 7.71.
Not bad at all.
And over. So you can see why they regard him as a serious bowling option.
Grant Stewart.
Italy's Grant Stewart.
Italy, is he now?
Yeah, he was up in Edinburgh for the qualifier alongside
Spencer Johnson.
Not Spencer Johnson. Spencer Johnson was supposed to be there. He's basically done too well recently, so he's been picked for Australia, obviously, but he was also, as Simon was saying earlier, was playing in the global T20 competition in Canada.
Good, strong Italian names. That's a beautiful shot from Sibley. Wide, full, driven through the infield, right along the ground. When Sibley is accessing the offside, you know his game is in pretty decent working order.
I wonder as well if he's a player, as we look at that glorious cover drive again, I wonder if he's a player who actually would really benefit from playing a bit of white ball cricket.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's not got many opportunities to do so in the last few years.
Now 2 slips are in place here, Yas, which is quite a bold attacking move. First up.
I like it. We saw a bit of away movement off that second delivery from Stewart already. Very interested by the 2 decisions with the opening bowlers here. Jack Leaning starting from the pavilion end, Grant Stewart from the Vauxhall end. And I guess Stewart finding that early movement through the air, but I'm really excited to watch Nathan Gilchrist come on.
Oh,
he's,
yes.
Really highly rated, and he's had a difficult summer. He's spent a lot of it off the pitch injured. He's someone who's really highly rated at Kent. And I think Kent have had a difficult season in the Championship, and I think a fair bit of that can be put down to the absence of Gilchrist.
Well, of course, it was against Kent that Surrey got that mammoth 501 to win a county championship match, the second highest run score in the Championship's history. Could have been the highest if Kent had scored 2 more runs.
And you'll never see 3 more contrasting hundreds as you saw in that innings. Dom Sibley with literally the slowest county championship 100 ever. Jamie Smith with 70 ball 100, and Foakes with what you call
190.
100.
Yeah, 190, wasn't it, in the middle? Oh, now that edge gone. Sibley goes, and that's the movement that Yas Rana was talking about. Just that little shape away. Sibley playing away from his body, gets a thin edge through to the keeper, and Kent get an early breakthrough. Surrey 7 for 1.
It's a lovely piece of bowling from Stewart. First ball a bit of a loosener over pitch, but he's found his length the last few deliveries, and a bit of movement not only in the air but off the pitch, I think, nibbling away from Sibley just back of a length, and Sibley pushes his hands at it. Sort of a nothing shot. It's one of those that even if you're middle, I don't think you get too much value for your shot.
He got 1 down a deep backward point. That's all he could have been getting from that, isn't it?
Sibley, who played a glorious shot first ball of the over, he departs for 5, and Surrey, chasing a lot of runs, are 7 for 1. We were talking earlier about how in 50 over cricket what is regarded as a good score has changed so much, but I think we lose sight quite often of, even if the run rate is manageable, 331 is just a lot of runs.
It is a lot of runs, and we're seeing that new ball's doing a little bit here. Surrey didn't quite extract as much as they would have liked. Mind you, they bowled spin in their first over as well, of course. Rory Burns, skipper, is a new batter. He was a bit dismayed with his dismissal in the match against Leicester. With reasonable cause. I think he might have hit pad rather than outside edge. It was a tough one for the umpires. His pad and bat were very close together. And he's had a slightly underwhelming season by his incredibly high standards, Rory Burns. But he's got an opportunity here to bat for 48 overs if he wants. Ideally not 48.1. 48 should do it.
There are a lot of players in this Surrey team who are part of the county championship side as well, and obviously you've got this block in the calendar where you just have white ball cricket, and they'll want to carry on the momentum they've had from their championship campaign for when it resumes in early September. Surrey yet to get their first win in this year's One Day Cup competition.
Still one slip in place for the left-handed Burns. And he's off the mark straight away. Just angling a ball down to deep third. So a successful over for Grant Stewart and for Kent. Seeing the back of Don Sibley. I wonder if we're going to see Ben Geddes bat a little higher up the order today. He was carded at, I think, 5 in the game against Leicestershire and came in at 7. Had a really massive impact towards the back end of the innings. Hit 3 sixes in the last over. Played with real aplomb. Some flamboyant shots in there as well.
But I think, as we said at the time, he did such a good job. Why move him?
There's that. There is that theory. But of course, Surrey was setting on that occasion. Today they're chasing. And leaning is going to continue on a pitch which has been really assisting the spinners. If you're just joining us, we mentioned it earlier, Cameron Steele with the ball of the century, an absolute ripper. Utterly bamboozled Bell Drummond, wasn't it? And it bamboozled me. I had no idea it was out. I'm not sure Cam Steele realised it was out initially. He put his hand to his head.
Yeah, it was Bell Drummond. Yeah, he would look like he was surprised by what he'd just done as well.
Yeah, when he looked at, oh no, just missed the outside edge. No, you haven't. You've clipped the top of off. It was a sort of ball that leg spinners dream of bowling. I mean, I think he might even have pitched just outside leg stump. I think if that had hit the pad, it might have been given not out for that. It was very close to leg stump line. And it span right back across Bell Drummond, who was well set at the time. Inside edge saving Burns there.
Leading started really well here, and I think with the fall of Sibley, Surrey might be a little bit more cautious against the spin of Leading than they otherwise would be. And a real opportunity for Kent to just race through a few overs and really get that required run rate up.
Especially with 2 left-handers at the crease, isn't
absolutely.
it? Yeah.
Already 6.78 runs and over. Yeah, with that Steele wicket, I do wonder with leg spinners how much are they actually trying to bowl that very specific delivery?
Well, if you land it there and it does that, it's an extremely difficult ball to face, to put it mildly.
It is, but also if you land it there and it doesn't spin, it's very quickly not a very good ball.
No, it's a very bad ball at that point, yeah. Tidy over from Leading, just the 2 singles from it, 10 for 1, Surrey after 3. It was a feature of Kent's innings that they went off at quite a sedate pace, I'd say. They didn't exactly race through their power play.
It was quite an old-fashioned 50-over innings in that they properly laid the foundation for a late innings assault. They only lost, I think it was 2 wickets in the first, pretty much the first 40 overs. Yeah, Jack Leach was the 3rd wicket to fall in the 43rd over. And around about the 39 over mark, Alex Blake was the one to really add a bit of impetus to the innings, and he was followed by Grant Stewart and Harry Finch, who both struck at exactly 200. Stewart continues. Interesting field change for the left-handers for Stewart. That second slip has moved into a catching short mid-wicket. Looks like he'll continue to move the ball, what was away to the right-hander, into the left-hander.
Well, that could cause Rory Burns some problems. He's been out LBW a few times this year to exactly that ball. Brett Hutton got him, didn't he, in the county championship game against Notts?
Potentially twice.
The boundary riders are a deep square leg, and they've got a conventional deep third, neither wide nor fine, which is a rare thing to see in this summer where that field has either been virtually at backstop or fly slip, or has been out at deep backward point. Australia started with a deep backward point, the first ball of the Ashes. That's been laced away, that'll be 4. Square of the wicket, too much width, and that's a problem for Stewart. If that ball doesn't swing back in, give a bit of width to Patel, and he can crash it away to the untenanted boundary. Only 2 fielders allowed out at this stage. You see the width there, and the ball just going straight on. There is a slip in place, but it was a pretty risk-free shot for Ryan Patel.
Yeah, a bit of width, but to give Patel a bit of credit, not that much of it. A really assertive shot through the vacant point region. That's better from Patel, but he pinches a single behind square on the offside.
He's a luckless man, Ryan Patel, to be trying to break into Surrey's top order. He's been a fine servant to the club over these years. Also, of course, to that extraordinary fifer, one of the fastest fifers.
I was just about to say, he doesn't bowl as much anymore, but I think, was it 6 for 5 against Somerset?
I think so, Guildford, wasn't it? Use of the feet there from Rory Burns, trying to negate whatever swing might come back into his pads.
And another, just as a thought of that spell from Patel, that was the summer where you had the 4 Surrey academy graduates in the same age group doing really well. Patel, Verdi, Sam Curran and Ollie Pope. But there's another member of that group now, and Gus Atkinson. He wasn't around then, but he's actually the same age.
He's got it through again, Patel. And it'll be 4 more, a little bit shorter this time. Got tall, and he placed it to the left of point. And once it gets past that infield, it's always going to run away for 4. It's been a slightly slower outfield today, but as you can see there, that's just too short. Patel, he plays it very well, gets right on top of the bounce. Picks up his second boundary in the over. Surrey 20 for 1 after 4.
Stewart's almost got no wiggle room to play with outside off stump. As soon as there's any sort of width with the field that he currently has, there are plenty of gaps within the infield, no boundary cover in front of the square and the offside, so Patel will just help himself every time. Leaning continues. The other Ashes comparison I'd make to play we've seen here is it is noticeable how much quicker and how much more energy there is from both teams actually in just getting through the overs.
Yeah.
Running around. Obviously got a bit of a delay at the moment as
slightly more energy than being shown by the spectator.
Yes.
Finally getting to their seat. Right, we can continue. I mean, we've seen a lot of spin today, which helps, doesn't it? But actually, in one-day cricket, you've got a lot of thinking to do. And I'm afraid I just don't buy it that the Test series needed to go at the glacial pace that it did. On numerous occasions, both sides were guilty of slowing the game down quite deliberately, depending on where we were in the day. I mean, it was noticeable when England managed to bowl out Australia with 9 minutes to go. So their openers didn't have to go out and bat. That was quite sneaky.
bit short that time from leaning, but that previous ball really did turn.
Kadri might enjoy himself on here, mightn't
definitely.
he? We're going to get to see Denley. We'll talk about, you know, extraordinary milestones and landmarks. Oh, now then. Was there a little tickle on that? Leaning's hand went ahead. Was that just because it's missed off stump? Let's take a look at this. It's hard to tell from that angle. Here we go. This is a better view. Oh, now that's gone between bat and pad. Was there a tiny faint inside edge? I don't know, because it looks to me keeper there's trying to, with the second grab, trying to perform a stumping, I think. Oh, he loves that as leaning. Umpire not so much.
Sorry, he's an enthusiastic appealer as leaning. He's gone up a few times already. And that ball that snuck between the gap between bat and pad. So we have a look at the LBW shout.
Again, hard to see from behind. We need to see that from front on, really. As the last ball is just tucked into the onside for an easy single for Burns. So 3 off that challenging over from leaning. He's getting plenty of assistance from the pitch. Surrey 23 for 1.
Yeah, that one that snuck between bat and pad. I think leaning has earned that ball by the one that turned earlier in the over. That one spun sharply, but the 5th ball of the over didn't turn at all. Either a bit of natural variation or maybe an arm ball from leaning.
I think he put in a little request for an LBW there, but Burns might have just got outside the line of off stump there. At best, umpire's call. Not that we have that here. We have a live stream, but we obviously do not have ball tracking and all the other gizmos that go with that. Stewart's going to continue. I mean, it can be a lethal ball. If you're getting the ball to turn, then bowling the one that deliberately doesn't turn can be pretty lethal. Just go back to Denley. It's noticeable that Stuart Broad's last ball in international cricket was hit for 6 that he faced. And the last ball he bowled won a match. Well, young Jaden Denley, his first ball in this day cricket, whacked for 4. It's the only ball he faced. Oh, this looks close. As it just pitched outside the line. I think it may have done.
And again, it's the mode of dismissal that we were talking about earlier with Rory Burns. Right arm seamer from over the wicket, swinging it ball in.
Ooh.
I think that probably did just pitch outside leg stump, but it is pretty close. We'll have another look at it.
Well, it'll be tight. Benefit of the doubt going to the Surrey skipper on this occasion. And as a result, he's now advancing towards Stewart. He doesn't want to get trapped on the crease if that ball's going to angle back in. Still some assistance for the seamers and swing bowlers here. It's got a bit sort of muggy, actually. I wonder if that's helping at all. It's a warm, close kind of day. Not that we're complaining after the meters of rain. I was starting to think that I'd actually sort of died and been sent to hell. Such was the incessant, tedious rain.
It was really quite depressing.
Oh, wasn't it?
And even since the weather's improved, there's almost a sadness to it in that.
What might have been.
But also, just that there's not that much left of summer.
No, I know.
And we've missed out on quite a lot of good weather.
Well, those nights are drawing in. It won't be long.
Change of angle from Grant Stewart coming around the wicket to Ryan Patel after being cut and driven away for 4 a couple of times in the previous over.
That's nicely played again by Patel. Fielder's in pursuit, but won't cut it off. He did very little more than just push at that. Timed it well. The speed of the outfield, we say it so many times, as it gets onto those practice pitches and just races away.
If you look at the replay here, I think this is a brilliant example of that. It's the second bounce, it almost, with a bit of topspin, kicks on. Because Patel really didn't put much power behind it, timed it beautifully. And that's his 3rd boundary from not many deliveries through the point region, as Kent actually proactively try and cover that gap by moving a man to point.
Oof, play and a miss from Patel. 5 off the over, 6 gone. Surrey 28 for 1. Yeah, they've strengthened that offside to Patel, which is wise, as a backward point and a point, or cover if you prefer. Now, does leaning continue?
Looks like he will. I wonder how soon it will be before Nathan Gilchrist comes on from the...
You're keen to see Nathan Gilchrist?
I'm not just keen to see him bowl. I want to see him bowl with a new ball. We know that the new white ball doesn't swing for that long. And Stewart, fair enough to him, he's picked up the early wicket and he's also created chances. Big appeal for LBW in that previous over to Rory Burns that looked really close.
I am kind of marvelling at the crowd as well, though. You know, we've got a lot of people in today.
Amazing.
Well, it somewhat surprised me as I was arriving this morning at the tube station. It felt like it's advancing again. Is Burns, good use of the feet, get a single into the onside. As I was arriving, it felt like a big match day. There were queues waiting to get onto the escalators, and there were dawdle walkers slowing my progress.
I think I read somewhere yesterday that Worcestershire recording their highest attendances in the One Day Cup in at least a decade.
Is that right?
And I think that the men's 100 this year has been notably higher in quality than it was last year. I think the availability of English players has just been slightly better. And that feeds through to the One Day Cup. You have fewer, less experienced players earning the 100 call-ups.
Do you think there's also a degree of I'm going to show you?
Definitely. And also, I think I was talking to Nick Friend from the Cricketer earlier about this. I don't think we can underestimate the impact of just an amazing Ashes series.
Yep.
People just like cricket at the moment.
Yep.
I don't think they're that fussed about what they're viewing, particularly new fans. My housemate is effectively into cricket for the first time in his life, and I've been really interested to see that he's been glued to the 100.
Really?
Yeah. It's
Men's
obviously
and women's?
different. Yeah. And probably slightly more for the women's competition. If you've watched both Ashes series during the summer, there are a lot of players that you recognise. So even in the men's competition the other evening, he was watching Birmingham Phoenix play a game, and he knows who Ben Duckett is, he knows who Moeen Ali is. I think England have done well to twist the arms of essentially contracted players to be appearing as early as they have been in the competition. Obviously, that Ashes series was breathless, utterly relentless for the players involved, and they've not had a long break. And neither actually have some of the broadcasters. Seeing Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson have the series they've had, and they've barely taken a break, and they're straight into the Sky Pod.
Well, Moeen Ali was in there on day one of the 100, which was the day after the Ashes.
Amazing.
I mean, all of my colleagues have been straight on time. I got a day off. I got the Tuesday off, and I was back on Wednesday. I mean, I do think that actually has not helped. That I think there needed to be 2 or 3 days before the 100 started, just to do the reset.
Oh, definitely. I think
because there was something moderately confusing about it all happening the very next day. And I know it's very difficult. It's very difficult for the schedulers trying to get all these games in, especially in a year when there's 8 Test matches, 1 women's, the World Test Championship final, Ireland, and 5 Ashes Tests, and trying to get them all in from the beginning of June to the end of July. Yeah, another appeal, but I think that's going to go over the top. Umpire's not interested.
Another change to the field here for Stewart. Slips moved out, and they've really plugged that gap around point. That was totally vacant early, and you've got a point and a cover point now for Rory Burns. Guess the plan is to bowl pretty straight, but he's now got cover for the ball that is just wide of Burns' off stump.
Well, I hesitate to say this on the Surrey live stream of a Metrobank One Day Cup match, but because we're talking about the women here, I can give you a little update if you like. Because the Oval Invincibles are in action today, and Marizanne Kapp has picked up 2 wickets. Marie Kelly and Jemima Rodrigues, whom she got for a first ball duck. And the Northern Superchargers are 22 for 2 from 22 balls. Richie Benno's dream. Good fielding by Stewart and his follow through there.
Talking about Kadri earlier, he's undertaking some pretty rigorous warm-ups at short fine leg. I'm sure it won't be long before we see him. I'm sure it won't be long before we see Matt Parkinson.
It could be the next over that we get a change, couldn't it, from the pavilion end? Leaning's bowled 4. That said, Burns here just struggling a little, 8 from 22. He whips that away nicely. That's really well played through mid-wicket. Completely risk-free shot. Stewart's angry. Straight onto the pads. And Burns collects a boundary.
A really good shot from Burns. You had to get that placement bang on with the man at square leg.
It's a problem that Stewart's got though, isn't it? Because having taken another fielder and put him on the offside, Burns is looking to access the leg side, or if it's short and wide, crash it away through backward point for 4. So just as Burns was looking a little becalmed, he responds with 2 4s at the end of the over. Surrey 39 for 1. Not by any means got off to a rapid start. You see there, that's just a loose ball from Stewart, slightly over-correcting from the previous delivery, and the ball nearly clocking a passer-by on the bonds.
He picked up the early wicket, but 2 different games going on from either end. Jack Leaning, his 4 overs have conceded just 10, going at 2.5 and over, and Grant Stewart, who did pick up the early wicket of Dom Sibley and had a very close LBW shout to Rory Burns an over or so later. He's now gone for 28 off his first 4 overs.
So do you see a similar pattern developing here, that Kent are going to look to bowl with their 4 spinners? They've got Kadri, Parkinson, Leaning and Denley.
I think they're going to have
bulk.
I think they're going to have to be more proactive about getting those spinners on. You know, they're not going to bowl. It's unlikely that they bowl 40 overs of spin, but they do have 40 overs of spin, and I did think it was surprising that Surrey left 5 overs of spin out there. They could have bowled Steele a couple more. They could have bowled Majid. I thought bowled really well actually. 3 more.
Well, I think that's nicely played. That's a wonderful on drive. The fielder's in pursuit, but not going to get there. Another boundary for Patel. Probably his best shot of the day, actually. So he had to get that straight enough to beat mid-on, which he did with a little flick of the wrist.
When he's on form, he's a really good timer of a ball, Ryan Patel. Very elegant, very good to watch.
I think the problem with Cam Steele was that I think they were quite keen on bowling him more, but then he got taken down for 14 in his 8th over, and he bowled all of them on the spin, didn't he? I think so. He might just have been tiring a touch. He's taken that nicely on the full and flicked it away, but it won't make it all the way as a fielder out there.
Pick up 3, capitalising on the misfield in the deep. Really good running between Burns and Patel, and that's a good over for the Surrey pair. 8 runs off it. Most profitable over they've had of Leaning so far.
Slightly ahead of where Kent were at the same stage. Kent didn't lose a wicket in the power play. They did in the first over after it, the 11th over of the innings, when Ben Compton just chipped a simple chance to Rory Burns at mid-on, or mid-wicket. Straight mid-wicket.
We have spin from both ends.
Oh, yes.
As Hamidullah Kadri comes on for his first bowl of the day. We've seen a fair bit of turn already from, I was about to say the part-time spin of Jack Leaning, but given how he's bowled so far and those T20 bowling numbers that I referenced earlier, I think that's a bit harsh to describe him as a part-timer, especially in limited overs cricket. But given the turn that Leaning's got from the other end, I'd be really interested to see what kind of purchase Kadri can get.
We're seeing turn on this pitch, but we're not seeing dust particularly, or cracks or anything of that sort. It's just a pitch that's assisting the spin bowlers, which is nice to see.
And I think if you were to compare the finger spinners that Surrey have to Kent, Moriarty and Majid are two fairly tall spinners who really try and drive the ball into the ground, whereas Kadri and Leaning probably look to give it a bit more flight. Kadri a fair bit shorter than the other three finger spinners that we've seen so far today.
Excuse me. So last over the power play here. Will there be any urgency with only two fielders out? Mid on and mid off up. Well, there you go. Goes over the top. And Patel picks up another 4. Just too short from Kadri. He could lean back with mid off up inside the circle. He just had to get it over his head. Got a really good connection. Played, dare I say it, a lofted strapple.
Yeah, that's a shot that has nothing to do with the fielding restrictions. Too short from Kadri, and Patel could pick his spot.
Well, except that he might have had a long off.
True. Although
in which case, he might have looked to pull it over mid-wicket instead.
He had so much choice with that shot. Kadri finds his areas next up.
That's more like it. That's the length he wants to be bowling. They really are rattling through these overs, Ken. It's the power of spin. And there aren't that many seam bowling options, so Surrey are going to have to get used to this. There's going to be plenty more of this to come. And we have a full complement of pigeons away to our right now. I think that's just sliding on down. So does the umpire. So the power play is done and dusted, 53 for 1. And now Kent can put out 4 fielders on the boundary. You're allowed a 5th from the 41st over to the end of the innings. But it's a peculiarity. It's a very strange thing that sides don't capitalise quite as much as you think they might.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I actually thought it was a very interesting moment in the Kent innings, was when you had the field restrictions change for the final 10 and you had, Surrey could have an extra man on the boundary. I actually think that Surrey then found it harder to stop singles because they had an extra man back. There were more gaps in the infield, and as a result, even good balls are going for 1 and 2.
Now Leaning is continuing. He's into his 6th over here. But you're right. I mean, we saw a great example of that in yesterday's 100, actually, when whoever was playing was forced to bring a fielder in because they hadn't bowled their overs by the cut-off time. And would you believe it? Shabnam Ismail was bowling, I think. Would you believe it? Catch went straight to that fielder, who otherwise would not have been there. I mean, do you think captains might go on the defensive a bit too early?
Potentially. Funny you say that. Previous ball, just a field change now. Leaning had 6 men in the ring rather than 5. And if you compare this over to the Leaning's first 5, there haven't been too many pinch singles, and already in his 6th over, his first outside of power play, Surrey picked up 2 from the first 3 deliveries. A lot of dot balls in the early part of Leaning's spell in particular.
Well, suddenly those gaps appear, don't they?
But I guess Kent might argue that they're very content with conceding singles at the moment. The required run rate is hovering around 7, as it has done for the last 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, but that can be a dangerous way to go. So if you give away 4 singles an over, you've got to be absolutely sure you're not giving away a 4 ball.
No, absolutely, and it means that it's really hard to have a really good mini spell a 3 over spell where you only concede 8 or 9. Is the 50 partnership, I think, is reached between
That's right.
Burns and Mattel.
So 4 singles coming from that over, 57 for 1 after 11. But what it does do is it gives Patel and Burns an opportunity just to rotate strike, feel comfortable at the crease, the pressure dissipates.
Obviously, completely different calibre of cricketers here, but when I play club cricket, when I'm captaining, I always have the view with spinners and fielders back. I want to see the batter hit a good shot and deserve to have the fielder back. And at the moment, Surrey, without taking too many risks, can just take quite a few runs off the spinners. And we saw in that previous over from Kadri, actually, that finger spinners are also capable of bowling bad balls. You know, we talk about it with wrist spinners that you almost factor in one bad ball on over, but in a 10 over spell, even a very good finger spinner is going to bowl 2, 3, 4 bad deliveries. And as you say, if you're taking 4 of the 5 good deliveries in over and there's a bad one in every time, very quickly you could be looking at conceding 8 or 9 runs in over. Kadri continues to Burns.
Well, unless I'm much mistaken, he's got 6 inside the circle here. Kadri, the only 3 boundary riders are at wide long off, deep backward point and deep square leg. Three in the ring on either side. I like this. He's doing exactly as you're requesting. He's forcing Ryan Patel to play a shot if he wants to pick up runs here. Where he might go is inside out over extra cover. That's vacant at the moment, although long off's quite wide. And then if you piece together 2 or 3 dot balls, and that run rate required is creeping ever upwards.
But it's pretty much that ball, right? That's quite often with a finger spinner, you might have 2 men back straight, mid on in, Bell Drummond mid on.
And that's a single, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
now he's gone.
It's baffling, isn't it? Having just proved the value of that fielder, they then go and stick him back on the boundary.
Be interesting to keep an eye on Bell Drummond and where he's stationed for Patel at least. That last ball, he was moved from mid on to long on, but a good 15-20 yards in from the rope. He's there still for Rory Burns after that single. Is that saying have a go?
Well, it is slightly, isn't it? I mean, I would have him even further in. He's gesticulating a little here, saying exactly where do you want me? No, exactly where you are is perfect. 15 yards in or so. The offside's got somebody at short extra cover. He's saving the 1. And that is a very parsimonious over indeed. Just 2 from it, 59 for 1 after 12. Patel 30, Burns 23. More from you, Raz. And then to take you through to the halfway point of this innings, it'll be Simon Hughes.
Yeah, 4 spinners in the Kent lineup today. We've seen 2 of them, Jack Leaning and Hamidullah Kadri. Still yet to see Matt Parkinson and the young debutant Jaden Denley, who's a left arm spinning all-rounder. Hit a 4 with his first ball in professional cricket. The Kent skipper Jack Leaning looks like he'll continue to bowl his 7th over on the trot. He's done a really good job for his team so far. 6 overs for 22, yet to take a wicket, but applying pressure as Dan is replaced by Simon Hughes.
Yes, afternoon everyone. A nicely poised situation actually. Lots of spin being bowled. The over rate's excellent apart from anything else. And the spin's been pretty accurate as well. You can see why 2 off spinners are bowling with 2 left-handers. Captains are almost obsessed with the idea of making sure the spin is away from the bat, whichever way round the batters are. So left arm spin to right-handers and off spin to left-handers. Leg spin, of course, can come into the act as well. This is Leaning to Rory Burns. They're so good at that little shot. The modern batsman, the little dab on the offside, just to steer the ball wide of the man attempting to save the single. Leaning has got the 4 men out on the boundary, whereas Kadri in the last over only had 3. Actually, one's coming in, yeah. One's coming in. Mid-on has come in now into the ring for Ryan Patel.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you, actually, do you think that captains are too obsessed with matchups? Like
yes.
when you played white ball cricket,
a bit too
would captains be that reluctant to have a leg spinner or a left arm spinner bowling a left-hander?
I think you can get a bit too hung up on stats actually at times, especially those kind of things. Or a little bit of spin there to Rory Burns from Jack Leaning. I'll give you an example actually after this over of the way stats can sort of almost cloud the issue. It goes a little while back to an Ashes series of about 10 years ago. Reverse sweep from Rory Burns, but there's a man covering that shot. Kadri just retrieving that on the deep third man boundary.
But before you tell that story, just a really crucial passage of play here. That required run rate is climbing quite quickly. Actually, a couple of tardy overs in a row here from the pair of Kent off spinners.
Yes, so the required rate's up to 7, and again a little bit of extra spin from Jack Leaning. So another pretty accurate and tidy over from the Kent spinners. 4 singles coming from it, no boundaries at the moment. So Surrey 63 for 1, chasing that 331 for victory. Big crowd in here today at the Kia Oval. I think around about 10,000 people already, and obviously it's international cricket where this ground is best known, and we'll give you the way you can join the ballot for next year's international matches here at the Kia Oval shortly. The ballot is about to open for tickets here for next year, and it will be a hot ticket. That I spent the majority of the time for both the World Test Championship final and the final Ashes Test here at the Kia Oval. It's one of the best places to watch cricket, undoubtedly. It's a brilliant place to sample our great game. The atmosphere is fantastic. I actually sat in the stand on the last day for Stuart Broad's climax of his career. Well, that turned, and actually very nicely played by Burns. Just let it come on to him and steered it for 4. That's a clever bit of batting. It was a ball that deserved better than that, really.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that ball at all from Kadri.
Maybe going back to your point about field settings. I mean, a slip. Why don't they get a slip in at the moment? They need wickets because these guys are so good, these players, and if they bat the overs, if Surrey are say 6 down, 6-7 down by the time we get to the 40th over or so, they'll be close to their target. So they do need to take wickets. And while the ball is spinning a little bit and bouncing, I just never understand why you wouldn't have a slip for this kind of bowling against these left-handers. Just keeps the batsman honest, really, and much apart from anything else.
They've also not quite put all their eggs in one basket, but they put most of their eggs in the spin basket, in that the white ball doesn't swing for very long. It swings a lot early, but for really not very long. And Nathan Gilchrist, who's probably their most exciting seam bowler, we've not seen him yet. We've not seen James Bazley bowl either. When they undoubtedly do come on, they'll be bowling with an older ball that is giving them less assistance through the air.
Yeah. 33 to Burns, to Patel rather. Patel off 37 balls. 30 from 38 for Rory Burns. So both of them going at a similar sort of strike rate, close to 100. People often ask what strike rate actually is. For those who don't know, it's the number of runs you would score off 100 balls. So a strike rate of 90 means you get 90 runs off 100 balls on average. Oh, he's gone for the paddle, the little ramp, but a little bit of turn there that made the shot look uncomfortable and ungainly.
That is not a shot I would generally associate with Rory Burns.
No.
It's quite a risky shot, actually. You were talking about the pancake shot that I think Harry Finch played earlier. But Finch played that. Here's the slip that you were after. But Finch played that shot off a seam with a much more pace on the ball.
Yes, yeah.
It's harder to generate energy playing that shot against a spinner.
True. See, that although that didn't work, bringing the slip in, it made the batter do something else. He came down the wicket and he clipped it away for a single. It was a good bit of batting, but at least it forces the batsman to kind of get out of his comfort zone and approach it a slightly different way. So we got to the 14th over, 70 for 1. Yeah, I was just going to explain about data kind of sometimes clouding the issue. So in that Ashes series that England won in 2010-11 in Australia, they had all these clever plans devised by Nathan Lehman, the team analyst, very, very clever bloke, and I would never say that he over-egged it or anything, but they had various sort of little graphics of the different Australian batsmen and where you do bowl and where you don't bowl. And I remember they had it was like a grid of Michael Hussey, and the grid was the sort of beehive, the image of the batsman at the crease was divided into little squares, and they were coloured squares, and the squares said what that batter's strike rate was at different areas of where you bowled. So one square sort of just outside the leg stump would have strike rate of 120, and if it was on the pull on his hip, the square there would have a strike rate of 140, and on middle stump it would have a strike rate of 90 or whatever. So they had this kind of always average, maybe it was his test average actually, in the square for each of those lines and lengths. And they kind of tried in the first 2 or 3 tests, England, to go on this data, and what it said was the place to bowl was about middle and leg, halfway up, where his average was lowest. So, and it had a green light on it, sort of green coloured square, and that's where they aimed these bowlers the first 2 or 3 tests. And Hussey got 95 and 128 and something else, and got to the 4th test, the famous test at the MCG when England bowled Australia out for 98 in the first morning. Jimmy Anderson came up, Hussey came in number 5, and he bowled first or second ball, he bowled on off stump, on a length, just nibbling away a bit, and he nicked and got caught behind. And I just thought then, when I was thinking about that, I just thought then, that's an occasion where they got caught up with the analysis too deeply, and basically every batsman in the world is vulnerable to a good ball on off stump, just around off stump on a good length early in their innings. Every batsman in the world. So stick with the basics and explore other areas afterwards.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of the data on what batters average or strike at, depending where the ball is, loses the art of the setup, and also loses. There's no context of where the fielders are, for example.
Yeah.
You occasionally hear stats during test match coverage that a batter might average something like 20 against balls on the stumps, or in a very good area. First of all, the ball's in a really good area, that's a really small spot to aim at. And then balls in the stumps, if you just bowl on the stumps all the time, you'll see what Michael Hussey did in 2010-11. Batters actually quite like it on the stumps a lot of the time.
It's funny actually, isn't it, when you listen to commentators and they say, oh, that was too straight to Smith or whoever, and actually if you looked at it, that ball was probably on middle stump, so it actually is straight, absolutely straight. And you'd think most cricketers, non-professional especially, would sort of think, well, a ball on middle stump's a good ball, and it's not too straight, it's perfectly straight. But to professional players who are so used to hitting balls on their stumps through leg side, that's what they mean, the commentators, it's too straight. But it's sort of almost counterintuitive, isn't it?
Exactly, and I think there have been a couple of shots from Ryan Patel today where he's pushed through the offside that really aren't that wide, and the difference between the balls that he's punching through the offside, and a good ball that is targeting his outside edge is really not that far away.
Yeah.
Margins of error are so small.
Well, that was a bit short, and actually luckily got away with that, really, Kadri, because Patel was trying to whack that back over mid-on. Mid-on's in the ring. Mid-off is out of the circle on the boundary, long off. So we've got a deep cover, a long off, and a deep square leg. Only 3 men on the boundary at the moment, so no long on. Patel very agile and adept at getting back off his stumps and steering those ones square on the offside, quick on his feet.
And there's no slip in place at the moment, but Kent still persisting with 6 men in the inner ring.
Yeah. I like that. I agree with you. I think you want to try and create some pressure somehow, make them hit a shot, to exploit the different field settings. It's making Burns come down the wicket, and okay, so he played that well. He dabbed it into the leg side, but it's the field setting that is making him. It just gets batsmen out of their comfort zone a bit when you have an extra man in the ring. Could create a wicket.
Just as you say, that mid-on chops to long on. I think, and I might be wrong, I think it's they're changing the position of that mid-on depending on where we are in the over.
Yes, because if they've...
For Patel at least.
Well, maybe it's the batter though. They don't think Rory Burns hits it over long on, but they do think Ryan Patel does. That could be part of it. And now he's going back again, so yeah, they keep shifting that long on fielder. Well, it keeps the batsman guessing again.
Keeps us getting.
Keeps us, yeah.
Good from Kadri. Yeah, saying to Dan, if you're comparing the spinners that we've seen from either side so far, the finger spinners in particular, actually, the Surrey left-arm spinners are taller and sort of fire it into the pitch more, whereas Kadri in particular tries to give it some air, and as a result maybe we're seeing a little bit more turn from him off the pitch. And if you're at home, you probably can't see just how close the men at extra cover and mid-wicket are. They're really in tight, cutting off. They're not just close to the batters, but when you're that close, you're also cutting off the angles for the batters to reach the fielders in the deep. So another pretty good over for Kent, just 3 off it.
It was a good over. I mean, he's set up for that sort of length he was bowling. Would be nice to reverse sweep, but perhaps that isn't really Burns' shot. I mean, I'm sure I've seen him play it, but he looked a little bit reluctant at this stage. Some batters, it's their... Well, I mean, Jimmy Anderson plays it better than any other shot he plays, doesn't he? Which I suppose isn't saying that much, but he can sort of... He can reverse sweep almost in his sleep without opening his eyes. It's incredible.
It's a safer shot. I mean, Burns is actually quite an unorthodox batter, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah.
Like, stylistically, he's not particularly conventional, but actually in terms of his range of shots, they are pretty conventional.
Yeah. I think he's evened his method up a bit, hasn't he? He's less extravagant in his various sort of mannerisms before receiving the ball. He's sort of toned it all down a little bit. But you see, they keep the mid-on up to him because they obviously think that he's not as good at going over the top mid-on area, perhaps as Ryan Patel is. So at the moment, the mid-on is in the ring.
And actually, I think Burns is unfairly characterised as someone not being the most exciting player to watch. But I think when he's in full flow, he's a really good player to watch.
Yeah.
4 years ago in the home 2019 Ashes, he had a really, really good series against that Australia attack.
Yeah, he did, yeah. That's too short from leaning, but again, they got away with it. They've got away with quite a few of those, really. He had acres of time, eons of time to pick his spot there, Burns, and he hit it straight to the man. There's nobody in front of square out on the boundary there, so he missed out on a boundary. And
actually, that series from Burns in 2019 is quite a good reminder for commentary around the current England setup, that actually someone can have a really good series against a team as good as Australia, but that doesn't mean that their place in the side is set forever. You know, things can change very quickly.
Well, I suppose it often Ashes series make or break a player, and that got him, that 2019 series got him a bit of a run, but unfortunately the horrors of the following Ashes series in Australia, including obviously getting out first ball of the match, the series, would have probably cost him his career in the end.
That was another very good over for Kent, quietly, 2 runs off it,
Yes,
and that required run rate has actually rocketed up from about 7.2 a couple of overs ago to 7.58.
Yeah, they're probably not too worried about it at the moment, but you're right to point it out. Long on is back out now to Rory Burns. Getting a little bit frustrated, I think, the batters here, just slightly. Not perhaps quite getting the fluency that they're looking for. The run rate 4.7 at the moment.
I think we've only seen one boundary in the last 7 overs or so.
Yeah, that was that punch over the top from Patel, wasn't it? A short ball from Quadri. He's varying his pace quite intelligently.
He's really got into a spell now.
Yeah, he started off a little bit poorly, didn't he? But he's got his rhythm now. And I like the way he just shifts fields a little bit one way or the other, just keep the batsman thinking. Oh, that was outside the line. Burns there trying to manufacture something, attempting to hit it square.
Quite like to look at a replay of that, because I think Burns plays that with the wrong foot forward.
Yes, I think he does. Yeah, it looked ungainly, didn't it?
Ollie Pope plays a similar shot, and he did it without ever practicing it, and he first did it against Rashid Khan. He said it was instinctive to just sweep with the wrong foot forward. But yeah, that's the second quite ungainly shot from Burns after that attempted pancake shot earlier off Quadri.
Right, what's he going to try now? It's been a bit stuck, Burns, last 2 or 3 overs. Okay, that's good play. If you get stuck, as he has, can't get it away, it's good just to knock it into a single and get off strike, sit down the other end, think about it for a bit, watch the bowler, watch how another batter might approach the same problem, rather than just getting stuck down one end all the time. I remember talking to Kumar Sangakkara about one day international he was playing against England, and he set inside edge one early on and got a quick single, and I said, oh, you must have been a bit upset about your timing early on. And he said, no. He said, I don't care about that. He said, I just got an inside edge and I managed to get a single off it, and I could sit down the other end and watch the bowling and see the pitch for a bit when I'd first come in. It's the best way to get acclimatised is to be at the other end, the non-strikers end, for a little while. Good bit of advice. Don't worry. You know, a lot of players would have been, oh, I didn't time it properly, you know, and be kind of cursing themselves. But he was, no, inside edge for one. I'll take that.
Another really good over for Kent, just 3 off it. As Jack leading, the Kent captain, is about to bowl his 10th over on the trot. He's 9 overs, none for 33 at the moment, and a really good job for his team. The question for you, Simon, this is the 15th over of spin, and we're only in the 19th over the innings. Surrey left 5 overs of spin out there. Majid only bowled 7. Steele only bowled 8. Do you think that Surrey perhaps could have been a bit more proactive in bowling? I know they opened with Majid, but could they have perhaps bowled a bit more spin in the early half of the innings? Obviously, at the death, you tend to go back to pace. But
I do, and I don't even see anything wrong with bowling the odd spinner in the death overs. I mean, someone like Ravi Ashwin often bowls at the 19th over of a T20 innings, and sometimes bowling a spinner, you've got to manufacture something, whereas a pace bowler is already giving you pace to work with. So, I think they might look back at it depending on the result, I suppose, they might look back at it thinking, yeah, they could have exploited those spinners a bit more. But I mean, one thing about Surrey is they've only lost 1 wicket. They're just steadily building a platform here. They don't look in much trouble, but the run rate required is now 7.7.
I guess what we have seen in the last 5 or so overs is just the odd shot from Surrey, which suggests that they're trying to push the game on a bit more than the scoreboard suggests they are at the moment. And whilst you're right, they are comfortable, but that they are increasingly asking more and more of the batters to come. Is leaning finishes that over 10 overs, 0 for 37 when you're defending 330 is an excellent set of figures.
By your number 3 batter as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. So I guess Matt Parkinson will take over from him now at that end.
Yeah.
And we'll have we'll probably end up with 30 overs of spin from Kent.
Possibly more. Jaden Denley, he's left arm spinner.
Yeah.
Picked as much for his left arm spin as his batting. As Matt Parkinson does a few stretches at short third.
So this is Amadullah Quadri again. Oh, shot, and that's a happy finish there for Ryan Mattel. He's done that more than once. That was very well played. Really hit that exactly where he needed to, where he wanted to. It was too short. It sat up, and he just picked his spot. And the man at long on was in from the ring anyway. Yeah, good shot, well back, good batting.
First boundary in a while, much needed release of pressure for Surrey. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Kent do next year. In that they have, in Kadri and Parkinson, they have 2 of the more exciting young spinners in the country, and they don't have an enormous group of seam bowlers. So I wonder if we see a change in the pitches there.
What do you think it'd be like Hyderabad, Taunton?
Well,
Taunton, Canterbury becomes like the second home of the English spinner.
Well, they'll have the players for it.
Actually, it's not the worst place to bowl spin as well, because you know the boundaries are decent and they've got the slope as well at Canterbury to help spin. I always think that at Lord's spinners can have an advantage. The pitch doesn't offer much, but the slope does. You can utilise that.
I also wonder, and this is a subject area where I have literally no knowledge on, how easy is it for a groundsman to actually change the properties of the pitch like that?
No, I mean it's a fine art, groundsmanship, isn't it? It's not easy. No, I would defer to experts in groundsmanship generally, I suppose, but it's there are basic ways of doing it, one of which is to leave grass off the pitch, and it will gradually wear, obviously keep it dry as well, but it's a fine art, groundsmanship.
Well, as Matt Parkinson comes on for his first ball of the day, I'm going to vacate my seat. I'll be replaced by Cameron Ponsonby.
And here is the opportunity to get involved in the ballot for the tickets for next year's internationals here at the Kia Oval. There's the matches on the left that are going to be staged here next year. England against Pakistan in the international T20 match on the 30th of May. So that'll be an evening start, 30th of May, T20, England-Pakistan. Then the 13th of July, England women against New Zealand, a T20 also. And then the Test match back in its traditional time slot in September, the Oval Test match between England and Sri Lanka, 6th to the 10th of September. So if you want to register to enter the ballot for those matches, tickets for those matches, you can click on that QR code on the screen and all information will be provided there. You can also go to the KeirOval.com website and look at that for the ticket ballot for 2024. And I mean, it is, as I said earlier, really, the Oval is such a great place to watch cricket. It's got such a buzz about it. It always stages really good matches, partly because of the pitch, actually. But I think it has one of the best atmospheres in the world for watching cricket, especially Test cricket. I was sat in the stand, the JM Finn stand for Stuart Broad's climax to his career, that last day of the final Test, and it was just an absolute buzz. It was an absolute tremendous crack. So try and get involved in the ballot for those tickets for next year's matches here at the Keir Oval. So, change of bowling here at the Keir Oval today, and it's going to be Matt Parkinson playing for his third county. I think it's his third, it might even be his fourth county. He was playing for Durham earlier in the year and now plying his wares for Kent. And let's see if he can get any response out of this pitch. The old ball has turned. And that's too short, and that's hammered away by Ryan Patel. Good shot, picked his spot. Can't afford to drop it short on here. Sits up and says, hit me. And it's the 50 for Ryan Patel as well, from just 55 balls. He's had a few nice deliveries to attack, I must say, but he's played well. And that one may be given a wide, I imagine. One down the leg side. No, it's been given a leg by.
Patel's batted beautifully for his half century, and it's a more important competition for Patel than it is for most, I'd say, this Royal London, because he's not been afforded too many opportunities, and with Dom Sibley returning to the club and then Tom Latham coming in as an overseas in the middle of the season, so the Royal London, or the Metro Bank, goodness me, the sponsors will be on me in a flash. Real opportunity for him to show his class. It's been an interesting line to begin with from Matt Parkinson. He's bowling to a 4-5 field, so he is trying to bowl very straight. It's quite an unusual kind of looking delivery.
I suppose do you think he's worried about the short offside boundary?
Perhaps he is bowling to the two left-handers.
That's a better line. And cut away. He's only got that one-man protection on the offside, out on the boundary.
That kind of furthers your point there, and that was a pretty straight delivery, and Burns has given himself room, but he's had to do a lot of work there to just claim a single. But as a moment to come on to bowl as a leg spinner, the opposition needing 8s is a pretty good one.
Yeah, that turned a bit. We were talking about legacies earlier, actually, and you know, the legacies of wicket keepers at Kent and things like that, and actually funny, it makes me think of Matt Parkinson, watching Matt Parkinson bowl leg spin for Kent now. I know he doesn't come from Kent, but he's bowling for Kent now. The most famous leg spinner of all for Kent, Titch Freeman, from the 1930s. You know him. I'm going to challenge your knowledge here. You're not allowed to look it up.
I was immediately on Google.
How many?
Oh, goodness
have
me.
a guess. He holds the record. Titch Freeman holds the record for most wickets, championship wickets in a season. Have a guess at how many he took in a one county season for Kent. I'll give just have a little think. Just, you know, you don't have to rush it. That's a wicket. That's a wicket for Kadri, and not a very good shot from Rory Burns, really. Maybe he was just feeling the pressure slightly, though I don't think he needed to. But that one just skidded on, perhaps. And there's a few words exchanged there. Burns walking off as if perhaps he got a send-off from somebody in the Kent side. But we'll see here. He looks to try and cut it, and it just was a bit too close to him. And it skidded on and trimmed the off stump. So a good wicket for Kent here.
I think that must have kind of drifted a bit more than Burns anticipated, because it really was a full-length delivery. He's trying to force that single out into the offside. The ball's not turned at all, maybe product of having just faced Parkes at the other end, the ball having been a bit slower in the air. That's skipped on, and the old cliche, never cut an off spinner, which is a fundamental falsehood.
I just wondered, it's quite interesting to see the reaction of Burns after he's out. It was a bit too full to cut, and he walks off as if slightly annoyed, and then you'll watch. I think we'll see him here. Just turns back there, and there's a few words exchanged, wasn't there, between the Surrey captain and somebody on the Kent side, possibly the bowler. Hard to tell. Anyway, it's an important wicket for Kent. 105 for 2 is the Surrey score. The target 331, as you can see in the corner there, and a good wicket for Hamidullah Quadri, 1 for 29 from his 6 overs. So I'm going to go back to the question, and you haven't had time to look it up yet. Go on, just have a guess.
So
how many wickets in a championship season is the record held by Titch Freeman?
It's going to be an absurd number, because also you had 3-day games, you had 4-day games. I know it's going to be 3 feet. I would go as high as 170. I don't know if I've gone. I don't know if I've ruined the game.
Add another 134.
Well, that's just silly. That's too many wickets. How many games has he played?
I don't know. It was about 30 probably. But have a look it up. 304 wickets in about 1928, somewhere around there, and maybe 1930, sometime around there. He was 5'6". He bowled leggies and googlies, and a lot of his wickets were stumped. I mean, the quality of batsmanship was probably not high, but nevertheless, you've still got to get the wickets, haven't you? Yeah, you look it up. It's a record of number of wickets in the county season. Right, we've got a new batsman at the wicket now, and of course, it's the familiar sight of Ben Foakes. We've got a right-hander back in the middle after that partnership between the two lefties. Ryan Patel looking really good for his 53.
The only man to take 300 wickets.
Nice shot from Foakes to get away. Probably be cut off, but still a nicely caressed couple of runs. Yeah, and in fact he did get he got 200 wickets in a season about 5 times as well. He got some insane. I think he got 3,900 wickets in his career, something like that. In about 15 or 20 years. Amazing bowler. Titch Freeman, AP Freeman. Didn't play many tests actually.
Just the 12 test matches.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say you're 124 wickets out. Took 3,776 first class wickets.
3,776, right.
An average of 18.42. So he was doing okay.
I think he was sacked the year he got about 130 wickets.
He must have done something to deserve it if they can afford to sack you after all that.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? And a lot of his wickets were stumped. Stumped Ames bowled Freeman. Les Ames was the great wicketkeeper of Kent in the 1930s, 1940s.
Yeah, just 5'2" in height.
5'2", is that right? God, wow, he's done it again, and this could be out. No, just evades the fielder. He's done that a few times, Ryan Patel. He's very good at that shot. A pull over long on. And he's got his 3rd 6 from it. Just.
And Quadri really hasn't dropped that short there. It's the same, just a slightly better judgment in length by Patel than Burns early in the over when he was bowled. That was just short of length, if not on a length. And as you say, Patel has that very agricultural removal of his front leg and pulls the ball over long on.
So that's put Surrey's score up to 114 for 2 from 22 overs. Go on, you're looking up more details about Titch Freeman.
I can tell you. Anything you want to know about Titch Freeman. Titch was not his name; it was his nickname, being a short man.
Yeah.
And as you said, Alfred Percy Freeman.
Yes.
Born in Lewisham, Kent.
Lewisham used to be Kent. That's interesting because I think it's in Surrey now, isn't it, Lewisham?
Oh, I'll let you know.
Well, it's probably Greater London, I suppose.
Lewisham,
not all that far from here, in fact. Keir Oval.
Absolutely not. It's very nearby. Only averaged 9.5 of the bat in first class cricket though, so I think he had stuff to work on for his all-round game.
Yes. Right, second over from Matt Parkinson, the Titch Freeman look-alike, though considerably taller.
I do wonder when this run rate, if it's not already a concern for Surrey, when it does become a concern, because it's no mean feat ticking along at 8s for the best part of 30 overs. And they have to make a decision of who to target and when.
One thing I've always thought about Parkinson is his disadvantage, and that in a way he's certainly not. He's a much greater stature than Titch Freeman at 5'2". But if you look at where he bowls from, when he lets go of the ball, he gets very low, and I think that's something that's held him back against the good players. So let's just watch this ball, and you'll see his front leg and his head really drop as he lets go of the ball. So he's very low down, and he doesn't get as much bounce as a result, because he's only releasing the ball from probably 6.5 feet or something, rather than it could be much higher. If he stood taller at the crease as he let go of it, he would get more bounce. And against good players, you need that bounce to restrict them. Nicely driven by Foakes up to long off.
It's a dilemma for leg spinners, because when you are taught to bowl, they are being told, you always kind of, as a child, think I need to get my arm really nice and high and brushing my ear, and actually when you're bowling leg spin, you come from a much kind of rounder arm, and so that again brings your height down, as opposed to, and how you can balance that with kind of keeping your height, but also not letting your arm drop too low.
So we might be able to see a replay of Parkinson's release. Just looking here in between balls, we'll come back to that, because that would be a very good example of how he just slightly collapses at the crease and loses height. He's accurate, he does spin the ball. That's nicely bowled. A little bit of drift in there to Ben Foakes. So let's have a look at this one, see if we can pick it up here. He's got a nice approach to the crease. He's got quite a busy sort of run up, and he's got a bit of energy about his general delivery and approach to the crease. Uses his front arm pretty well. But you'll just see there, he just loses. That's where he falls down. His head really drops. It's actually, I think he's improved a bit, because he was lower than that, I'd say, last year, and I think he's improved his position at the crease, and his front leg now is pretty braced, whereas before it used to collapse. So he's improved that aspect of his game. This is a really good innings by Ryan Patel. He just looked composed from the start. He's put away the bad ball really well. He's picked his spot. He's hit the ball into gaps for boundaries, and he's picked the length very well too, especially against the spinners, which is pretty much all he's faced, actually, isn't it? A lot of spin bowled in this innings. 119 for 2, sorry. Run rate at 5. These two will have to do, I would say, quite a lot of work to get Surrey up with the rate a bit more. Five men in the ring now. The long one is back, so that means that Patel can't play his favourite pull shot over long on quite so freely. Lands right back on the rope there at long on. Bell Drummond. Shot. Nice use of the body there and the wrists to hit that one out to long off.
It's a fantastic record in this competition over the last 2 years. Patel averaged 55 in 2021 and 41 last year. He had a very good county championship year last year as well, but as I said, the return of Dom Sibley has rather knocked him down in the pecking order, so chances have been fewer and further between. And because of the kind of the wealth of, for such a powerful batter, you'd expect him to be playing kind of T20, a lot of T20 cricket, but he hasn't played at all for Surrey in T20 since around 2019. And just hasn't been able to get a look in.
It's tough, isn't it? Tough here. It's full of elite players, so many of them. Embarrassment of riches, really. Now that's a good position. A mid-on, close in a catching position there, just on the closer to the strip. I like that position. It restricts the attempted clip down the ground for a single. and it's just holding in the pitch a touch as well, so the drive off the front foot just have to wait a little bit longer to play.
I remember talking to you about this commentary a couple of matches ago about the dilemmas that you face as a player between wanting to be part of a successful squad, which means you play less on fewer occasions, or playing for a less successful side but playing on more occasions, and where your kind of motivations and where your enjoyment lies. And you were referring back to kind of your title winning sides at Middlesex and how enjoyable it was to be part of those environments, even if you didn't play week in, week out.
Well, every match means something, and it was obviously different in those days because it was one division of 18 teams or 17 teams, but so often you'd get to the middle of the season, if you were playing for Gloucestershire or Hampshire or a team lower down the table, the matches were meaningless in a way. You couldn't gain anything by getting up the table a few points. You couldn't get up to 4th or 5th because you were too far away. You couldn't get into contention for the prize money. And so although you played for pride and you wanted to beat whoever you were playing, it had less meaning. Whereas if you were playing for a top side, every game was really important and every session was important. And I think it just energised you actually and stimulated you. There would be some players who just wanted to turn up and play and be part of it, and that's fair enough if you're that way inclined. But I think it's much more it's stimulating to be in a team which is in contention. And obviously now with 2 divisions there are more points and positions at stake. You can get even towards the end of the season there are going to be only a few points between, say, the relegation zone and 2nd or 3rd, so there is more to play for now. But certainly in those days it was better to be in the top, I thought, in the top 3 sides really, because every game was important then. It was odd. It must have been odd being Derbyshire or Glamorgan in those days because they were always near the bottom, and maybe just getting 1 or 2 places higher was motivation in itself perhaps. Oh, that could be close. Out! Parkinson's got a wicket, and it's the big wicket of Ben Foakes, who misjudged that. And it was a bit of a kind of loose shot, really, right across the line. It lacked a bit of conviction. And Parkinson's done another LBW victim.
No, Surrey are in danger of batting themselves into a bit of a hole here as we look at the replay. Folks looking to sweep out to square leg. It didn't take long to make up his mind. Another better view of it from this angle.
It could have been high, I suppose. It hit him. He was low down playing the sweep, but it hit him sort of above the pad. So I suppose, in a normal situation, in an international situation, you would have reviewed it. God, Parkinson enjoyed that, didn't he?
He's a great celebrator of wickets, is Matt Parkinson, which is something I'm all for. I enjoy a good celebration. I think it potentially just the googly actually. Ball either hasn't spun at all, or he's looked to bring it back into the right-hander. There was no question over the line. The line was absolutely A-OK from Parkinson's point of view. Whether it potentially could have sneaked over, well, we'll never know. But we do know that Ben Foakes is on his way.
And that's why they celebrated, because they know how big that wicket is. And I suppose if you look at it from Parkinson's point of view as well, with his... Now let's have a look here and see how high it hit him. I would say it hit him on the thigh, but his thigh, playing the sweep shot, was quite low, yes. So it actually hit him on the hip almost. So could have been, height could have been an issue there, could have been. Parkinson not being a tall person, as I said before, he doesn't get a lot of bounce, so there was a fair chance that was clipping the top of the stumps. But for him, there's a lot at stake, isn't there? He's in his with his 3rd county, his 2nd county of the year. He wants to make an impression. These guys, it's a big thing, being a professional cricketer and being able to make your career and your skills count. So now he's got a man at slip and a man at short extra for the new batsman Jordan Clark. And pressure on Surrey suddenly. 122 for 3. 1 ball from the halfway stage.
I think Surrey, you can almost kid yourself into believing you're building a platform, whereas actually giving yourself a bit of a mountain to climb.
Oh, and he's gone past the edge there as well. So a fine over from Matt Parkinson. He has 1 for 12 from 3 overs. Kent will be feeling confident here with Surrey 122 for 3, just stumbling along a bit, though Ryan Patel has played superbly for 63 so far. So more thoughts from Cameron Ponsonby, and then it'll be to take through the next half of the innings, or a quarter of the innings, or however much it is, it'll be Dan Norcross.
So Surrey 122 for 3 at the halfway point. Just over another 200 runs required as Daniel Norcross takes his seat beside me.
Okay, Cam.
Oh my goodness.
I need you to be a bit of a radio commentator for me now, because I was just doing a tour.
Yes.
For some people who had won a once-in-a-lifetime trip around all the boxes here to find out what's going on. Yes. A very thoroughly charming couple they were. But the result was that I didn't actually, I heard, but I did not see Foakes' LBW. So, can you describe it for me and then give me your opinion?
I'm shocked and horrified that you haven't been watching every ball intensively. You should have been very rude to that couple and sent them on their way and said, I've got cricket to watch.
Can't be doing that, you know. We got yes. Actually, but are we going to get to see a replay of it?
Oh goodness!
Oh, this is great. Looks quite close to me from there. Start of a new over, and this could be tight. Oh, if that had been picked up at short mid-wicket, then Patel could have been in all sorts of bother there.
So I think.
So we're going to get the front-on view.
Replay for you.
Oh yes, here we go, front-on view. That's what I like to see. It's drifting in. Oh yes, I can see why the umpire gave that up.
It does happen. Very straight, but I think Ben Foakes that Surrey are in the position now where they have to force the game along. They need close to 8.5 and over, and that is if you're chasing 170 in a T20, that's a sizable target, and you have the power play involved there.
Well, exactly.
Oh, actually, you can use the power play to your advantage. You have all 10 wickets in hand. You can take that extra risk. Whereas Surrey here, already 3 down. They don't have the deepest batting lineup. They have Conor McCurr at 8, who, of course, everyone can bat at this level, but you don't have that kind of extra Moeen Ali type figure. I'm not saying you would have Moeen Ali at number 8 in this team, but you don't have that strength and depth.
Oh, that looks close as well. Umpire's not interested, as it must have thought it was going down the leg side. I'll get through for a leg bye. I mean, you could use it as an example Surrey's red ball team, which would have
fine example
the likes
would have
of
been.
Well, Jordan Clark might be at 7, and then there might be Sean Abbott at 8. Tom Laws has been as low as 10. Gus Atkinson can give it a good old whack. Dan Worrell, he's no mean whacker himself. Jamie Overton,
of course.
So, and this is not obviously to have a go at Surrey's tail, but they are a highly productive tail in red ball cricket at the moment. It's gone again. Didn't quite time it, but it's going to pick up 4 more out over deep mid-wicket. Don't bowl short at Ryan Patel. He's very happy to go there, and actually it's been true of any of the seam bowlers today. If you bang it in short, it's tended to be put away.
And with the field set as it is, that was a very low risk, high reward slog for Patel there. There's no one out in the kind of deep mid-wicket boundary, so even though he didn't time the ball very well, he didn't have to. He just had to get enough on it to clear the fielder at mid-wicket.
Oh, now could be in trouble here. Fielder underneath it, takes the catch, and that's scoreboard pressure. Good bowling from Gilchrist. Wasn't as short as the previous delivery. Patel went for a similar shot. He got a thick top edge and a comfortable catch taken in the end at point. Jack Leaning taking the catch. Gilchrist picks up a wicket, and Surrey are in big trouble here. They're 4 down for 128.
Patel looking to repeat his trick. I think he likes that as an option, having that vacant area kind of in the deep mid-wicket region. Kent can say on the other hand, well, we kind of teased you into going for 1 too many.
Well, you said the previous ball was a low risk, high reward shot, and it was, because it was that bit shorter, but that delivery was fuller, and it made the shot that much harder as the ball scurried on a bit quicker. And with the set batter gone, and Jordan Clark only just having got out there, Kent are well on top in this game.
No, they really are. If you take away Patel's innings, Surrey have scored about 55 off around 90 deliveries, so they're going at less than 4s at the other end to Patel, and they really have found the going quite difficult. And we're in a position now where you need one of Jordan Clark, Cameron Still, Ben Geddes to be having a really special day. You need the best part of 200 runs between those 3 players. So someone now will have to have a day where they look back at it at the end of their career and go, God, I batted very well that day.
So Matt Coles back in 2015.
Matt Coles, what a day that was.
What a time to be alive.
Even Simon Mann enjoyed it, as we now know.
And he's a very hard man to please, is Simon Mann. He's seen it all, Simon Mann.
Has he? Indeed.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I believe his first Test series for Test Match Special was the We Flippin' Murdered Them game, Zimbabwe in 1996.
What a start.
What a start. It's where one of the great in-jokes of Test Match Special was born.
Wow.
Which is, has anyone told you about Bulawayo?
Well, I know it's a place.
Cameron Steele is the new bat. Batted very perkily against Leicestershire. And he's performed nicely with the ball. 128 for 4 after that successful over from Gilchrist, seeing the back of Ryan Patel. Yes, if somebody stays on beyond their allotted time and on TMS, a ball-by-baller is on for 20 minutes from the start of the day, 11 to 11:20, 11:20 to 11:40, and so forth. And our summarisers are on for half an hour, so from 11 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12, and so on. So if somebody goes over their allotted time by an amount, proper amount, obviously you can't ever be perfect because you come off at the end of an over. So you'll stay on if it's 158, for example. Oh, now then, an appeal for a stumping. Big swing and a miss from Jordan Clark suggests to me that Surrey have now decided that they are in the last chance saloon and it's time to get cracking. Another little look at this. Clark swung off his feet, but he's got back before the keeper could break the stumps. So yes, if you're at 158, that's basic rule. You
carry on.
You carry on. If your over finishes at 159, off you go. Right?
Lovely.
Now, if you continue beyond that, then the cry of Bulawayo may come up at the back of the box. And the reason for that is because of Simon Mann's first tour. For it was in Bulawayo that Simon Mann, wet behind the ears, was on, as was Henry Blofeld. Simon handed over to Henry. And Henry took the unilateral decision not to come off. And so for 56 minutes, Henry Blofeld continued to commentate in Bulawayo. Oh no, it's going to be tied of its hits, but it doesn't. Ball rebounds off Jordan Clark, who gets off the mark of his 8th ball. And I dare say Henry thought that perhaps, the inexperienced Simon would benefit from hearing a master at work, of course, crafting the last 56 minutes of a thrilling match. But from that moment on, anybody
would go out.
Anybody who goes on beyond their allotted time is the cry of Bulawayo. So Steele's off the mark himself with that.
Is this a crime that's often committed?
Yes. I mean, not too heinously, but
what would be such a reason why you would wish to commit the crime?
Well, it's not so much that you would want to a lot of the time. I mean, what often can happen is that, I'll explain after this ball. So just 3 singles in that over, 27 gone, 131 for 4. What can happen is that you might slightly misjudge a question that you might have asked your summariser. And our summarisers, being former players, are fairly incontinent in this matter, and they'll just take a question and they will run with it. And unless you can butt in and say, hold that thought and come back to it in a moment, because we're going to have a change in the commentary box after Vic Marks has finished, it will be Daniel Norcross or Alison Mitchell. So if they keep going and they haven't spotted that you're standing up, or they don't really care and they just keep talking, then the handover becomes very difficult to do by the time the bowlers start the next over. And it's happened to me a couple of times this summer where you just end up going, don't worry, you do this over. I'll come on at 2:05 and leave at 2:18 and 30 seconds.
You're really earning your wage. You go, oh no, it's fine. Keep going.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll go and grab a sandwich from downstairs. Yeah. But you might give a little squeaky pull away on the way past. So Surrey here, their target, it obviously isn't getting further away, but the runs required is rising.
I think that shot from Jordan Clark in the last over was one that you can survive now and choose to die slowly later, or you can make the move now and find out what's going to happen.
Yep. Well, I think Cameron Steele has earned the right to have a little look at 5 or 10 balls, but it won't be many more than that.
Ben Geddes played fantastically well last week against Leicestershire. But again, it's always a problem when you require someone to do the exact same excellent thing they've done before.
Yes.
So when we get into that situation with England and we go, Ben Stokes, would you mind doing another miraculous 100? That'd be very useful.
Yeah. And he couldn't quite pull it off, could he? I suppose he did, as far as it was a miraculous 100. But he needed it to be actually a miraculous double 100, didn't he? Which was a little unfortunate.
It's a lot of runs.
It's a lot of runs against a very good bowling attack, yeah. Where one mistake and you're toast. Slips in place. What do you make of this? You like this move?
I'll let you know after this ball.
Gilchrist just not quite got his line right at the moment. Just veering a little too leg-sidey.
So the field is pretty much the standard one-day field of kind of 3 in the ring in the offside, mid-off cover, and then rather than a backward point, they've removed that backward point and they have a slip in place. So they have their 2 fielders out in the ring at deep third, deep cover points. And I guess they're in a position where they feel like they can kill the game now. They're kind of two wickets away, 2 balls away from pretty much wrapping this up, bar a miracle.
I just wonder whether it's to a wide slip that the catch may go. See, slips sometimes look like they're an attacking option, but I quite like the fly slip myself.
You're singing to the choir here, preaching to the choir, because it's been one of the greatest banes of my kind of cricketing life. So I finished the over at 135 for 4 after 28. Is that more slips equals more attacking? Because especially at a lower level of the game,
oh yes,
no one catches it.
No.
And people miss the ball all the time.
Yes, and actually if they do have a go, just a reminder here that the ticket ballot for 2024 internationals is open. You can register your interest now and go to that QR code. There's some absolutely corking matches next year, 2024. England men are against Pakistan in a T20 on the 30th of May. England's women are here, and they packed out here for the Ashes. They're playing New Zealand next year on the 13th of July. And then I'm delighted to say that the Test match, the final Test match of the summer, will be here at the Oval in its traditional time, September the 6th to the 10th of September. It really is quite the occasion. So get yourself down here. Oh, this has been spooned in the air, but it's going to land safely. Yes, get yourself down here. It is not to be missed. You're a big Oval international fan?
Increasingly.
I mean, how could you not be? It's not just that the food is fantastic, which it is.
So I must say, I'm of the opinion of growing increasingly so that.
Just take a look at that.
Oh, wonderful delivery from
yet another bat beaten by spin today. It's happened a lot. Sorry, you're increasingly of the opinion?
So there was obviously a great drama that the Ashes was finished by August.
I sense that you're not really fussed about dates.
So my argument would be, through a quirk, this was obviously by accident rather than design.
Yeah.
The Ashes had a completely free 6-week window period with no football, no Olympics. The Women's World Cup happened in Australia towards the end of it, and you had a Wimbledon with no major British interest.
And it's just tennis, isn't it? So, you know, it's only so interesting watching incredibly rich people's partners in the royal box and discussing their eyewear. Because that's really, it's not actually a sport, is it?
Correct, exactly.
It's a pastime for people who don't like sport and want to talk tediously about Gucci handbags.
So F1, tennis, golf, all on the Dan Norcross hit list.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, I'm not abolishing them because I'm not that kind of a person, but I'm certainly not going to waste what small time I have left in my life with that nonsense. I'll make an exception for the Ryder Cup because beating Americans at things, whatever it is. Personally, I prefer the Mosconi Cup, which is the pool equivalent to the Ryder Cup, but I can put up with the Ryder Cup. 140 for 4 at the end of the over.
So,
yeah,
it was an opportunity that cricket had undivided attention, undivided eyes on it for 6 weeks, and that is a better alternative and more profitable for the game than had it been throughout or the traditional August time frame in summer holidays where it's competing against the Premier League. And also, had we had that 5th day finish in mid-September, would it have happened at all?
Would it have happened?
It would have been dark. We'd have all had to go home disappointed. So
you make a very strong point.
Look, I do that occasionally.
Well, a lot of test match summers used to end in August. The September game is a relatively recent phenomenon. Ooh, a hostile bounce. We haven't seen too many of them today from Gilchrist. Bit of pace. Yes, frequently test match summers used to end in mid to late August, and then the showpiece Lord's final would happen in the first week of September, as I recall, because it would often be either first week or second week, because it would be just before I went back to school for the...
We're talking a long time ago.
We're not talking quite a long time ago, but there were many years before it, and there were a few years after it when it continued. It's been carved away, thick outside edge, and only bring a single. So Clark and Steele between them have just faced 25 balls for 12 runs, and that required rate is up above 9. So they're going to have to make the move shortly, you fancy.
So tell me more about the Mosconi Cup?
Mosconi Cup, yeah. It's like the Ryder Cup, only it's for pool. You play singles and doubles.
A big pool fan?
Well, not ordinarily.
Or snooker?
Snookery pool. Oh, how close was that? Both to off stump and inside edge. A really great take.
I've greatly enjoyed Jordan Clark's reaction here, and I just see on the replays he looks to heave that ball away, and it was short, but I do enjoy when batters miss a ball. They've maybe just misjudged the length of a little. They go, oh, that stayed a bit low.
It's a bit low though. Whatever makes him feel confident. Slower ball, slapped into the offside. Still just another single. Boundaries hard to come by for these two. Yes, the Mosconi Cup I particularly enjoy because it features a part of American culture that you only really see in indie films or True Detective. And
which is?
Have you not seen that either? That's actually quite recent, Cameron. That's a modern thing.
But things can be modern, and I've not seen them.
Mosconi Cup is amazing. I couldn't agree with John Surtees anymore. Earl Strickland.
I thought we were about to have a very important message delivered.
The Mosconi Cup is amazing. It's great. As I say, it's a Ryder Cup of pool, and I prefer pool to golf, so I'm bound to like the Mosconi Cup. Earl the Pearl Strickland. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Shot. Lovely shot. Over pitching is Gilchrist. And put away for Steele's first boundary. End of the over, 6 from it. Surrey are going to need an awful lot more of those boundaries if they're going to get back into this game. So it's played over 3 days, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And they all play each other, and then they play in doubles, just like in
wonderful
in Ryder Cup. And there's a great feverish crowd. In America, there's a lot of get in the hole. Only it's getting the
You've got 6
hole,
of them, yeah.
Pool hole. Yeah. As opposed to just the one.
You'd have to be very quick shouting that.
Oh yeah,
So,
well they are. They're very quick. They're ready for it. Well, also they play some sublime and brilliant shots.
I'm always a bit mistrusting of people who are too good at pool.
Are you?
Why are you that good?
Yes.
It just means you've been in the pub. That's all it means.
Well, that's right.
Good player.
Darts and pool. Yeah, I was captain of my college team at both. Darts, pool and bridge. Mostly sedentary sports for me.
You're a man of intellect, that's why.
You could put it that way. I quite like
A
the things that were in
thinker.
pubs. Yeah. Quiz machines, dartboards, pool tables. Marvellous places. Parkinson continues. Crowd catch there. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in you people.
It's one of my great lockdown achievements way back in 2020 was I managed to get a 180 over the course of
It's a great feeling, isn't it?
It was a great moment.
Yeah. That's been scooped up and over extra cover. That's going to be 4 more up to the groundsman's hut. Really well played shot by Clark. That is the spare gap, if you like, caused by there being only 4 players out at this stage of the innings. There's no deep extra cover. There's a long off, a long on, a forward deep square leg and a deep point. So playing that with the spin up and over extra. As a result, Parkinson then fires one in flatter and straighter. Not seen too much in the way of 6s from Surrey, but the 150s come up.
Aside from Ryan Patel, we've very rarely seen much in the way of boundaries at all. We've just seen Steele and Clark register their first apiece, and it felt like a lot of cricket had to be played for both to occur.
To get there, yeah, didn't it? Well, I don't think it's been the easiest surface, despite the scores that have been put on. It's by no means a bad one, but there is assistance for the spinners. And you just feel now that we're into the last 20 overs, 180 odd required. It is not impossible, but Wind Predictor would have them very much behind. A fairly good indicator of that is where Duckworth Lewis Stern is. We're not anticipating needing to use it, but at this stage 199 would be the target Surrey would need to get to par. Oh, that's just going down the leg side, as indicated by the umpire.
Parkinson asks as well.
He doesn't believe it, does he, Matt Parkinson? Let's take another look at this. Well, I can see why he's asked there, but I think there's enough doubt. He's cutting that off the stumps, which is quite a dangerous shot.
I always think a particularly cruel trick that bowlers can play in that instance. They ask the umpire the wrong question. They go, was that a bit high? And they go, yes, it was high. And they go, one more on. It's going down leg. It was never high.
Yeah, but what you've got to do if you're going to work your umpire is you put in the big appeal, and as you can see that they're not going for it, you go, yeah.
Great decision, umps.
Yeah. But then the next one, you do the smiling, yes, it's out, and then that's the classic Shane Warne way to work over an umpire, isn't it? Are you an umpire worker over?
I appeal for everything, which is very. I think I am okay, because I think I go for the very kind of flagrant befriending of them.
Okay.
And try and get them on side. I think I've got about 1 LBW in the last 3 years, so it's working well for me. It's working well.
Gilchrist is going to continue from the Vauxhall end.
So I do remember talking to an umpire, and he kind of umpired top-level club cricket and the odd. No, I think that was his ceiling, was top-level club cricket and occasionally the lower rungs down. And I remember him telling me that a an excuse you could use for a reason for something not out in the professional game or with professionals was it just didn't feel right.
Didn't feel right.
But he said you'd never get away with that with clubbies. So they'd want to know the reason. They go, well, did it hit him outside the line? Was it too high? And I've never quite known if I've believed him or not. Or whether it's just something you can say to sound like you know what you're talking about. Yeah, it just didn't feel right.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, actually. Because there's a lot of mystique that goes on in the professional game. I mean, have you ever met a professional cricketer who doesn't think that you, quotes, always know when you've hit it?
Well, I think that's increasingly coming to an end now. Surely.
Well, I haven't heard a single one of them admit it yet. I've just heard every single one of them say, well, it must be something wrong with the technology. Now then, that'll make the pigeons scatter, but it'll only be another single. There's a fielder out there, deep square leg. It's almost as if it's an affront to the notion of a professional cricketer that they're not so good that they can't tell when they've got a little edge on it, but we are becoming increasingly aware that they don't.
But we are in the kind of golden era of that generational change where the players who played without technology are now in the commentary boxes.
True.
And they say, well, you always know when you've hit it.
Now it's gone again. Fielder runs round, it's going to land safely. A little bit of good fortune for Steele there. Bit top edgy. I like what Gilchrist is doing here. He's probably been the quickest bowler on show today, it feels. And as a general rule, banging it in short has not been fruitful on this pitch. But with that little extra bit of pace, he's hurrying Clark and Steele here. Mid on and mid off are up inside the ring. And as a result, he's not bowling anything too full here, Gilchrist. I mean, it began with Michael Clark back in 2010-11 when he got given out off an inside edge off Kevin Peterson, I think it was, Adelaide. He was adamant he hadn't hit it. And then we see people, little thin edges through the keeper, then actually the other way round as well. Beats the bat. Nice way to finish the over. Another good one from Gilchrist. Just a 17 coming from his 4 overs. So we take another little look at this poke. Oof. And good carry through to the keeper as well.
But I quite enjoyed. We sometimes, and I'm sorry I cannot give an example immediately, but where players are given out, caught behind, and then replay shows they didn't hit it, and they don't review.
Yes, there's that, and the tiny little tickle that would have saved them on the LBW decision that they haven't referred.
Yes.
So it works both ways, and you know the reason why? It's because you don't always know when you've hit it.
No.
The beautiful way of framing it, of course, in the seasoned pro, is that it's difficult to prove the counter, isn't it? You know, I always knew when I hit it. Did you? You always knew when you hit it. Well, there's no real way of disproving this. You could point to other players and say, well, they clearly didn't realise that they'd hit it, stroke
so
thought that they hadn't hit it.
Known knowns, known unknowns, unknown unknowns.
That's right, Donald. Yeah.
And did you hit it? Do you know if you hit it?
That's right.
Perfect. There's a fourth. Mr. Bazley is coming on for a bowl.
Hooray! This is the first time for me. I've not seen Mr. Bazley live.
James Bazley.
I want to see a bit of Denley. We come here and seen him smite his first ball for 4. Other than that, not had much of a look.
James Badley. Badley?
Badley?
Well,
let's give him a judge of that in an over or two, yeah.
Should I call him James Goodley after you kind of nicked someone off? Product from Australia, signed as Kent's overseas.
Big bash.
Made his mark for the Hobart Hurricanes. I remember watching him groggily over kind of the Christmas period. We'd wake up in the morning, stick the big bash on.
Slight change in personnel down at deep backward square and short fine leg. Otherwise the field stays the same. A tall man, as so many Australian quick bowlers are. For every one Jai Richardson, there's about 4 Josh Hazlewoods, isn't there?
he's had a difficult start to life with the bat at least in Kent, and he's got 9 for the second 11, then he's gone 0-5-0, but he's been picking up some wickets, and as I suspected, he came over as an overseas player, so he was at Sandwich Town's 2023 overseas. Hopefully, I assume it means he'll be playing for them tomorrow.
Are you playing Sandwich Town tomorrow?
I'm not playing Sandwich Town. I'm playing the second 11 of Wimbledon.
Oh, now they'll be pretty decent.
I hope not.
Oh no, they're fine. They're a very fine team. Yeah. I speak from bitter experience, having played Wimbledon's second 11 in the past, been trounced.
No, I've had a horrendous and very sad promotion to captain tomorrow. So
it's awful that.
I know. I wanted to go to a house party this evening, and I think
you've got some planning to do. Nice looking shot, but can't beat the field. And that run rate is going to tick over. It has tick over to 10. So we've got seam in tandem. I think this might be for one of the very rare times today. Seam at both ends.
Yeah, it's been a very it's just been a very quick match with all the spin. It's been kind of been racing through the day, and these poor folk wanted 9 hours at the cricket.
That's been swung away, and that'll be 4. Just straying onto the pads, Basley. A gift for Steele. Surrey need plenty more where they came from.
We will be in for an absolute treat if Surrey were to win this here. We'll be seeing something very special from one of or both of the players out in the middle currently.
Well, they've got a platform. They face 46 balls between them now. Now, people oft say that that's unlucky, but for the batter.
Okay.
But it really isn't, you know. The stumps are there, and they have been for quite a long time. I think the middle stump was put in what, at 1830?
What a fine decision it was.
Well, it was a fairly daft decision not to have it, wasn't it? I mean, what on earth were the pioneers of cricket doing? Saying, here's the wicket, but we've got a great big hole in the middle of it.
I do. I remember having a book when I was a kid, and it had the evolution of stumps.
Yeah.
You kind of, as a 7-year-old, you're looking at it, they go, what are they doing?
Yeah.
They've just got a tree. Now they have a slightly smaller tree.
And I love the fact that it was changed after a game. One game, wasn't it? Was it Lumpy Stevens was apparently bowled about 6 times, but it went through the middle. I'm surprised it didn't do that way more often.
Knows where his off stump is.
Yeah.
Or knows where his middle stump isn't.
Knows where his middle stump isn't, exactly. So 17 overs remain, and that target nearly 170 away. Surrey are almost halfway there, but they've lost those 4 wickets. And they're fast running out of time here. You fancy they've got to make a concerted effort while there are only 4 fielders out at some point. Oh, what a great take that is. That whistled through, narrowly misses leg stump. Oof.
I think there what we've seen, the benefits of Gilchrist having the surprise fuller ball. He's been bowling that back of a length, shorter deliveries, and he shoves one up all very, very full, almost Yorker length. Steele's beaten by surprise as much as pace. It's a fantastic delivery.
Clark was ready to take the bye there.
I think Kent's seamers have bowled very smartly in this innings, and that they've understood they're right bang in the middle of the ground. They've bowled short, and they've cut off the boundary options. It's been an exceptionally simple game plan.
When you put it like that, Cameron, it is a pretty easy game, isn't it?
It's so easy. I don't know what everyone's problems is with it. Just play, just score your runs, get your wickets.
Yeah. Oh, that's deliciously played by Cameron Steele. Real finesse and touch there. Just waited for the ball to come onto him. There is no slip. It's a shot he played rather well against Leicestershire, actually.
He did indeed. It's a very tight line to be running it down to off stump. Down to off stump, down to...
It's quite deliberate, though, without a doubt. It's quite deliberate. Might just suggest that he's getting the pace of the pitch here. Now then, it's going to bounce just in front of fine leg. They come back for a second. Good running from Steele. I've been wondering when the charge might be about to happen. Are you sniffing a charge? I'm sniffing a charge.
I was wondering if there may be a kind of a literal charge down the wicket to try and force that length to be a bit fuller, and so the Surrey batters then can target this kind of deep mid-wicket, long-on region.
Because I think, in reference to our previous conversation, 6 coming from that over, 168 for 4, this might be the time to go completely potty.
Nuts, please. Or was it
Nuts?
Berserk?
Well, Berserk
Potty wasn't on our previously ascribed
Berserk's
levels.
right at the very end. So I think you can go a bit potty first and then go Berserk, can't you?
It's a new level.
A new level
of nutsness.
Yeah, well, when you need 10 and over, I think nutsness is sort of... Potty's 9 and over, and then Berserk's doing the 12 and over at the back end.
Have you done much coaching in your time?
No. Really don't have the patience for it.
We're going to have to see Surrey twist at some point. Unless, of course, there is the counterpoint, which a heavy defeat is also very damaging. And do you look after your goal difference, as it were, your net run rate? It's obviously the more negative option, but how much of a factoring in does that come into your thought process?
Full toss, just squeezes that pass backward point, and it will make it to the boundary. Untenanted, wide, deep third boundary. 4 more. A rare full toss. It's played deliberately in that direction, more than a hint of edge to it. So a couple of boundaries have come for the last 4 balls. Crisply struck, can't beat the field. There are 4 in the ring on the offside. It's just the 1 boundary rider out on the offside at deep cover. 3 out on the leg side and an arc from wide long on round to deep backward square. Nobody saving 1 in front of square on the onside. So the opportunity for the little dabbed 2 is on here. Like this. They've set off for the first quickly. They're going to come back for a second. Again, good running from Clark. Although Surrey need boundaries, they can pick up those 2s in between. They'll just keep that run rate from getting up too far towards 12, 13 and over. Oh, now an attempted ramp. Haven't seen one of those. In fact, now I think about it, have we had a ramp all day? We've had a couple of reverse sweeps at the back end of the Kent innings. The lesser spotted attempted ramp.
And that shot's come out with far after fine leg came into the ring, and Kent dropped back another fielder on the leg side. I know he was going over the offside. I think Clark was hoping to give himself an option of going either way.
And this could be 2 more here. They've set off for the first quickly, but Steele decides against it.
So I don't know if this statistic, I think this might be an old statistic, but it used to be that 12 and over was really when kind of teams wouldn't necessarily panic, but be like, we are in trouble here. And the reason for that is, for a long time, the economy of free hits in T20 cricket or one-day cricket was 12, and so that the kind of deduction you can make there is, if you're playing with 0 risk at all, 12 is where the kind of optimum run rate kind of sits, basically.
Yes, I'm so old that I remember Richie Beddoe saying, once set rate gets up to a run a ball, gets very, very difficult indeed.
I still agree with that. I think you still have to bat phenomenally well to get 300, regardless of how kind of favourable the conditions are. I believe I'm getting booted off.
Well, thanks ever so much, Cameron.
Pleasure as always,
Daniel. Are you
Daniel.
back for the Guildford duo?
I shall be at both Guildford games.
I very much look forward to seeing you there.
I might even be playing Guildford away the day before, so I might just stay there.
Why not?
How exciting.
Oh, just like, hunker down inside the changing room.
What a treat. Well,
hello. What a time for you to go off. Just as Denley's coming into the attack. Not Joe Denley, but his nephew, Jayden Denley. And he's no ordinary Jayden. There's no E in Jayden. I think it's spelt in capital letters with an exclamation mark as Yas Rana replaces Cam Ponsonby. He's hit his first ball for 4. How's his first ball going to go? Hit the first ball he faced with the bat.
Bought in January 2006.
Oh, January 2006?
Yeah.
Preposterous. So after the 2005 Ashes.
Well, I like that.
Well, he's landed it straight away, hasn't he? There's a few moving parts here. It's got a fluid action. Reminds me ever so slightly. You know those inflatable men next to petrol stations in Europe?
That kind of fling around in the wind,
There's a little bit of that happening. Loose limbed. Oh, and he's got a wicket with just his 3rd ball. Well played, Jayden Denley. He's having quite the start. He's being mobbed by his teammates. He's made the breakthrough. He's come in for the 36th over of the innings. And Steele trying to find an angle, misses the ball, it clatters into his stumps. And he's off the mark in List A cricket, both with bat and now with ball. 176 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a difficult season for Kent on and off the pitch, but seeing a 17-year-old in Jayden Denley make his debut, he hit his first ball in professional cricket for 4, and with his 3rd ball, he picks up the wicket of Cam's Steele, and he's bowled really nicely. He's only 3 balls in, but he's bowling at good speed. He's found his area straight away.
Yeah.
Talented batter and bowler.
Well, he's hit top of off there, isn't he?
He's hit top of off.
Fair enough. Quite a strong looking action. It completes it. And initially, just like Cameron Steele, how intriguing is that? Cameron Steele took a wicket earlier today and didn't realise he'd got it, and he's been got out by a bowler who didn't realise he'd got a wicket. There must be some sort of strange optical illusion on that off stump.
Yeah, I was just thinking, at least with, and perhaps this works for both teams actually, the colour of the stumps are very similar to the colour of the trousers. That's all I've got.
I think you're onto something. And do you know what else I think? What's wrong with zing bails in all forms of cricket? Zing bails make all the difference. Then everyone can see.
Well, there is actually one thing wrong with zing bails.
A bit too heavy, isn't it?
Maybe that.
Oh, my word, he's nearly got 2 in 2. Well, what a start from Jayden Denley. This is terrific stuff. Beating the outside edge of Ben Geddes straight away. Just drops a little short, but is he about to bowl a wicket maiden with his first over in List A cricket?
Yeah, I'd really like that first ball up to Geddes. Slightly flighted more and gets the ball to zip past the bat.
Well, he has. A wicket maiden with his first over. What a start for the 17-year-old. That's quite fantastic. And I may wear my Surrey goggles with pride, but what a lovely thing that is to see. Someone comes into the professional game, picks up a wicket with his 3rd ball, closes it out for a wicket maiden.
And I think some people unfairly write off the One Day Cup as purely a developmental
competition. But if you look at the players both sides actually have in their lineup today, Surrey, obviously losing a lot of players, but it's a top 7 full of regular county cricketers.
Absolutely.
But back on Zing Bales, my issue with Zing Bales is that in the laws of the game, the moment that the bails are dislodged is the moment that the wicket is broken. But the Zing Bale lights up before the bails are dislodged.
Oh, swing and a miss from Clark, and that was a whisker away from leg stump. My word. Okay, to get back to this, the moment are you complaining about the grooves and whether the spigot is in the groove?
Well, the bails light up when it detects movement, I guess.
Yes.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the bails are dislodged when it first feels movement.
No. This has been hoiked high in the air. Has he got the distance? My word, he has. Into the Galadari stand it goes. And I think Clark has decided that the hour has come.
He's got to, really. I mean, Surrey needing pretty much 11s, but also when you look at what's to come, Steele and Geddes really have to get the vast majority.
Clark and Geddes.
Clark and Geddes have got to get the vast majority of what's left. 149 required from the final 14 or so overs. It's an almighty hit.
I'm not going to let you get away with slurring those Zing Bales, by the way, because I'm going to come straight back at you. Now slicing this up over extra cover. Pigeons scatter. Coming back for a second. Oh, I say. Young Jaden Denley nearly pulled off a run out to go with his strike rate of 400.
I've been impressed with him in the field all day, actually. He's got a really good, low, flat arm. Fielding on that really quite a long boundary on the Archbishop Tennyson School side of the ground.
Well, he wants to take a snapshot of this moment because at 2 minutes past 5 on the 11th of August, he has a strike rate of 400 and a bowling average of 0.
Only downhill from here.
When you can only really, realistically improve that by having a strike rate of 600. Well, obviously, I suppose you could have 401, but you know what I mean. Now, the thing with the Zing Bales is it may light up, but if they go back into the grooves, then it's not out. But if they don't go back in the grooves, then it's out. Short, hit flat, 6 more. What a connection that is. He has laced that as Jordan Clark. It hasn't gone more than about 15 feet in the air at any given moment. If that, actually.
Clark's had some serious nick with the bat not long ago. He got a county championship 100 here, and kind of as we saw towards the back end of the Kent innings, it can be quite hard to protect pace.
Well, there's plenty of spin options to go back to, should they wish to. He's gone after it again. Is it through backward point? Denley is out there once more. He's had a lot of work to do, and he's doing it very well, but 16 have come from this Basley over.
And to go back to Zing Bales, my issue is not that instance. It's when there's a run out,
yes,
goes to third umpire, and the Zing Bale lights up in a really close run out, lights up before the bails are dislodged, and the third umpire goes off the light and the bail rather than whether or not the bail is dislodged.
Right. Okay.
But I think that's probably enough Zing Bale chat for a game that doesn't have Zing Bales.
But they're wonderful things that we can see from a distance, and the whole crowd get into it, and they were invented for a good reason. And let me tell you the worst bails of the lot, the end of the over, 16 from it. Good comeback at the end there from Basley. A wide full ball, but Clark's on his way now, 38 from 38. What was I just about to tell you?
Zing Bales?
The worst bails in the world.
Yes, yes.
The worst bails in the world are the ones that they use for test matches in England, because you know what colour they are?
I actually don't know.
They're green.
Oh dear.
Yes, oh dear. And it's very annoying, not just for commentators, but actually for players. I remember Catherine Brunt not being aware that she'd taken the most fantastic wicket last year against India in the Test match. She didn't see the bail just flick off. Right, Denley in. He's averaging 0, and he's never going to average 0 again. That was his high point at 5 minutes past 5. Even if he takes 1,000 wickets, he'll always have conceded that 1 run.
Well, he's got at least 5 other formats where he could average 0 in.
That's true, that's true. Oh, my word, he's nearly picked up a second wicket. What a start this is from Jayden Denley. It's fantastic to watch. He's attacking the stumps. He knows that Surrey's batters have got to get after him. They don't have a choice. It's nothing personal.
I think spin really is the way to go. The way that Jordan Clark has clearly changed his approach with the required run rate so high.
It's a fine shot, but there is... Oh dear, that's a horrible piece of fielding on the boundary from Gilchrist. That was hit straight at him. It was a regulation stop on the bounce. It bounced quite nicely, and it's burst through his hand. So Jayden Denley is discovering what it's like to be a bowler, if he didn't already know. What I really like about him, Yas, is that he's going after these stumps, isn't he? He's not hiding the ball.
No, there's a very clear plan to target those stumps. And actually quite unlucky not to pick up a second wicket earlier in the over.
Goes again, and this time Gilchrist does manage to palm the ball back into play. And Clark gets back for a couple.
Kent
200's come up, of course. I should have pointed out the previous boundary.
Kent obviously massively controlled here, but I think the last 2 overs have shown how quickly it can change. 16 runs off the previous over already. More than 10 from this one.
He goes again. He gets more of it this time. 1 bounce 4 over extra cover. And Clark moves to 48. 15 runs off that over, 11 off the bat and the 4 byes. A bit unlucky for Denley, who might well have had Clark in that over. But instead, Surrey have got that rate down to 10.33.
And Jordan Clark, when I joined you, Dan, not 3 overs ago, he was 22 off 32.
Nice.
And he's raced to 48 or 43.
26 off 11.
Yeah. You add in the 4 byes, and as predicted, Jack Leaning has brought about an end to James Bazley's spell, and Matt Parkinson will take over from the pavilion end. Parkinson, I thought, bowled really well earlier on. Picked up the wicket of Ben Foakes.
Yes, I'm going to leave you.
It's been fun. I think we've talked.
It's been a time to be alive. Get away? Absolutely not. Let's sit in the balcony and watch it with joy and alacrity. I still believe in the miracle. But yes, you're going to be joined by Simon Hughes, who's going to take you through to the end of the match.
Cheers, Dan. And yeah, sure, Kent are still massive favourites for this game, but Surrey have very quickly picked up 31 runs off the last 2 overs, 16 runs off the 3rd over from James Bazley, and then 15 runs off the last over from Jayden Denley, 11 off the bat, 4 byes. As Parkinson comes into the attack, as Simon Hughes joins me.
Good timing, Parkinson into the attack again, and that's slipped through the extra cover fielder's hands there and will make it to the boundary. So it's a good surge of hitting here by Surrey, kind of counter punch after those couple of wickets. I was testing your co-commentator earlier with the challenge of I don't know why it's a silly comparison, but Matt Parkinson and Titch, the great Titch Freeman that played for Kent, the old leg spinner from the 1930s, and challenging Cam Ponsonby to know what was the most ever wickets taken by a county bowler in a season. And do you know what he guessed?
Did he get 200?
He guessed 170.
Okay.
But Titch Freeman actually took 304 wickets.
Blimey.
in the season. I read his biography many years ago. Actually, it's a fascinating story. I mean, he obviously came through in the 1920s, but he had a phenomenal record: 3,700 first-class wickets and bowling leg spin just like Parkinson, giving it some air. Not a tall bowler, obviously, and just had the beautiful mastery of flight and guile, which Parkinson certainly has as well.
This is what I mean about the game's lineage. I think no other sport would a new signing be compared to someone from over 100 years ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a slightly far-fetched comparison, really, because obviously the game has dramatically changed. But in those days, in the 30s and the 40s and even the 60s, nearly every team had a leg spinner. And Richie Benaud used to love telling me about all the leg spinners that he played against when he was in England in the 50s and 60s, touring with Australia, and that every team had a leggy. But it sort of died out, didn't it? Until the advent of Shane Warne. God rest his soul. Now that's sliced and a chance, but doesn't carry to Bell Drummond. So just bowling well here, Parkinson, tempting them to go for the big shots.
Yeah, I don't think Parkinson was massively impressed by Bell Drummond there. I think Bell Drummond potentially lost sight of the ball as it came off the bat. Obviously, it's been a difficult 12 months for Parkinson since he last played for England, but I think it's such a good signing.
I think he's improved, actually. I think he's improved his action a bit, which is good to see, because you sometimes, having had this reasonable success he had, you'd think, well, it's the county's fault, but he has actually. I think he's improved his bowling action a little bit, and yeah, I mean, he's great to watch.
Yeah, and a real feisty character as well. On paper he's one of, if not the slowest bowler in the professional men's game, but you wouldn't tell that from the way he plays the game. I mean, I think I completely get what you're saying. I think Parkinson's looked really good here today. I think he was harshly treated at Lancashire. Obviously, he probably lost his red ball form a little bit, but his numbers last year in both white ball competitions were still really good. Were still really, really good. And I think that, to lose his place aside, part of that is the development of Tom Hartley, who's a very, very different type of spinner, very tall, left arm finger spinner who really drills it into the pitch. And I think benefits from the quite long square boundaries at Old Trafford.
Now here's Jayden Denley to bowl his third over. His second was slightly roughly treated by Jordan Clark in particular, but he looks a very confident cricketer already, and aged only 17. I love the way he's been scurrying around the boundary. The slide stops and hurling it in. They're obviously employing him as the go-to man, and he's bowling with confidence as well, with a bit of variety, with decent control.
We've obviously only seen literally 15 balls of him as a professional cricketer and his work in the outfield. But the player he reminds me of is Jadeja, actually.
Yes, yeah.
In the quite fast, direct, sort of slingy finger spin, and also the way he carries himself in the field.
Quite, totally. I was going to say the confidence. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look for that with a young player, and if you're good enough to get into a first-class team or a List A team when you're 17, 18, you've got something about you, and he definitely has. There's not much of him, is there? He's like a stick-thin individual, but he's got some good ideas with the ball, and he's holding his own against these big hitters so far. It's 50 to Jordan Clark. That's come at a pretty rapid rate, 45 balls, but he needs to do a lot more, actually, as Surrey have fallen behind here. Target of 331, 11 and over required. That might be 6 of them. Yeah, I think it's just about got enough. Yes, clears the ropes. So a good blow from Ben Geddes there. Nobody out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. So he knew that's the longest hit on the ground as well. So well done to him for clearing it.
Yeah, it's interesting that Geddes is so low at 7. He batted much higher up last year. although there's almost a debate that in the first game of the season against Leicestershire he did so well at 7, you might as well keep him there. And I think perhaps something that gets lost with there being so much more T20 cricket at the moment, a number 7 in 50 over cricket is so different to a number 7 in T20 cricket. I know the stat doing the rounds a couple of years ago was that the average number 7 in a T20 faces something like 7 balls in innings. But a number 7 in a 50 over game has to be flexible enough to come in a situation where it's something like 100 for 5 after 25 overs, but also be able to, as we were talking about when Kent were batting, that if you get off to a good start, comfortable enough to go from ball 1 at the very end of an innings. And that's a much harder role and a much more flexible role, I guess, compared to what they need to do in a T20 game where it's pretty much go from ball 1 regardless.
Yeah. Right, well, it's 10 overs to go. It's the final power play of the game. 108 required from these last 10 overs. Parkinson has 3 to bowl. 7 overs, 1 for 34 so far. Jordan Clark obviously 50 not out, going well. Ben Geddes not hung about. He's added a bit of injection as well. So it's quite nicely set up, but Surrey can't afford for any slips here now. They can't afford any overs that go for less than about 8. And they can't afford to lose too many wickets. A lot of people on the leg side boundary here. That's a good shot from Clark. He's hit that straight down the ground. And they'll have to hurry back for the second. In fact, it's Geddes who hit that. So a nice 2 there. 3 men patrolling the shorter leg side boundary to Parkinson. And 2 on the offside, long off and deep cover. Nobody saving 1 at all in front of the wicket on the leg side. But the batters will be thinking of boundaries here. They'll be thinking 4s and 6s. They could knock it for 2, I suppose, on the leg side if they were so inclined. And he's bowled him. And that's just excellent control from Parkinson. Subtle variations. Presumably that was the slider, the one that just carries on with the arm. Geddes looking for the big drive through the offside. And Kent have just been one step ahead of Surrey throughout the day, really. Might even have been the googly, actually.
Yeah.
We might see that from this end. I think it was probably just a slider, actually, that. I mean, it was spun like a googly, but I'm not sure it was actually the googly. Anyway, it was too good for Geddes.
And that could be such a potent weapon for a bowler like Parkinson, because he turned his leg break so much that the one that goes straight or turns the other way can be so lethal. Interesting little battle, that. You've got Matt Parkinson, who's technically on loan from Lancashire, to Geddes, who was on loan at Kent in the county championship a couple of weeks ago.
Probably would have faced him in the nets. No, maybe not actually, because perhaps they wouldn't have coincided.
Yeah, that's hitting leg stump, so it does suggest that that's probably turned into him.
Yeah. Well, that's a crucial blow for Kent. You can say that. I suppose the word crucial is overused, but it does put the slightly lower order batters now into the middle for Surrey. And Jordan Clark possibly a lone hand from here.
I think Parkinson, you were talking about how teams should probably trust spinners a little bit more in the death overs. You'd think that Parkinson now, he's got 2.4 overs to go. Majid's in at number 8. He'll really fancy his chance here of cleaning up the tail.
Yes, who have we got to bat, I wonder? Who else has got pretensions? We've got McCurr, Moriarty and Dunn to come. So it's probably a toss-up who came in at number 8. This is Majid, Yusuf Majid at number 8, who bowled well with his left arm spin. Parkinson's brought a couple of men in now. A couple saving 1, 3 saving 1 on either side, but good. Majid is good enough to knock it down. So his role now will be just to pick up the singles, not too many dot balls, and hope that Jordan Clark can strike a few big boundaries.
Just seen Kadri doing a few warm-ups at short fine leg. He could be back in the attack.
Yeah, I suspect that's it for Jaden Denley actually after 3 overs. Clark goes for the big heave through the leg side, but doesn't really get much of the meat of the bat on it. Yeah, I should imagine they'll want a bit more experience from now on, especially they've now got a left-hander in, so it might be better to have the off-spinner bowling to the big long boundary on the leg side.
The required rate up at 11 will be interesting to see how much Clark trusts Majid, who just had a look, has a career best score of 5.
Well, that doesn't show a lot of pretensions of being able to read the spin anyway. It's a pretty good ball from Parkinson. I don't know what the keeper was doing there actually, unless there was a bit of pad. No, that was straight through as byes. So just a little mark against Harry Finch there. Certainly getting the ball to grip a bit, Parkinson. And that was the one that went the other way. Or just drifted across the left-hander. Good over. 2 for 38 from 8 overs for Matt Parkinson.
I've always felt that Matt Parkinson is a slightly misunderstood leg spin bowler, in that when you have the couple of years that brought him into or close to England recognition, I was always really interested in his economy rate. In the county championship, he'd be going at less than 3 and over, and he would bowl really, really long spells on flat pitches. And he's not actually the type, the stereotypical leg spin bowler who has 1 or 2 drag downs and over. He's a bit more steady than that, even though he turns it a lot. When he's bowling well, he gets into a really nice rhythm.
So as you suggested, they've brought back Hamadullah now to bowl instead of Jaden Denley. Hamadullah Quadri, who bowled 7, I think. 7 did he bowl, or 8 earlier on? Bowled 8 overs, 1 for 41. So he's got 2 to go. Jordan Clark on strike, very big leg side boundary. He'll be looking at that, thinking he can clear it, but there's 3 men patrolling it. Here he goes, he's going offside actually, and that was a full toss, and thank you very much, quite easy to put away. So it looks as if Jordan Clark is going to target that extra cover boundary perhaps. It makes a lot of sense. There's only 1 fielder there on the boundary, and there's quite a big gap, and it's quite short, so maybe it will bring about a rethink for the field here. Yes, he's brought that man at deep cover to more deep extra. So there's 2 men now, deep extra and long off, trying to cover that shorter offside boundary. That's a full toss. It might be a wicket. It's a slightly lucky wicket, but it's a wicket all the same, unless the umpires think that was above the waist, and I think they are just going to go and have a small chat about it, but I'm not sure that it was. Jordan Clark seems to be making his way off, assuming that was a legitimate wicket. The umpires just having a chat about it, but it looks as if they've given him out and he's on his way back.
One of those where if that's in an international game, they probably agonise over the third umpire, but live I thought that was probably just fine. We'll have a look at the replay now. Oh, it's close.
It's marginal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Probably get the best idea from side on here actually. Simple catch really in the end.
I think Nigel Long's just go through the shot that Jordan...
He came down the wicket, so we might be able to see from here. Well, he didn't really come down the wicket much, did he? I think that was an inch below the waist, we're going to say. And it was a bit of a miscue, wasn't it? And in the end, a simple catch.
In a very big moment for the game, Jordan Clark was Surrey's last real hope. I think we're in miracle territory now for Surrey. And Kadri's almost burgled a wicket there. He started with 2 full tosses. First ball goes for 4, gets a wicket with the second one, but it's the big wicket.
That was leaning who took the catch, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. It actually almost, to your point earlier about spin at the death, it kind of makes sense for spinners to bowl in the last 10 overs because they've got more protection. They've got an extra man in the boundary.
Yeah. So this is Conor McCurr at number 9 for Surrey. Goes straight down the ground first ball. Look at that. 1 bounce 4. So he's not hanging about, not taking a look. Good shot.
It's a great shot first ball, and I suppose that the situation means that there is total clarity of thought for the Surrey tail enders in that they need to go at more than 11 runs and over, so they'll be wasting no time at all.
There's a common phrase actually about this situation in cricket. The first word is a 4-letter word beginning with S and ending in T, and after that it's and bust. So S and bust is the situation at the moment as far as the batting team are concerned. And it might be bust after a few balls, we'll see. He's certainly not going to die wondering here, is he? Well bowled. He's got the sense and the nous to bowl full and quite flat. I'd love to see him just throw it up though, actually, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do wonder if Rory Burns could have his time back early in the game, if he would change his mind and actually bowl the full complement of 30 for between his 3 spinners.
Yeah.
His seamers, not all of them, but on occasion went the distance.
He didn't bowl that well, I didn't think, actually. I thought McCurr, that's a miss-stumping. Unless it bowled him. Well, let's see. No, I don't think it did bowl him. So the ball obviously ricocheted off the keeper's pads, perhaps onto the stumps there, but I guess he was back in his ground, Majid. When he took a little go down. Did the ball hit the stumps? No. Only afterwards. Yeah, that could have been out, you know.
That is close.
Yeah, that is close.
I think if that goes to a third umpire in a televised game, that may well have been given out. It was a weird one because it was also mis-stumping.
Yes.
If he takes it cleanly, it would have been a very simple stumping.
Yes.
But it falls to his feet. But Majid was so far out of his ground that by the time that Finch retrieved the ball, he was still out of his ground.
Right, this is going to be interesting. This is Parkinson to McCurr, who's looking leg side here, I reckon. And in fact, he's hit that cleanly and probably too well. What a shot!
Oh, what a catch!
And it's a catch. It's taken by Alex Blake. What a game he's had. What an amazing grab that is. That was flying away for 6. And he grabbed it right on the edge of the boundary there. He was the guy that gave the Kent innings impetus earlier, and now he's taken an absolute screamer at long off.
That is a sensational catch. You can tell a catch is really, really good by the crowd reaction, because there's a very brief moment of silence as everyone tries to work out, has he really taken it? That was the slow motion replay almost doesn't do it justice, because that ball was travelling. You called it. It was hit really, really hard by McCurr, to the degree that Parkinson actually took evasive action himself.
That's brilliant cricket, isn't it? It was a great shot, actually. And what a catch, and a good bit of camera work as well,
yeah,
too.
Brilliant. Really brilliant.
Fantastic. It'd be worth the admission money if you're standing watching that, 5 yards away, sitting watching it. Excellent. What agility the modern cricketers have. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, no cricketer would have got anywhere near that, or they would have just palmed it over the rope for 6. Fantastic. He gets the man of the match then, for me, Alex Blake, after that, and his really purposeful 60 earlier. Well, Parkinson gets another wicket, 3 for 38. Now we've got Dan Moriarty at the wicket. And Surrey, well, they're going down fighting, aren't they? But it looks as if they're definitely going down.
It's the return of spin for the final 10 overs that's brought the another flurry of wickets. It's 3 wickets now in 3 overs in the final 10.
Ooh. He bowled him round his legs. What a spell this is becoming for Matt Parkinson. Moriarty wondering how on earth that did bowl him, but that was his straight on delivery rather than the leg spinner. Just is what Shane Warne used to call the pickpocket delivery, bowled round his legs. And this is a bit of a procession now for Surrey. Yeah, it just went on with the arm, and it did actually. That was the pickpocket delivery. It actually flicked. I reckon it might have even flicked his pocket before cannoning into the leg stump.
Yeah, again, he picked up a wicket earlier on with something that was either a slide or a wrong, and it looks like he's picked up another wicket here with one that just goes straight on. Maybe a bit of turn into Moriarty. Moriarty left a little bit confused as to what's gone wrong there, but Matt Parkinson, he's got figures of 4 for 40 from 8.3 overs. He's been brilliant.
Perhaps he gets man of the match, does he? Player of the match? Don't know. Who's your nomination at the moment then? We've got a choice of who we got. We got Bell Drummond 65, Jack Leaning 87, Alex Blake 62. Both of all those innings were excellent. You've got Matt Parkinson 4 for 48, 4 for 40 odd. Sorry, one of those four, I suppose, isn't it?
I guess Leaning with his 10 overs 0 for 37 as well as his 87.
Parkinson bowls a wide when he could have finished the innings off. So 240 for 9 now, Surrey, with just the number 8 Majid and Matt Dunn at the wicket. A lot of left-handers actually towards the end of the Surrey innings. He goes down the wicket and hits it firmly but safely for a single. And this is going to be Parkinson's last ball. Can he finish it up with a 5 for... Actually, he's got 2 more balls.
Just on a human level, I think it's really nice to see Parkinson bowling with a smile on his face after a difficult few months. Getting the ball to turn, getting good players out.
He's gone down the wicket this time, Patel. Majid, sorry, but managed to get it just for a single.
Who's your pick, do you reckon, for player of the match?
I thought Alex Blake, actually. I think he gave the innings that purpose that it needed. I mean, Leaning was very good, and Bell Drummond as well. No, so no 5 for Matt Parkinson with the final ball of his... actually, sorry, that is his 9th over. I was thinking it was his 10th. He's still got an over to go. So 4 for 43 for Matt Parkinson. Yeah, Blake we just capped off with that catch, and he got it was the wicket of Jordan Clark, wasn't it? Who, actually no, think again. It was actually Connor McCurr, wasn't it, who he caught? But anyway, it was a brilliant catch, and to add to that, really spirited, bludgeoning kind of innings, I guess I'd give it to him. He converted a score of what was heading for 280 to 320, I suppose. But you could there's certainly other contenders, and that's the end of the game. Finished off appropriately by a spinner, because it's the spin of the Kent trio really that have been crucial in this match. It was a dry pitch to start with. It spun from the first ball, actually, bowled by a couple of the Surrey spinners. In fact, Yusuf Majid bowled the first over of the game. And he departs now, the last man out. But that really is a comprehensive victory for Kent, who put up a really sturdy score, 330 for 6. As we said, really kind of fortified by that innings of 62 by Alex Blake and Jack Leaning with his steadfast 87. And in reply, Surrey just faltered really after a good second wicket stand between Ryan Patel and Rory Burns. They haven't ever really quite got together, got the mastery of the Kent spinners. and Kent will be delighted with that. Obviously, I suppose we have to say in mitigation to the Kent victory, Surrey are without 13 frontline players, all in different teams in the 100, so it is very much a Surrey second 11, but they're still a good side, and that took an excellent performance by Kent to beat them. The victory margin is 90 runs, almost 87 runs, isn't it? So that really is an emphatic victory. Compton 27, all the Kent players got into double figures, but the standout innings, really, Belldrummond, Leaning and Blake, those three were the fulcrum of that total, that excellent total of 330 for 6. I don't think the Surrey bowlers covered themselves in glory actually on the day, especially the seamers. Thought they were a bit variable in length. McCurr was expensive, and Jordan Clark bowled pretty well actually, but 330 was going to be a demanding score. Surrey bowling is there. They used the three spinners, but as you said, perhaps they could have used them all in full. Majid left 3 overs unbowled, and Steele only bowled 8 of his potential 10 as well. See McCurr there going for 80 from his 9 overs. So they were slightly on the expensive side, the Surrey bowling, but you have to give credit to the Kent batting for being so spirited and fluent. And in reply, well, that's the Kent innings. The Surrey innings, an early loss of Sibley. That was a good delivery, I thought, from Grant Stewart to get rid of Dom Sibley. Good partnership between Patel and Burns. Burns done by a fuller ball from Hamidullah Quadri for 43, and after that really the innings slowly subsided despite some solid blows from Jordan Clark and a little bit of invention from Cameron Steele, but they just never got a big partnership together, and the spin started to tell, particularly Matt Parkinson there with those 4 wickets. So Surrey bowled out for 243 with a number of 6 overs remaining, 6 and a bit overs remaining in the end.
Yep, I mean 6 of those wickets from spinners, either bowled or LBW, they targeted the stumps and were very successful with that. Simon's right to highlight that innings from Blake, because if you look at the scorecard, you might look at the scores from the top 3 and the 65 from Belldrummond and the 87 from Leading in particular, and think that a score of around about 330 was inevitable, but it really wasn't. After 35 or so overs, Kent were only going at slightly more than 5 runs and over, and a score of more than 280 was definitely not guaranteed. But he added the impetus to the innings, and that comparison of the work of the Kent spinners and the Surrey spinners and how they were used is a good one, because we only saw 12 overs of seam in the Surrey innings. Kent had an additional spin option. They had 4 rather than 3, and they did the vast majority of the bowling. Although I think it's worth just giving a mention to Nathan Gilchrist, who only bowled 5 overs but bowled really well actually, and definitely the pick of the seamers on show today. But
there's the evidence, as you said. Jack Leaning had the sense as captain to bowl his overs through at the start, bowling his off spin, 10 overs. Hamidullah Quadri 9.1 finished the innings with 3 for 50, and Parkinson 4 for 43. So more spin bowled by the Kent Spitfires. And don't forget, of course, Jayden Denley there, first class debut or list A debut, and he took a wicket with his 3rd or 4th ball, bowled a wicket maiden in his first appearance, also hit his one and only ball for 4 as well. So what a debut by him, 3 overs, 1 for 20. So what's that? That's 3 overs, 3, 12, 21, 31 overs out of the 43 bowled were bowled by spinners. So well done to Kent, coming here as visitors and probably underdogs, but proving their mettle today and winning comprehensively by 87 runs against a strong Surrey side, despite the lack of many of their stellar names. So that's it from the Kia Oval. A victory for the Kent Spitfires. That will give them some good feelings going through the next few days. A much maligned county, a county that have struggled over the last few years for various reasons, but that will give them and their fans a good deal of confidence. That's an excellent win here at the Kia Oval. So we hope you've enjoyed our streamed coverage of this Metro One-Day Cup match, and we hope you join us again on the Surrey and Kent streams for the next game in the series. So from Yas Rana and me and Dan Norcross and Cam Ponsonby as well, it's good afternoon.